Chapter 103. It turned out to be. Like this disciple, Emo Ran would never have thought that the senior monk in front of him would be Chu Wanning's teacher. For a moment he was at a loss for words. On the contrary, Shimei reacted quickly. He immediately bowed solemnly and solemnly said, "I never thought that the great master would have such a connection with my teacher. Junior greets Grandmaster Huizue." But Master Huizue said, "You don't have to call me Grandmaster. Chu Wanning has already been expelled by me." Ah! Shimei slightly widened his eyes. He was even more surprised. He was cautious by nature. Although he was surprised, he saw that Huizue's expression was a little disappointed. He knew that the other party didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more questions. But Emo Ran's mind was not here. His heart was burning. He anxiously said, "Great Master, you said that you came for Master. Then do you have a way to bring Master back to life?" Emo Ran, do you have a way to bring him back to life? Don't lie to me. Are you? His blood was surging. Coupled with the tiredness of the past few days, he suddenly felt dizzy. Half a sentence was stuck in his throat. He couldn't speak anymore, but his eyes were already red. Master Huizue sighed. "Benefactor Emo, take care of yourself." "Yes, I did come for this." Emo Ran's face was as white as paper. But after hearing this, a layer of red appeared on his face. He stared at Huizue. His pale lips trembled for a moment before he said, "Surely, I didn't come here to tease you two benefactors." Emo Ran still wanted to say something. His Adam's apple moved, but he could only sob hoarsely. After a long silence, Master Huizue said, "The art of rebirth is a technique that goes against the will of the heavens and changes one's fate. It is extremely difficult. If not for the fact that this old monk really owes Grandmaster Chu a lot, I would not have rashly done it. Visiting the peak of life and death is also a choice I made after thinking a lot these days. Defy the heavens and change my fate?" Emo Ran muttered, chewing on these 4 words. Then he said sadly, "Defying the heavens and changing fate. Even an evil person like me has the chance to defy the heavens and change his fate. How can a good person like him not have the chance?" At this time he was already half crazy. So he actually said that he had defied the heavens and changed his fate. Fortunately, his words were vague, so no one heard the meaning of, "He was also reborn" in his words. Shimei said, "Grandmaster, since it's about changing one's fate, and the art of rebirth is a forbidden art, it must be very difficult to perform. And it may not succeed, right?" "Not bad." Huizue said, "This technique involves not only the caster and the deceased, but also someone who seeks out all of the deceased souls. The path of rebirth is fraught with difficulties. The slightest carelessness will consign you to eternal damnation, and your soul will scatter. Shimei. Therefore I don't need to disturb others here. I only ask Grandmaster Chu's 3 disciples, if you are not willing to go through water and tread on fire for him and take this risk, then even if I activate the art of rebirth, Chu Wanning will not be able to come back." In fact, before Huizue said these words, Emo Ran had already guessed most of it. The reason why the 3 great forbidden arts were forbidden arts was that they always needed to sacrifice some things and take some risks that normal arts did not need to take. He had already made a decision in his heart. In his previous life, he was willing to sacrifice his life for Shimei. In this life, he would not hesitate to repay Chu Wanning's kindness. Emo Ran had a heart, but in his previous life he was never willing to share his heart with Chu Wanning. Under the candlelight, he looked at Grandmaster Huizue's face and said, "Grandmaster, you don't need to ask Shuemeng anymore. Shizun died because of me, so there is no need to involve others. If there is any danger in performing the technique, Emo Ran is willing to bear it alone." "Emo Ran," Shimei murmured, then turned to Huizue and asked, "Grandmaster, you speak too seriously. I wonder what the so-called calamity will be like?" Huizue said, "Although almsgiver Emo is willing to bear it alone, the first step of this technique is that the more people are willing to sacrifice themselves, the easier it will be to succeed. Let's wait for almsgiver Shue to come, then I will explain it to you clearly. When I went up the mountain, I already sent someone to invite him." He paused, then smiled at Shimei. "In addition, you must remember not to call me ancestor anymore. I've already said earlier that I'm no longer Grandmaster Chu's master." Mo Ran finally calmed down a little and asked, Grandmaster, why did you expel my Shizun back then? Shirmei was speechless. Mo Ran, it's fine, it's not something that can't be said. Huizue sighed. When I was young, I was taken care of by my benefactor. However, my benefactor had a short life. In a great calamity, he was destroyed in order to protect the lives of others. 100 years have passed, but every time I think of this I still feel uneasy. Therefore I have rules under my tutelage. One of the most important rules is that disciples must devote themselves to cultivation. Before they achieve the right results, they must not recklessly involve themselves in the affairs of the mortal world. They must not interfere with the affairs of the mortal world to avoid harming their own lives. Mo Ran thought for a while and said, Shizun can't do that. Yes. Huizue smiled bitterly. That little disciple of mine has the same temperament as my benefactor. He grew up in the temple until he was young, inexperienced and talented. He could have safely cultivated until he ascended. However, when he was in his 20s, he went to the foot of the mountain to collect ores and happened to run into refugees. Shirmei sighed. If that was the case, Shizun definitely wouldn't have stood by and watched. Huizue nodded. Not only did he not stand by and watch, he even left the mountain on his own accord after settling those refugees down and went to the lower cultivation world to investigate. At that time the peak of life and death had just opened, and the lower cultivation world was far more chaotic than it is now. It was needless to say what Chu Wanning could see. After he came back, he told me that he wanted to temporarily end his cultivation and go to the mortal world to treat the injured and the dying. Shirmei asked, Did you agree? No. He was only 15 years old at that time. His nature was pure and his temper was fierce. He was very easy to deceive. How could I allow him to leave the mountain on his own accord? What's more, although his cultivation level was high, his constitution was weak. The world is full of dangers and masters are as common as clouds. As his Shizun I couldn't be at ease. Mo Ran said. But in the end, he still didn't listen to you. Yes. After he listened to me he had a big argument with me. He said that the suffering of the mortal world was right in front of him. So why did Shizun sit high all day and close his eyes and ascend to heaven? Shirmei was shocked. Even if someone else said this to Huizue it would be extremely harsh. Moreover, Chu Wanning was his last disciple so it was simply outrageous. Huizue's expression was indifferent, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Back then, my state of mind was neither empty nor calm. In a fit of anger, I said to my disciple that if you can't judge yourself, how can you judge others? Then what did Shizun say? Shirmei asked. If you don't know how to judge others, how to judge yourself? As soon as he said this, the hall suddenly became silent. Because these words didn't come from Huizue's mouth, but from Mo Ran's soft voice. Hearing him suddenly say Chu Wanning's words back then, Master Huizue looked at the young man in front of him silently with burning eyes. After a long while he sighed deeply. He still teaches you like this? Alas, he really hasn't changed at all. He won't regret it even if he dies 9 times. Huizue had mixed feelings, but Mo Ran wasn't much calmer than him. It should be known that he had always scoffed at Chu Wanning's words, thinking that they were fake and empty words. But now that he said it out loud he felt like his heart was burning and he was suffering. After a long time, Huizue's calm voice sounded again in the Dan Xian Hall. I'm ashamed to say this. That day I was also angry, so I told him that if he stubbornly insisted and stepped out of the temple, I would end our relationship as master and disciple and cut off all ties. He paused, as if the past was stuck in his throat. He wanted to talk about it in detail but he didn't want to. After hesitating for a while, he shook his head. Now you know that Chu Wanning cut off all ties with his master and left. Many years have passed but we have different plans. Although we live together in the world of mortals, we never see each other again. Shirmei said, It's not Shizun's fault. It's not Master's fault either. Huizue said, Who is right and who is wrong, whether it is right or wrong, is not something that can be easily understood. But Chu Wanning and I were master and disciple. When I heard that he died in a bloody battle last night, I couldn't sleep at night thinking of what happened back then. That's why I want to come here and try my best to try my luck, and see if I can save the Grandmaster's life. Bang! The red lacquered door was violently pushed open. Xuemeng stood outside. It was unknown when he arrived, but he had clearly heard the most important words. He had only heard that Master Huizue was here, but he didn't know why the old monk was here. Therefore, he slowly walked over with a jar of Chinese medicine in his arms and drank it. At this time he heard Huizue's words. The utensils in his hands were smashed into pieces, and the hot soup splashed all over his body. But Feng didn't feel the heat. She cried out, "Save? Save? Can Shizun still come back?" He staggered into the room and grabbed Huizue. "Bald donkey, what did you say? Are you kidding?" Shimei hurriedly said, "Young master, he is—" "No. I lost my composure. Xuemeng didn't know that the person in front of him was Chu Wanning's master, but when he thought that this person came to save his master's life, he hurriedly let go of his hand. "Master, as long as you can bring Shizun back. In the future, if you need anything, Xuemeng will go through water and tread on fire, even if it means 10,000 deaths. I only beg you not to hurt me." Huizue said, "Benefactor Shui, you don't have to be like this. This poor monk came in the middle of the night specifically for your master." He turned his face and looked at the moon outside the window. "It's almost time. Since the 3 young benefactors are all here, this poor monk will tell you in detail about the method of rebirth and the difficulties." Shimei said, "Please tell us, master." Xuemeng said anxiously, "What else is there to say? Save him. Save him first." Huizue said, "Benefactor Shui is impatient, but you have to know that if something goes wrong, not only will Benefactor Shui lose his life, but Chu Wanning's soul will also dissipate. When that time comes, he won't be able to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Can you bear to see that?" Xuemeng's face instantly turned red. He clenched his sleeves and slowly loosened them after a while. He said, "Okay, I'll listen to master." Huizue took out 3 plain white silk lanterns from his storage bag. The lanterns were fused with fine golden threads, and in the center, there were complicated spell patterns embroidered with 13 colored threads. They twisted deeply and shallowly, like a spider's web, trying to capture someone's soul. "These are soul-guiding lanterns." Master Huizue gave the 3 silk bags to the 3 youths. "Take these. You have to remember what this poor monk is going to say next." Mo Ran took the lanterns and held them in his hands. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The 3 spiritual souls are the Earth Soul, the Consciousness Soul, and the Human Soul. After death, the 3 spiritual souls will fall into the yellow springs and separate. You all know this, but I guess you don't know where each spiritual soul goes after death. Shimei said, "Please explain, master." The Earth Soul and the Human Soul enter the Netherworld, and the Consciousness Soul remains in the corpse. In the mortal world, the first 7 souls return. In fact, only the Human Soul can reunite with the Consciousness Soul in the world of the living. When the Human Soul returns, it usually has unfulfilled wishes. When its wishes are fulfilled, it will reunite with the Consciousness Soul in the corpse and return to the Netherworld. It will then reunite with the soul embryo and wait for reincarnation. Many people only know half of it and try to find a way to reincarnate, but in the end, only half of the soul is summoned. Naturally, it will dissipate very quickly. In his previous life after Shimei died, Mo Ran also tried to summon the soul. However, as Huizue said, there was only a thin shadow of that person in the moonlight of the white banner. In an instant, it turned into specks of fireflies. Mo Ran muttered, "So it's like that." Huizue said, "Chu Wanning's consciousness soul is still in his corpse. Benefactors, you don't have to worry about it. The important thing is to find his human soul and earth soul." Xuemeng hurriedly asked, "How do we find them?" Huizue said, "Use the spirit guiding lamp. This lamp can only be lit by spiritual power. After you pour your spiritual power into it, take it and walk to the peak of life and death. If Chu Wanning doesn't resist the 3 benefactors, the light of this spirit guiding lamp will illuminate his human soul." Mo Ran heard this and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Then what if Shizun doesn't want to see us? This is the first difficulty. It's also the reason why the more people are willing to find him, the easier it is to succeed. You have to know that if he doesn't have the heart to love the world and has already made up his mind to leave, Huizue said, then the spirit guiding lamp won't be able to illuminate his figure. Therefore, if you want to use the art of rebirth, you have to have the right time, the right place, and the right people. If you go to find him and the dead don't want to return to the mortal world, no one can force it. Mo Ran couldn't help but tighten his grip on the spirit guiding lamp in his hand. Shui Meng anxiously said, Shizun loves us the most. How could he not want to return? Great Master, after we use this spirit guiding lamp to find Shizun's human soul, what should we do? After you find his human soul, you have to go to a place. Where? Shui Meng asked. The underworld, Huizue answered. None of the three had thought that they would actually have to go to the underworld. They couldn't help but be shocked. Shimei softly let out an ah sound. Her beautiful eyes slightly relaxed, and she asked in a low voice, how can a living person go to the underworld? I have my ways. Benefactor need not worry. Huizue calmly looked at him and continued, however, among the three of you, no matter which one of you finds Chu Wanning's human soul first, you have to earnestly hope that he returns to the mortal realm. You have to be willing to beg the heavens for his sake. If your heart isn't firm enough, Chu Wanning's soul will scatter midway and never be able to gather again. Shui Meng said, I owe Shizun a deep debt of gratitude. Even if you want me to go to the underworld to find him, I have nothing to say. Shizun died because of me. Mo Ran looked up and said, I owe him too much. There's nothing to say. Huizue said, good. Then you have to remember this clearly. After Chu Wanning's human soul is found by the first person, even if the others go there, they won't be able to see him again. And the person who finds him needs to make sure that the spirit guiding lamp doesn't go out before dawn, and that it's always shining on his soul. Shui Meng said, what's so difficult about that? It's difficult. Huizue said, after the three souls are separated, each soul will often lose a part of itself. It could be the hearing, the mind, or the memory. In short, if you're unlucky, the Shizun you meet won't listen to you so easily. You have to think of a way to coax him. Shui Meng. Mo Ran's heart tightened. He was very uneasy. Coax him? But what if we say something wrong? It's hard to guess his thoughts when he's human, let alone when he's a ghost. He was originally sincerely worried, but Shui Meng had been at odds with him for a long time. He actually thought that Mo Ran was mocking Chu Wanning, so he glared at him. Then he turned his head and said, what's so difficult about coaxing him? Just remember to not let Shizun leave the vicinity of the spirit guiding lamp. Shimei asked, then what happens after dawn? After dawn, Chu Wanning's human soul will float into the spirit guiding lamp. At that time, this monk will prepare a bamboo raft and wait for the two of you by the bridge. This is the entrance to the ghost realm. The torrential water under the bridge of helplessness just happens to be connected to the yellow springs. The bamboo raft will carry the person who found the remnant soul to the ghost realm. Shui Meng, take the bamboo raft to the ghost realm. Shimei asked, can only one person go? Can't the others help? No, so whoever finds Chu Wanning's human soul will have to enter the ghost realm alone to find his earth soul. If that person gives up halfway or backs out at the last minute, Chu Wanning's human soul will be swallowed by the spirit guiding lamp, and he won't be able to reincarnate. Shui Meng was shocked. He almost immediately turned his head to Mo Ran and said, don't go, I don't trust you. Mo Ran remained silent. He only allowed him to question and didn't argue. Shimei saw this and tried to persuade him. Young master, Mo Ran isn't the kind of person who backs out at the last minute. So what if he isn't? Shui Meng said sternly. He already caused Shizun's death once. Why should I believe that he won't cause Shizun's death a second time? He's the god of calamity. Shimei said softly. The great master is still here. How can you say that? Why can't I say it? Isn't that right? How many times has Shizun been injured because of him? Every time he's around, nothing good will happen. After Shui Meng said this, his eyes turned red again. His lips trembled and he suddenly lost control. He reached out to grab the spirit guiding lamp in Mo Ran's hand. Give me the lamp, don't bring bad luck to Shizun. Give it to me. Shui Meng scolded. Mo Ran didn't talk back. For the first time in his life, he felt that Shui Meng was right. Whether it was in front of the ghost master or at the bottom of the Jincheng Lake, When was Chu Wanning not injured because of him? How many scars on Chu Wanning's body were left because of him? The god of calamity. Yes, he was right. But even so, even if he knew that he had let down Shizun, even if he knew that he wasn't fit to beg Shizun to come back from the Yellow Springs, he still refused to let go of the spirit-guiding lamp in his hand. He stubbornly held on to the pale white lamp and let Xue Meng scold him and tear him apart. The back of his hand was scratched until it bled, but he still lowered his head and didn't move. In the end, Xue Meng breathed heavily and finally let go of him. He said with bloodshot eyes, "Mo Weiyu, how long are you going to hurt him?" Mo Ran didn't look at him. He only lowered his head and looked at the empty lamp in silence. When everyone thought that he wouldn't answer, he suddenly said in a soft voice, "I want to bring him home." His voice was too low. It was suppressed by guilt and shyness, so low. At first, Xue Meng didn't hear it clearly. After a while, he suddenly realized what Mo Ran said. He let out a cold laugh. "You're bringing him home?" Mo Ran closed his eyes. Xue Meng spat out. Every word was torn to pieces between his teeth. "How dare you? Young master. Don't pull me, let go." Xue Meng fiercely pulled his sleeve out of Shimei's hand. His eyes flashed with sadness and hatred. He stared at Mo Ran and said hoarsely, "How are you worthy?" Mo Ran's hand seemed to tremble slightly. His eyelashes drooped even lower. In that moment he suddenly had a strange feeling that Chu Wanning was still alive. Chu Wanning would say in the next moment, "Xue Meng, stop messing around." So, he had been sheltering him from the wind and rain all along. He was the one who accepted it calmly and thought that it was natural. Mo Ran didn't know what to say. He only held the spirit-guiding lamp like he was grasping at the last straw. He lowered his head and repeated, "I want to bring him home." "Is that the only thing you know how to say?" "I think you." "That's enough, Benefactor Xue." Grandmaster Huizue finally couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed and said, "Since Benefactor Mo is so considerate, just let him do it. It won't be too late if something happens to him. Right now, nothing is certain. Benefactor Xue, there's no need to be so overbearing." Xue Meng's expression was gloomy. He wanted to say something, but in the end, for Huizue's sake, he restrained himself. After a moment, he said another sentence. "If something happens to Shizun, I'll definitely kill you and offer you to him." Huizue sighed and said, "Benefactors, let's settle the grudges between you two in the future. There's not much time left. Finding the human soul is more important." Mo Ran said, "Grandmaster, please cast the spell." "The spell on the spirit-guiding lamp has already been cast." Huizue saw that Mo Ran was about to pour spirit into the lamp to light it, so he raised his hand to stop him. "Benefactor, please wait." Xue Meng said anxiously, "Is there anything else?" This humble monk wants to say it again. If someone finds Chu Wanning's human soul, that person will have no way out and will have to go to the underworld. Although this humble monk will cast a protective spell on that person, it's still extremely dangerous for a living person to enter the land of the dead. If you're not careful, you might not survive. Grandmaster Huizue looked meaningfully at the three people's faces. The so-called danger is not just empty talk. Finding Chu Wanning's earthly soul in the underworld might not be difficult. However, it's difficult to go to the underworld alone and face the unknown. If you're lucky, you'll find the earthly soul very quickly. If you're unlucky and an accident happens, you'll die. Shimei asked. "Death is a light punishment. I'm afraid that when the time comes, whether it's Chu Wanning or Benefactor, you'll all be turned into ashes and will never have the chance to reincarnate." Huizue said, "Therefore, if the three benefactors are hesitant, it's better to return this soul lamp to me. In this world, there's no one who has to sacrifice their life for others. It's not shameful to cherish one's life. It's not too late to regret it now." "I don't regret it." Xue Meng was the most hot-blooded of the youths. He immediately said, "Whoever regrets is a grandson." After saying this, he glared fiercely at Mo Ran. However, in the end he didn't understand Mo Ran. This cousin of his was completely different from him. Perhaps it was because he had been humiliated since he was young, but Mo Ran's love and hate had been sharpened into extremely sharp claws. If someone hurt him, he would dig out that person's intestines and stomach. However, if someone treated him well, Even if it was just a little kindness, he would never forget it. Mo Ran glanced at Xue Meng, then looked back at Huizue. I also don't regret it. Huizue nodded, then said, that's good. When we reach the ghost realm, find the earth soul that he left behind as soon as possible. When the human soul and the earth soul merge into one in the lamp, the soul guiding lamp will light up the path to return to Yang. After that, leave the rest to this old monk. He made it sound easy, but everyone who heard him knew that this chain of events was extremely easy to change. It was extremely dangerous, especially when they reached the underworld. If they couldn't find Chu Waning's earth soul, or if the soul lacked intelligence or memory and was unwilling to merge into one, then the people who went to find him would probably die inside. Therefore, before the three of them lit up the soul guiding lamp, Huizue asked them one last time. Once the lamp is lit, there's no turning back. This is not a child's play. This old monk will ask again. Benefactors, do you have any regrets? The three of them answered, no regrets. Good. Huizue slowly cracked a smile. It was half bitter and half gratified. Chu Waning, you're a better teacher than me. He silently recited the incantation, and the soul lamp suddenly flickered twice and lit up. The lanterns in Xue Meng's and Mo Ran's hands almost simultaneously shot out 2 red tongues of flame, dyeing the white silk lantern red. After a while, the lantern in Shi Mei's hands also lit up weakly. The light of the water-based spiritual stream was blue. Go. Huizue said. Success or failure, return or not, all will be seen tonight. If tonight doesn't happen, then Mo Ran thought of all the good things Chu Waning had done to him when he was alive, and his heart ached. He couldn't bear to listen to Huizue's words, so he only said, Master, there's no need to say more. Even if I have to kneel, crawl, or sacrifice my life, I will bring Master back to the human world. As long as he's willing. As long as he's willing to come back with me. The 3 beams of light left the Dan Xian Palace separately. Soon they were swallowed up by the boundless dark night and disappeared. Chapter 104. A wind lantern wandered around the peak of life and death, searching for the returning half of the lonely soul. After the soul guiding lantern lit up, the living could no longer see Mo Ran. He seemed to have become half a ghost. He walked on the limestone steps, walked through the corridors and looked around. Red Lotus Pavilion, Shuangtian Hall, Sanqing Platform. He had walked everywhere, but he could not see his shadow. Mo Ran could not help but think, could it be that Shizun was extremely tired when he was alive, and did not want to see him after he died? This thought made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He walked faster and faster, and his clothes brushed past the weeds. He suddenly saw a person standing at the end of the bridge of helplessness, cold and desolate. His palms were sweating, and his heart was beating like a drum. He anxiously ran toward that person. Shizun, the person who turned around, was a soul that he did not recognize. It was probably one of the disciples who died in the heavenly fissure. Half of his face was covered in blood, and he stared blankly at Mo Ran. I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. Mo Ran stammered and hurriedly walked past him. The soul had lost his mind and could only watch Mo Ran pass by in front of him. He did not do anything. His corpse-white body was frozen in place, like a silkworm that was left behind in the world. Mo Ran could not help but feel even more nervous. If Shizun's soul was like him, becoming a walking corpse, what would happen? Even if he found him, would he be able to guard him until dawn? His heart was filled with thoughts of war, and his footsteps became faster and faster. When he looked up, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly walked to the entrance of the Mengpo lobby. Mo Ran pondered. Shizun was not obsessed with food and drink. After his soul returned, he would not deliberately come to this kitchen. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard a soft sigh from inside the Mengpo lobby. That voice was very thin, but it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in Mo Ran's head. He almost staggered as he broke through the door, trembling as he raised the soul-guiding lantern in his hand. The soul-guiding lantern's light was like the rising sun, warm but faint, and it illuminated the side of a figure in white. His knuckles were deathly white, and his fingernails had almost sunk into his palms. Mo Ran murmured, Shizun. Half of Chu Waning's soul stood alone in the huge kitchen. His figure was a little faint, like an ink mark that had lost its color over time, but it was definitely his appearance. He was wearing the white robe of mist that he wore when he died. The corners of his robe were stained with large clumps of blood. It was extremely mournful, so his skin was extremely pale. It was the color of smoke. It was as if his soul would disappear without a trace if there was a gust of wind. Mo Ran held the lamp and looked at the catoptric deflection in front of him. She wanted to walk faster, afraid that he would leave if she was too late. He wanted to walk slowly, but he was afraid that if he rushed, the dream would shatter. Thousands of thoughts intertwined, but his eyes couldn't help but slightly redden. How much guilt surged into his heart. He only felt that he owed him. Standing near him, he really couldn't show his face. The lantern swayed gently. When he got closer, he saw that he was busy. He seemed a little anxious and clumsy. What was Chu Wanning doing? He came behind him. He originally wanted to help that poor soul, but when he saw the scene in front of him, it was as if he was struck by lightning. After the huge shock dissipated, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth and fiercely bit down on his neck. Mo Ran suddenly took 2 steps back and slowly shook his head, but he couldn't say half a word. At this moment, even if an awl was pierced into his chest and pulled out his heart, it wouldn't hurt more, along with his blood vessels and crushed flesh. He saw that Chu Wanning's hands, the hands that had dragged him up more than 3,000 steps before his death, were already bleeding profusely. They were slowly rubbing the table. On the table there were flour, seasonings, and meat. Next to him there was a pot of boiling water. The water had already boiled. Chu Wanning, this idiot, didn't know to extinguish the fire a little weaker. The dense mist of water soaked everything around him very blurred. Or perhaps it wasn't the steam that blurred the eyes of the spectators, but Mo Ran's own eyes that were wet. Chu Wanning's soul was slowly pinching the skin of the handkerchief. He originally had a pair of extremely nimble hands. Divine weapons and sharp weapons were moved under his slender fingers, and a 10,000 feet barrier was formed between his palms. But now his hands were broken and slightly trembling. He was carefully wrapping round handkerchief after handkerchief. Mo Ran suddenly raised his arm and rubbed his red eyes, but he still couldn't say a word. Chu Wanning's back was facing him. He seemed to have finally remembered that the water in the pot had been boiling for too long. He was afraid that if he didn't do anything it would dry up, so he looked for the pot again. He rubbed it. Yes, he rubbed it. Mo Ran finally regained his senses from the pain that could drown him. He quickly walked over to his master's side. He saw it clearly. After the 3 souls were separated, each of them would lose something. It could be memories, intelligence, flesh, blood, and bones. And this soul that returned from the netherworld lost a part of its perception. Chu Wanning, who returned from the netherworld, had blurred vision. His hearing didn't seem to be that good either. When he knocked something he couldn't even tell where it landed. But even so, he still tried his best to make this ordinary bowl of wanshu. It was as if this was what he liked to do the most when he was alive. He could find a moment of gentleness in this blurry water vapor. Mo Ran looked at him and only felt that his heart was breaking. He only felt that the world was spinning. For a moment he couldn't think. He just stood there and looked at everything in front of him. Clang. Because the soul with blurred vision couldn't see clearly, he accidentally dropped the salt jar in the Mingpa lobby. Chu Wanning seemed to be shocked. He silently retracted his hand. His face that was stained with mottled blood revealed an uneasy expression. What do you want to take? A hoarse voice sounded beside him. It was almost choked with sobs. It was extremely guilty and heartbroken. I'll help you, okay? Chu Wanning was slightly surprised. But perhaps because his soul was incomplete, his emotions weren't too shaken. He quickly calmed down. Mo Ran, however, spoke with difficulty. He was almost begging. Shizun, let me help you, okay? The water in the pot was boiling. The dead in the kitchen was warm and lively, but the living were sad and silent. After a long time he finally heard Chu Wanning's familiar voice. It was slow and steady. You're here. Yes. It's good that you're here. Wait for a while. When the handkerchief is done cooking, bring it to Mo Ran. Oh? Mo Ran was startled. He didn't understand what Chu Wanning was saying. He saw Chu Wanning caressing the plump, snow-white dragon hands one by one into the pot. Her face lost its fierceness amidst the steam, appearing exceptionally gentle. Then he said, I punished him so heavily yesterday. He should hate me now. I heard from Shuemeng that he refused to eat. When you bring it to him, don't tell him that I made it. If he knows, I'm afraid he won't eat it. Emo Ran's mind was in chaos. It was as if a secret that had been dormant for half his life was about to break out. Shizun. Chu Wanning smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I was too harsh on him. However, he had to change his habit of doing whatever he wanted to do. Forget it, I won't say anymore. Help me find a bowl, one that's thicker. It's cold outside. Bring it over so it won't be cold. Breaking through the soil, breaking through the soil. As if he heard a slight shattering sound in his mind, a certain memory finally broke through the shell with its sharp teeth and claws. It screamed and pounced on Emo Ran like a ghost. In a flash, the sky darkened. Handkerchief. Shirmei. Shizun. That was the first time he ate handkerchief made by Shirmei. That day, he was punished by Chu Wanning because he mistakenly broke the famous flower that Madame Wang had planted. Heaven's inquisition had beaten him until his flesh was lacerated. His heart was like dead ashes. He lay on the bed and refused to get up. He only thought about how he had picked the flower to give to his Shizun. Instead, he was mercilessly whipped. He felt that he must have been blind to fall in love with Chu Wanning. He must have been blinded by lard to feel that Chu Wanning was gentle, and that Chu Wanning cared about him. It was also that day that Shirmei came to his room with a bowl of steaming red oil handkerchief. His gentle voice, warm tone and heartwarming dragon handkerchief caused his disappointment in his Shizun to turn into a good impression of Shirmei. But who knew? That strand of soul stood by his side. Every dead person's soul was different when they returned. Some, like Luo Xianxian, returned to see the story that they did not know after death. Others, like the person by the bridge of helplessness, had no attachments and only wanted to return to the place where they had lived before. This strand of soul, Chu Wanning, had lost his eyes. He could not distinguish the voices of the people around him. He did not even know what time it was. He returned to the mortal world probably because he felt that he had done something wrong and regretted it. He wanted to make amends. Thus, Chu Wanning finally made a decision that was different from when he was alive. He scooped it up with both hands and put it in a bowl. Green shredded onions, creamy soup, and red oil toppings. He passed the bowl to Shirmei, but suddenly stopped at the end. In the end, I treated him too harshly. Chu Wanning muttered. There was a moment of silence. Forget it. I don't want you to send it to him. I'll go see him myself and apologize to him. Emo Ran stared blankly. His face was as pale as his soul. He originally thought that his master was too cold as steel, causing his heart to freeze into ice. But who would have thought that his master was so good to him? The regret that he could not let go of in the mortal world was actually himself. Apologized to him again. The ice melted, turned into water, turned into an ocean. Emo Ran slowly raised his hands and buried his face in his palms. His shoulders trembled slightly. Heart as hard as steel? Heart as hard as steel? It's not like that. Emo Ran's throat choked and then he cried. He knelt down. He knelt in front of the remnant soul that could not see him. The soul guiding lamp was by his feet. He stammered intermittently. He was so hoarse that he almost cried blood. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore and wailed. He knelt in front of Chu Wanning. It's not like that. He lowered himself into the dust. He grabbed Chu Wanning's bloodstained clothes. If Junfei's heart is as cold as steel, I can't be a stubborn stone. It's just that I made a mistake in the past and wronged Junfei so many times. Just, Master. He was sorrowful. He curled up. I've let you down. I beg you to come back with me. Master. I beg you to come back with me. I was wrong. It's my fault. I don't blame you. I don't hate you. It's my fault for always making you angry. If you hit me or scold me in the future, I won't fight back. Master, as long as you come back, I'll listen to you. I'll respect you, love you, treat you well. But Chu Wanning's clothes were so ethereal that it seemed like they would break at any moment. Emo Ran hated that he could not cut open his chest and give him his heart, as long as he could hear his heartbeat again. He hated that he could not run out of blood and run into his veins, as long as he could see color on his face. He hated that he could not do anything to make up for his mistakes. Master. He finally choked on his sobs. Let's start all over again, okay? In front of Tongtian Tower under the begonia tree, the gentle grandmaster raised her head. Her phoenix eyes widened slightly. The cicadas on the branches chirped a few times. The youth in front of her was laughing. Master Immortal, I've been looking at you for a long time. You've ignored me. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. 2 lifetimes. It was all in the past. He was truly shameless and ambitious, yet he still had to say this sentence. Master, let's start all over again. Was that okay? I beg you, please pay attention to me, okay? Chapter 105. The lanterns were bright, illuminating a pair of people. At this moment, they were no longer in the Mengpa lobby. Chu Wanning had already arrived at Mo Ran's bedroom. He couldn't see the way clearly, so Mo Ran pulled his hand and led him. Chu Wanning had already lost his 2 souls, so he didn't know what time it was. He also didn't know who was holding his hand, so he was in a daze. Mo Ran brought him into the room, wiped the tears from his face and closed the door. Chu Wanning put down the bowl of wontons. He groped his way to the head of the bed and softly asked, "Is Mo Ran still asleep?" Seeing no response, Chu Wanning assumed that Mo Ran was indeed still asleep. He sighed, seeming somewhat disappointed. Mo Ran couldn't bear it, but he was also afraid that he would leave again, so he sat by the bed and said, "Shizun, I'm awake." Hearing him call out to him, Chu Wanning's eyebrows moved slightly. Then he made a sound of N. He hesitated and didn't say anything else. Mo Ran knew that he was thin-skinned. If he felt that Shirmei was present, he would probably leave again after a few words. So he picked up a hairpin from the table and hit it on the door, making the sound of Shirmei closing the door and leaving. Then he said, "Why is Shizun here? Who brought you here?" Sure enough, in his half-soul state, Chu Wanning was much easier to deceive than usual. He stared blankly for a moment, then said, "Shi Mingjing brought me here. Has he left?" "He left." And after a moment of silence, Chu Wanning finally said, "The injury on your back?" "The injury on my back is not Shizun's fault," Mo Ran said softly. "It's my fault for breaking precious herbs. Shizun should punish me." Not expecting him to say this, Chu Wanning was slightly stunned. Then his soft eyelashes fluttered and he sighed. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Chu Wanning raised his hand, his ice-cold fingertips groping Mo Ran's face. After a while he said, "I'm sorry. Please don't bear grudges against Shizun." Back then it was impossible for him to say such soft words. However, after his death, his soul drifted in the netherworld. Looking back on the past, he only felt that he had no regrets. The only thing he felt was that he was too heartless to his disciple. Therefore, now that he had a chance to see the old scene again, the words that he couldn't say because of his pride were naturally spoken out. Mo Ran felt as if warm spring water had flowed through his heart. The hatred that had remained since his rebirth, the old wounds, and the unwillingness to accept his fate had already been crushed into fine powder. At this moment, they were washed away by this sincere apology, leaving nothing behind. In the soul-guiding light, he gazed at his master's face. The bloodstains seemed to have disappeared, and his pale face seemed to have regained its vitality. He seemed to be able to see the gentle face of Chu Wanning when he first met her in his life through that period of time that would never return. Mo Ran couldn't help but raise his hand. His warm hand covered his ice-cold hand. "I don't hate you," he said. "Shizun, you've been good to me. I don't hate you." Chu Wanning was lost in thought for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled. Even if he was a dead person, even if his face was mottled with dirt, his smile was still like an ice spring that had just melted, filling the room with spring. His eyes were closed, but there seemed to be pearls shining brightly between his eyelashes. It was an extremely brilliant smile of someone who had put down their long-cherished wish after death. Proud but not overbearing, beautiful but not seductive. It was like the most luxuriant begonia that had bloomed. The branches and treetops were solemnly and cautiously adorned with tens of thousands of gentle, thin flowers, bright and fragrant, like stars that covered the leaves. Mo Ran couldn't help but stare blankly. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he saw such a relaxed and bright expression on Chu Wanning's face. Mo Ran clumsily thought. Suddenly he thought of smiling like a flower, but felt that it was inappropriate. Then he thought of charming 100 people with a smile, and felt that it was even more ridiculous. In the end, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a single word to describe this beautiful scene. He only knew how to repeatedly sigh. Beautiful. Such a beautiful person, why didn't he notice it before? As if he had a stroke of luck, Mo Ran suddenly said softly, Shizun, there's something I want to tell you. Madame Wang's begonia, I didn't know it was so precious. When I picked it that day, I wanted to give it to you. Chu Wanning seemed to be a little surprised. Mo Ran's voice softened. He was a little embarrassed and even a little helpless as he repeated, It's for you. Why did you pick a flower for me? Mo Ran couldn't help but blush. I don't know. I just thought it was pretty. He didn't say anything else, but he was faintly surprised. So, he actually still remembered how he felt when he picked a flower for Chu Wanning all those years ago? Chu Wanning, who had lost the other 2 souls, was really gentle. He was like a cat that had lost its nails, leaving only a tame, thin and soft belly, and a full, round, snowy paw print. He rubbed Mo Ran's head and smiled. You're really silly. Mo Ran's eyes suddenly became hot. He looked up at him and sniffed. Really silly. Don't do it again next time. I won't do it again next time. Mo Ran thought about it. He recalled how after he gave up on himself in his previous life, he committed crimes everywhere. He bullied people and took advantage of women. He made Chu Wanning very angry. In the end, his Shizun was disheartened. He threw him a sentence that he hated for the rest of his life. Bad character, hard to improve. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He said, Shizun, I promise you I won't disappoint you again in the future. I want to do the good, not the bad. He didn't read much, so he couldn't say too many powerful promises. However, he felt a surge of blood in his chest. The soul that used to be simple and pure when he was young seemed to have finally awakened from its deep sleep. Shizun, your disciple is stupid. I didn't know you were good to me until today. He climbed up from the bed, knelt in front of Chu Wanning and kowtowed. When he raised his head again, the young man's eyebrows were solemn and solemn. From now on, Mo Ran won't teach you how to embarrass yourself. The master and disciple talked for a long time, but most of the time it was Mo Ran who did the talking. When he wanted to feel sorry for someone, he was actually very cute. Chu Wanning listened quietly. From time to time he would shake his head and smile. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window gradually turned white, as if the thick huizhou ink was being diluted. The night was coming to an end. Master Huizhou stood by the stone bridge. The rapid flow of the river wet the hem of his monk robe, but he didn't feel it at all. He just waited in silence. A rising sun slowly rose from the east. Rays of light pierced through the forest and the leaves, shining on the flowing water of the yellow spring. In an instant the river turned golden. The waves were like the fine scales of a flood dragon. Where the waves rolled, they shone brilliantly, overflowing with colorful light. At this time he was already in the realm of nothingness. Only those who found Chu Wanning's remnant soul could see him. Shimei and Xuemeng had already been here, but they didn't see the old monk by the river. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but the prayer beads in his hand kept moving faster and faster. Whoosh! Suddenly, the prayer beads that had been coiled around countless times scattered. The star and moon Bodhi fell like rain, scattering all over the ground. Huizhou suddenly opened his eyes, pursed his lips and turned pale. Such an ominous sign. He rubbed the broken string of the prayer beads with both hands, watching the beads in the river splash onto the shore, and the beads on the shore roll into the river. For a long time he was lost in thought, and his face gradually turned pale. Master! Suddenly someone called out to him. Master! It was a joyous and enthusiastic voice. Huizhou immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Mo Ran running from afar, carrying a soul-guiding lantern with a mixture of golden and red light. The first rays of the morning sun were dazzling, but this young man's eyes were brighter than the sun, shining like crystals. He ran in front of Huizhou. His cheeks were slightly red, and he was slightly panting, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. Found him. Mo Ran brushed away the stray hair on his forehead and held the lantern that carried Chu Wanning's soul tightly in his arms. He didn't refuse to see me. He's here. As he spoke, He pointed at the lantern in his arms. He seemed to be reluctant to part with it. After a moment of hesitation, he wanted to pass the lantern to Huizue, but after a few inches, he withdrew his hand. Huizue let out a slight sigh of relief. He looked at him from head to toe, and said amusedly, "Since you found him, you can hold him. You don't have to give him to me." Mo Ran continued to hold him carefully. Huizue picked up the on-staff leaning against the tree, and gently tapped it into the river. A green bamboo raft with a white line at the tip appeared out of thin air on the shore. "There's no time to lose, please get on the boat." The spring water at the peak of life and death was connected to the ghost world. This was a well-known fact, but because there was a barrier, it wasn't possible to successfully reach the netherworld by following the river. Master Huizue's bamboo raft had a spell cast on it, so it could communicate with yin and yang, so the boat could travel 1,000 miles. Mo Ran sat on it alone, and in less than half a day, they arrived in front of a waterfall. The Yellow Spring Waterfall. This waterfall faced the world above, and connected to the netherworld below. It was boundless, vast and boundless. A curtain of beads flew down, and the water mist splashed as thin smoke. Before Mo Ran could take a closer look, the bamboo raft carried him straight into the curtain of water, which was as huge as a prehistoric giant beast. Before he could react, in an instant, the strong water column was like countless sharp knives, as if it wanted to tear a living person's flesh and blood apart. It pierced through. Shizun. In the midst of danger, Mo Ran only cared about the soul-guiding lantern in his arms. He held the lantern tightly in his arms, and no matter how the whirlpool spun, the sky turned dark, he didn't let go. After an unknown amount of time, the deafening sound of the waterfall suddenly disappeared. The torrential rain also suddenly stopped. Mo Ran slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that the soul-guiding lantern was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. When he looked up, he was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. The waterfall that traversed the two realms of yin and yang was gone. A bamboo raft drifted on the vast and quiet lake. The lake was dark blue, and bits of starlight flowed through it. Countless weak souls were like schools of fish, swimming back and forth in it. Reeds grew on both sides of the lake, and the hazy splendor of reed flowers drifted everywhere. On the left and right, in the depths of the reeds, there was a man and a woman singing dreamily. They seemed to be sorrowful but also seemed to be peaceful. My body entered the abyss of thunder, and my limbs turned into mud paste. My head fell into the vast universe, and my eyes were dried up and crushed into dust. Eat my heart, and the red ants are brilliant. Peck at my stomach, and the vultures are boundless. Only the souls come and go. Only the souls come and go. The yellow spring water flowed to the east, and everything in front of him couldn't be chased. Mo Ran drifted on the bamboo raft for a long time. Suddenly, a towering archway appeared in the heavy night sky. As he got closer, he saw that the decorated archway was huge beyond compare, grand and magnificent. But the small details were of uncanny workmanship, flying gold and moving colors. It was like an evil beast covered in beads, gold, stone, and jade. It was brilliant, but it was sinister and treacherous. It squatted in the dark night and opened its stinking bloody mouth, waiting for the countless wandering souls to be sent into its stomach. When he got closer, he saw the ferocious turret, like fangs piercing through the sun. The beast's head was majestic, as if it was listening to the grievances of the world. He got closer. Chu Wanning's remnant soul seemed to feel uneasy. The golden light in the lantern flickered slightly. "It's okay." Mo Ran felt his uneasiness. He hugged the lantern and put his lips close to the paper. He comforted him softly, and sent more of his spiritual power to accompany him. "Shizun, don't be afraid. I'm here." The lantern flickered. After a while it returned to silence. Mo Ran lowered his thick eyelashes and glanced into the lantern. He couldn't help but smile. He reached out and touched the edge of the lantern, and then hugged it even tighter. In the dark night, the three big words "Gate of Hell" entered the lantern. They were bright and dazzling, as if they had just been dipped in the blood of a living person. The bamboo raft reached the shore. Mo Ran stepped on the road to the underworld where even the soil was suffused with the smell of blood. He walked forward. There were more and more people around him. Men and women, old and young. There were also corpse babies who died shortly after birth. They were all crying and wailing. They all floated into the depths of the underworld. No matter if they were emperors or generals in life, they were rich and glorious, or they were commoners, they were penniless. No matter how much money they had, they would be buried with them. This time at this place, this road, they could only brace themselves to finish it alone. Ran followed the bustling flow of souls, and came to the entrance of the world of spirits and souls. There was a person sitting there, shaking a cattail leaf fan in his hand. He looked like a soldier. When he died, his stomach was cut open so his intestines flowed out from time to time. The gatekeeper impatiently stabbed his own intestines back in with the handle of the fan. He looked up and lazily questioned the newly dead ghost. "What's your name?" "Sun Erwu." "How did you die?" "Me, I died of old age." The gatekeeper took a big stamp and casually stamped, "Died of old age," on the photo sticker of the world of spirits and souls. He handed it to Sun Erwu. "Don't lose the tag. If you lose it, you have to go to the 17th palace to get a new one. Let's go." Next. Sun Erwu was very nervous. Probably every person who had just died, no matter how brave and knowledgeable he was in life, would be nervous. Then, am I going to be put on trial? I'm a good person. Even a chicken was not stupid when I was alive. I wonder if the fragrant blind cup can steal a good pregnancy. At least give me money to get a wife. The old man nagged endlessly. He was anxious. The gatekeeper's ears were sore from hearing so much. He waved his hand and said, "Trial? It's not sunrise yet. There are so many souls in the world of spirits and souls. You have to wait for 8 to 10 years to be reincarnated. When it's not your turn, you can stay in the world of spirits and souls. It's not much different from the world of the living. When it's your turn, you can go and tell the judge whether you killed a chicken or married a wife in life." Next. Sun Erwu was stunned. He stuttered and said in his native accent, 8 to 10 years? Ran, who was queuing not far away, was also very surprised when he heard this. "What? I have to wait so long before I can be judged and reincarnated?" "Of course, but if it's a soul that has committed a heinous crime or is not in the right place, then it's another matter." When the gatekeeper heard this, he smiled maliciously. When he smiled, his intestines flowed out again. He stuffed it back in again. Those who enter the 18 levels of purgatory never need to wait for long. Ran, Sun Erwu, this idiot wanted to ask more, but the gatekeeper's patience seemed to have run out. He kept waving his hand and said, "Go, go, go, souls, go. Everyone is rushing to be reincarnated. Don't block the way. Next, next." Sun Erwu was swatted away by his palm leaf fan. The next person was a young woman. Her face was powdered, but she was still beautiful. When she opened her mouth, her eyes revealed a kind of composure and flirtatiousness unique to the trade. She said softly, "Official, this little one is called Golden Flower. I was beaten to death by a bully. Every ghost has its own way of dying, and every ghost has its own thoughts. The chaotic images of all living beings were all settled here. There was nothing more lively and chaotic than this." But Ran only hugged the lamp in his arms tightly. He owed his master. He didn't care about anything else. He only wanted to find the remaining soul of his master. "Name?" The gatekeeper yawned and looked at Ran. Ran was about to speak, but the gatekeeper suddenly shivered. He seemed to feel that something was wrong with this person. He suddenly stood up and stared at his face. Ran knew that something was wrong. Not to mention that he was a person who had died once. He didn't know whether his soul was strange or not. Even if it wasn't, he was holding another person's remnant soul. It was worth questioning. But there was no second entrance to the ghost realm. This was destined to be unavoidable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and look at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper narrowed his eyes. Ran pretended to be calm and introduced himself. "Ran." The gatekeeper didn't say anything. Ran's heart was beating like a drum, but his face was calm. "I suffered from Qigong deviation while cultivating and died just like that. Official, please send me a self-portrait." Chapter 106. Died from Qigong deviation? The guard repeated his words slowly, then snorted, "You're a Taoist?" "Yes. A Taoist coming here at such a young age. You're being wrongly accused." The guard put on a fake smile. There were many people in the mortal world who were not intelligent and could not form good karma. When they mocked Taoists, it was as if the grapes were sour because they could not eat them. I think there's something wrong with your soul. It's not pure. Master Huizue had placed a spell on Mo Ran's body, so that he could hide his aura and interact with spirits. That was why the guard could not see through him. However, he still felt uncomfortable, so he sat down and crossed his legs. He took out a black ruler from the drawer. The ruler of measure of guilt, he said proudly. Although he did not know why he was so proud, since the ruler was not his, the lower the rank of an official, the more he liked to show off. The guard slammed the ruler on the table and stared at Mo Ran. Give me your hand. Let me test your karma in the mortal world. Mo Ran was speechless. My karma in the mortal world? Would he be directly sent to the great god Yen Luo and crushed into pieces after the test? However, he had nowhere to run in front of so many people. He could only sigh. He held the lamp in one hand and extended the other. The guard pressed the ruler against his pulse. Almost as soon as he touched it, the ruler of measure of guilt shrieked. Blood flowed out of the black ruler, accompanied by the cries of thousands of people. I can't die in peace. Mo Weiyu, you'll never be reincarnated. Father. Mother. You bastard, why? Why? Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Mo Ran pulled his hand back. His face was as white as a sheet. The group of ghosts looked at him. The guard's gaze was especially obscure. He stared at Mo Ran like a tiger. After a while, he lowered his head to look at the ruler. The red light on the ruler disappeared. The blood seemed to have flowed to somewhere else. The table was clean. Only a line of words appeared on the ruler's body. Unpardonable crime escorted to which level of hell? Because Mo Ran didn't wait for the ruler of measure to finish measuring before he stopped. It wasn't finished yet. The guard suddenly grabbed his arm and stared at him fiercely and viciously. He was like a hunter who had finally caught a rare bird after being bored for a long time. His nostrils flared and his eyes flashed with a strange light. More than half of his intestines had spilled out, but this time he didn't even bother to stuff them back in. Don't move. Test me again. He was impatient and greedy, almost like he was asking for credit from the king of hell. His ghost claw gripped Mo Ran's wrist and pulled him over. He then stabbed the ruler of guilt into Mo Ran's flesh like a madman. If he could capture a ghost that could descend to the 18th level of hell, it would be a great contribution. He would be able to rise by at least 3 levels, and would no longer need to stand at the city gate and record every single strand of soul that came and went. Test. Do it properly. The convicting ruler lit up again. Blood still flowed and cries filled the air. The people Mo Ran had killed, the sins he had committed, seemed to be squeezed into this small black ruler. The soaring resentment almost broke the ruler. So hateful. Mo Weiyu, I won't let you go even if I die. Mo Ran's expression became more and more unsightly. He lowered his eyes and pursed his lips. It was unknown what color was in his eyes. You have no conscience. You've turned the human world into purgatory. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ah! They cried, howled, cursed, and resented. Suddenly, a weak sigh could be heard among all the voices. I'm sorry, Mo Ran. It's Master's fault. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes. They were filled with grief. He heard the voice of his previous life's Chu Wanning. It was so soft, so sorrowful, but it was like a sharp knife piercing into his skull, almost splitting his soul. The voices gradually weakened, and the ruler of condemnation returned to normal. A line of small words appeared on it again. Unpardonable crime escorted to. This time Mo Ran didn't move his hand away, but the line of words still wasn't finished. The guard was stunned. He patted the black ruler. Is it broken? Unexpectedly, the black ruler trembled slightly. After a while, the line of words disappeared on its own. A thin strand of fairy energy floated on the surface of the ruler, shining brightly. This time there was no crying coming from the ruler. Instead, it was like 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The delicate sound entered the clouds, as if the music of the 9 heavens had descended to the underworld. All the demons seemed to be intoxicated. Even the guard couldn't help but be entranced. When the fairy music stopped, The guard suddenly came back to his senses. When he looked again, the ruler of condemnation had written 6 large words. Ordinary soul, doable. The guard cried out, "That's impossible. Wasn't it unpardonable crime just now? How come it's an ordinary soul?" He couldn't accept it. He took the ruler to measure it many times, but the result was the same every time. First it was a scream, then it was a good song. In the end, without exception, it was written that it was an ordinary soul, doable. The guard was extremely disappointed. He had no reason to stop an ordinary soul from entering the underworld. He began to fiercely stuff his intestines again. As he did so, he said, "Hey, I think you really did die of Qigong deviation." Mo Ran was also quite surprised. He didn't know why. He thought for a while and guessed that it was probably Master Huizue's talisman that confused the ruler. He was slightly relieved. "Get lost. Take the body identification sticker. You've wasted my time. Hurry up and get lost." Mo Ran couldn't ask for more. Just as he was about to leave with the soul-guiding lamp, the guard's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted loudly to stop him. "Stop!" Mo Ran's heart was beating fast, but his face was still calm. He said helplessly, "What's wrong?" The guard raised his chin. "What are you holding in your arms?" "Oh, this?" Mo Ran rubbed the soul lamp. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. He smiled and said, "It's my burial gift." "Burial gift?" "Yes, it's an artifact." "Heh, interesting." The guard pointed at the table, his eyes flashing. "Put your burial gift here and measure it again. I'm afraid your artifact has confused the ruler of measuring sins." Mo Ran had already cursed this bastard in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only put down the soul lamp and anxiously extend his wrist again. The guard seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He couldn't wait to press the ruler again. The result was the same. The same 6 words were clearly written. Ordinary soul, doable. Not to mention the guard, even Mo Ran didn't know what to do. But after this test, the guard finally gave up completely. He was too lazy to wave his hand and let him in. Mo Ran didn't dare to stay for long. He carried the soul lamp and walked through the long corridor. The light changed when he reached the end. The world of spirits and souls opened up in front of him. This was the first layer of hell. At first glance he couldn't see the end. The sky was scarlet, like a burning sunset. Strange vines and strange trees rose from the ground. Rugged roof tiles were near, and palaces were in the distance. At the entrance was a huge rock that reached the sky. On it was written, "Your skin returns to the dust, your soul returns to Nank Village." Beside it stood a majestic red-painted archway. The words, "Nank Village," were painted with golden water. Everyone was as tall as an adult male. So the first layer of hell was called Nank Village. If there was nothing wrong with the dead, they would temporarily stay here for 8 to 10 years, waiting for the judge to summon them. Then they would go to the second layer for judgment. Mo Ran carried the soul lamp and looked around as he walked. At first glance, the layout was not much different from the human world. There were streets, houses, and houses. There were a total of 18 streets, 9 horizontal and 9 vertical. Ghost men, ghost women, and ghost children walked around laughing and crying. It was like a group of demons dancing, 100 ghosts walking in the night. In the east, a woman who had just passed away was sobbing, "What should I do? What should I do?" It said that a woman who remarries will be cut in half. Her head and legs will belong to the 2 dead men. Is this true? Who can tell me if this is true? Beside her, there was also a girl with messy hair who was wiping her tears. If I didn't want to be a member of the secret door, I really couldn't afford to live. Before I died, I went to the local temple to donate a threshold. I wanted to be stepped on by thousands and thousands of people to atone for my sins. But the village chief insisted that I had to pay him 400 taels of gold before he would allow me to change the threshold. If I had that much money, why would I bother to be a prostitute? In the West, there was also a man counting, 401 days, 402 days, 403 days. We agreed that if I left, she would leave. We would die together for love. How come I've been here for 404 days and she still hasn't come down with me? She's so weak. Could it be that she lost her way on the road to the Yellow Springs? If she really lost her way, what should I do? The newly dead ghosts gathered in groups of 3 to 5 at the entrance of Nank village. They were still unwilling to give up and were pacing back and forth. But further ahead, they were all old ghosts who had already regained their soul and accepted their fate. They were much calmer and more composed. Some of them had their own business and were spending their days in poverty. They endured the long wait for the judgment. When they reached the 3rd street, they could see the bustling streets. In the end, they were all ghosts who had not broken their flesh and bones. Before drinking Mengpo's soup, they were still unable to distinguish between human and ghost. In life, they were from the pear garden and were still performing acrobatics on the streets. In life, they were embroiderers. In death, they were still weaving clothes from the clouds of hell. The butchers did not dare to kill anymore, but they could still make a living by sharpening knives and cutting scissors. The sounds of hawking and cheering rose and fell one after another. It was bustling with activity. Mo Ran walked in front of a ghost who was selling calligraphy and paintings. That ghost probably did not sell a single painting in his life and starved to death. Because of this, his face was yellow and emaciated. His cheekbones were high and his ribs were sunken. Seeing someone sitting in front of his stall, the thin scholar raised his dim eyes. His expression was fervent. "Young master, do you want to buy a painting? I want you to draw a portrait for me." The scholar seemed to be somewhat regretful. Compared to landscape, a portrait always lacks artistic conception. "Look at this painting of Mount Tai," Mo Ran said. "I don't like landscape paintings. I'll have to trouble you to draw a portrait for me." "You don't like landscape?" The scholar looked at him and was not very happy. Benevolent people like mountains, wise people like water. Young master is young. It's time for you to cultivate your mind and smell more of the fragrance of painting. Originally, I was reluctant to sell this painting of Mount Tai, but since you came to my stall to ask, I think you're not completely without wisdom. How about this? I'll give you a cheaper price. I want to draw a portrait. The scholar. The two of them looked at each other. The scholar was not his opponent. After a while he was scared. But after being scared he was quite angry. There seemed to be some anger on his ghost face. "I don't draw people. If I want to draw, I'll pay 10 times the price." Mo Ran said, "You also need money in the ghost world? Family and friends always send paper money." The scholar said coldly, "Money can make ghosts turn millstones. Although I don't like to be stained with the smell of money, a gentleman loves money and takes it in a proper way. You and I are neither relatives nor friends, and we don't know each other. Why should I trouble you for no reason?" He talked a lot, but Mo Ran, who did not study much, was troubled. He frowned and said, "I just came, no one is burning money for me." The scholar said, "I'm not selling without money." Mo Ran thought for a while and came up with an idea. He pointed to the painting of Mount Tai and said, "Fine, I won't sell it. But I have nothing to do. Can I listen to you talk about this painting?" The scholar was stunned, and his anger turned to joy. "You want to listen to this?" Mo Ran nodded. "I don't have to pay to listen to you talk about knowledge, right?" "No need." The scholar was very proud, and there was a funny and pitiful light on his face. Knowledge is not about money, money is dirty. The affairs of a scholar should not be tainted with that kind of vulgarity. Mo Ran nodded again, and thought that he now knew why the little bookworm starved to death. Although he found it funny, he could not bear to see it. It was a pity that he did not have enough money, otherwise he would have given him some money. The scholar excitedly took the framed painting from the shelf and set it up. He cleared his throat, which did not need to be cleared, and said nervously and proudly, "Then I'll begin." Seeing that the little bookworm had taken the bait, Mo Ran smiled and said, "Please enlighten me." Chapter 107. Once the scholar started talking, it lasted for 4 hours. Mo Ran listened until he was dizzy and almost fell asleep, but he still had to pretend that he was very interested. It was really hard for him to do so. Mo Ran was quite good at pretending to listen. At first he would say "oh," and then frown. He seemed to be puzzled and doubtful. After the other party had talked for a while, he would say "oh," and the space between his eyebrows would relax slightly, as if he had gained some enlightenment and gradually understood. Lastly, he had to remember to open his eyes wide with a burning gaze and say "oh." He had to let the speaker understand that he had been enlightened and enlightened by his teachings. He didn't skimp on the 3-0 in Chu Wanning's class. Unfortunately, Chu Wanning did not buy it. He always looked at him coldly and told him to shut up. However, the little bookworm had never been treated like this before. Towards the end of his speech, his eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. It was as if he regretted not having met Mo Ran earlier. There was no trace of his previous arrogance. I understand. Mo Ran smiled and said, after listening to you and looking at this landscape painting, I realized how precious this painting is. It's priceless. If the little bookworm was still alive, he would have been blushing. But now, other than blushing, he was just as excited. He was so happy that he did not know where to put his hands and feet. He just smiled like a child, his thin face full of light. It was the first time Mo Ran saw someone so happy as a ghost. When it was about time, he got up and bowed to the scholar. It's getting late. I'll look around and find a place to stay. If you're free tomorrow, I'll look for you again. The scholar was surprised to be called sir. He was happy, half scared and half happy. No, I don't deserve to be called sir. I've tried so many times, but I couldn't even pass the county level. I sigh. Mo Ran smiled. The quality of a scholar is not determined by wealth, but by the heart. The scholar was shocked. You can actually say such a thing? That's what my teacher said. It's just picking up from others. The scholar said, picking up from others. Really? Ha ha ha. Mo Ran laughed and scratched his head. I got it wrong again. The scholar saw that it was getting late and thought that no one would come to ask about the painting today. So he packed up his basket and said, I have nothing to do and it's rare to meet someone I can talk to. Although the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, it is also important to drink with a bosom friend. Seeing that he was about to throw away his bag again, Mo Ran smiled and cut him off. Are you trying to say that it's getting late? Why don't we find a place to have a drink? Yes, let's drink a little, okay? Okay. Mo Ran nodded. Sir, please pay. The scholar was speechless. On the greasy little table, there was a plate of peanuts, a dozen or so pieces, and 2 small glasses of wine, cramped and half full. Only one candle was lit in the tavern, burning miserably. The owner with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was wiping a chipped bowl behind the counter. This place is a little shabby. The scholar looked a little uneasy. But I haven't received any paper money. I've only been to a few shops. This one is passable. It's pretty good. Mo Ran picked up the wine glass and looked carefully. Ghosts eat? It's all fake, the same as offering. The scholar took a bite of the peanuts, but the peanuts did not disappear. He said, look, just like this. Taste it. Mo Ran calmly put down the wine cup. He was not a dead man. He would reveal his identity if he ate. After drinking for 30 minutes, the scholar's depressed mood seemed to have improved. He chatted with Mo Ran for a while and asked, Young Master Mo, you asked me to draw a figure for you. Is it someone you like? Mo Ran hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's my Shizun. Aha! The scholar was stunned. I've been setting up a stall in the netherworld for many years. I've seen people come to ask for a portrait of a beauty, but I've never seen anyone ask me to draw a Shizun. Does your Shizun treat you very well? Mo Ran felt ashamed. He said, yes, very well. No wonder. The scholar nodded. Why do you want to draw him? To find someone. The scholar let out another ah and looked surprised. He's also in the netherworld? Yes. Mo Ran said. I heard that the dead have to stay in Nank village for 8 to 10 years. I'm worried about him, so I want to find him and be his companion. The scholar did not doubt at all. He was even a little moved. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally sighed. It's rare to see such deep feelings. Good. Young Master Mo, I'll help you with this. As he said this, he got up to open the box and took out the drawing tools. Mo Ran was overjoyed. He thanked him repeatedly and asked for his name. He secretly remembered it in his heart, thinking that when he returned to the netherworld, he would burn more gold, silver, and valuables for this poor brother of his. The two of them were emotional and excited. They laid out the paper and ground the ink in a lively manner. But after a few words they choked. My Shizun? Mo Ran clenched his hands into fists and knocked on his knees several times. But he still couldn't come up with anything. After a long time, this poor man finally squeezed out a sentence. He's a beauty. You can draw him. The scholar glared at him. Mo Ran said, draw him? How do you mean beauty? Isn't it simple? It's just beauty. Draw him as beautiful as you can. I know, but forget it. Tell me, what do you think his face is? What face? Mo Ran was taken aback. Face is a face. The scholar was a little annoyed. Melon seeds, almonds, wood, and goose eggs. Why don't you name one? I don't know about these things. Anyway, he's quite handsome. The scholar was speechless. Mo Ran said, forget it. If you don't know, just draw according to my face. The shape of our faces is not too different. The scholar was speechless. And then there were the eyes. What eyes? Seeing that Mo Ran was about to speak, he suddenly stopped him and added, don't say eyes. They're eyes. Mo Ran waved his hand and said, I know what you mean. His eyes are right. This, how do I say it? Fierce and charming? Cold and gentle. The scholar threw his brush and said angrily, I'm not drawing anymore. You'd better find someone else. Don't. Mo Ran hurriedly pulled him. Others can't draw as well as you. The scholar endured and glared at him. But seeing that Mo Ran's face was full of sincerity, he said stiffly, then tell me properly. Answer whatever I ask. Mo Ran also felt wronged. He thought to himself, didn't I answer well just now? Didn't I also answer whatever the scholar asks? But he was soft-hearted when asking for help, so he could only obediently nod and hug the spirit-guiding lamp in his arms. The scholar said, it's still eyes. He has leopard eyes, triple white eyes, almond eyes, phoenix eyes, or... Mo Ran was dizzy from hearing this and shook his head. Slit eyes? Then aren't they very small? No, his eyes are moving upwards. I don't know what they're called. Anyway, they're flying upwards. It's quite nice. Then they're phoenix eyes. Mo Ran opened his mouth, but when he saw the displeasure on the scholar's face, he shut his mouth bitterly. Fine, if you say so, then so be it. The scholar continued to ask, is the nose high or low? High. Are the lips thin or thick? Thin. Are the eyebrows thick or light? Thick. Thick? It's okay. I know the eyebrows. They should be sword-like. Good. The scholar added a few more strokes and asked again, do you have mole marks on your face? Mo Ran tilted his head and thought for a while. As he thought, his face turned red and he stammered, yes, where? Beside the left ear. Mo Ran slowly said, it's a little small, the color is quite light, and, when he kissed here it would be extra sensitive. The scholar raised his eyebrows and, no. Mo Ran shook his head like a rattledrum and his face turned even redder. There's no and. The scholar looked at him strangely. Fortunately, the light was dim and he couldn't see the color on his face. He moistened the tip of the brush and asked again, what about the clothes? He likes to wear white clothes, a green jade crown or a high ponytail. Mo Ran thought for a while and added, sometimes he wears it. When he wears it, it's very... Don't say it's good-looking. The scholar couldn't stand it anymore. Well, then it's handsome. The scholar was speechless. After grinding for half a day, he finally finished drawing. Mo Ran blew on the ink and held it up for a closer look. He felt that although it was not as handsome as Chu Wan Ning, and they were not very similar, it was still acceptable. He smiled and said, thank you, teacher. It's quite good. I only need to draw Pan and Fan Li, and Shizi Diaochan, ha. Mo Ran laughed and said, when I find Shizun, I'll definitely thank you properly. He drank some wine with the scholar and chatted for a while. When the sky turned dark, the two parted ways in front of the wine shop. Mo Ran carried Chu Wanning's portrait. According to the scholar, there was a building on the 5th street of Nank village called Shun Feng Restaurant. It specialized in gathering information for new lonely souls. He was going to take a look. Outside Shun Feng Restaurant, a red curtain swayed faintly with a black snake totem painted on it. Mo Ran pushed the door open and entered. He saw a long counter in the hall. Behind the counter sat a dozen ghosts in red robes. They were all wearing wooden lacquered masks, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. In front of these masked ghosts there was a long line. They were all dead people with different expressions, and they all had different desires. Hundreds of white candles floated at the top of the building. The overlapping shadows of the candles shone on the dead people. The ghosts came and went, and they were very busy. Little master, can you help me find out where my little brother is? His name is Zhang Bai, he's from Gusu. He was 21 years old when he died. Do you have a portrait? No. You can find him even if you don't have a portrait. The cost is 10 times higher. Big brother, the masked man coughed, his voice crisp. I'm sorry. So it's a big sister. Big sister, it's like this. When I died, that person in my family told me that she would never remarry, but I kept seeing her flirting with my younger brother for a long time. I can't take this lying down even if I die. Can you help me investigate and see if she's really a well-behaved widow in the world of the living, or if she's really close to my younger brother? Investigating matters in the world of the living, this is the price. Please take a look first. Sorry to disturb you. In my previous life, this little one liked a girl. But she was of noble birth and looked down on a poor scholar. This little one was timid and never revealed his feelings to her. Later on, she got married and this little one was happy for her. Who would have thought that the person she married was actually a married man? Later on, she was one step ahead of this little one. Thus, this little one wants to investigate 2 things. The first is where this girl is now. The second is, I want to know the fate of the 2 of us in our next lives. Trouble in the future can be investigated, but there's no charge. You need to exchange your lifespan for it. As for where this girl is, I'll have to trouble you to report her name and present a portrait. Oh, okay. I do have a portrait. It's here. The girl's surname is Yao, and her name is Lan. In front of every cabinet, there was a babel of ghosts. Their bodies were rotting away, but they still couldn't let go of their obsession. Mo Ran hugged the lamp and walked around in a circle. He realized that there were all kinds of questions. The people of Shunfeng brothel were either collecting money or lifespan. He didn't have money. If he asked them to collect lifespan, he would be suspected of being an undead who had sneaked into the netherworld. For a moment he was anxious and couldn't help but curse Huizue for being brainless. Why didn't he know to stuff some money into his pocket in advance? But looking at the price list, it didn't seem expensive to ask about a person. Mo Ran steeled his heart and ran back to the wine shop. With great difficulty he finally caught up with the scholar. After much persuasion, he borrowed some money and returned to Shunfeng brothel. After waiting in line for half a day, it was finally his turn. Mo Ran anxiously said, I'm looking for someone. This is a portrait. He handed over Chu Wanning's portrait to the other party, and was about to continue speaking. Unexpectedly, after that person saw it, he chuckled and closed the scroll. He asked, Why are you looking for him? Huh? Mo Ran was startled. You know where he is just by looking at the portrait? Yes. But first tell me, why are you looking for him? He's an old friend of mine. The other party glanced at him and then said, Wait a moment. He then leaned over and whispered a few words to a colleague next to him. When he turned back, his tone was a lot friendlier. Since he's Mr. Chu's old friend, I won't take the money. The man stood up and waved to him. Come upstairs with me. Chapter 108. Mo Ran followed Chu Yunxing upstairs in confusion. His feet made a strange creaking sound when he stepped on the dilapidated wooden stairs. He couldn't help but ask, You called him Mr. Chu? Yes. He was sent by the King of Hell to take care of this building. He is our senior. Mo Ran didn't say anything, but he was a little surprised in his heart. We're here. The masked man stopped in front of a half-moon arched door on the 2nd floor. He gently knocked on the half-closed vermilion door. Mr. Chu, an old friend of yours is here to see you. There was a moment of silence inside, and then a gentle voice sounded, like warm wine on the stove and soft hair on the pillow. Old friend? Him again. I said that I don't want to see him again. You let him go back. The masked man coughed softly. No, Mr. Chu misunderstood. It's not him this time. Then who else could it be? After a moment of silence he said, Well, please come in. The inside of the warm room was very elegant and clean. The furnishings of the tables and chairs were even simple and cold. However, the floor was covered with luxurious soft felt. When Mo Ran walked in, half of his foot was immediately submerged in it. There was also a pungent smell of beast fur in the air. The only one who didn't fit in with this atmosphere was the man trimming the flowers by the window. He had long black hair, white clothes with wide sleeves, and scarlet flower buds trembling on his fingertips. Perhaps because of the consistent rules of Shunfeng restaurant, he also wore a navy blue ghost mask on his face, showing his fierce fangs and bulging eyes. But even with such a mask on his face, it inexplicably made him look gentle. He cut off the excess branches and threw them away. Then he turned his head. Emoran felt his throat dry. The conversation between the masked man and Chu Wanning just now made him feel confused and vaguely uneasy. He didn't know what this soul had lost. If Chu Wanning didn't remember him. Just as he was thinking about this, the man put down the scissors and walked towards him. Emoran, who was not afraid of anything, felt a little flustered, and sweat appeared on his back. "Master." The man stopped. He was a little closer. Emoran heard him laugh. "What Shizun?" he said. "Young master, did you get the wrong person?" As expected, what he was afraid of had come true. Emoran's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a huge rock had fallen from his chest, dragging him into an endless abyss. He stared blankly at the man in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that he didn't respond, the man put his slender white hand on the mask and gently took off the thick and colorful ghost face, revealing Zhang Qingjuan's dignified face. Emoran felt as if the thousand caddy boulder had suddenly disappeared. He looked at the man who had taken off his mask in surprise, but without the slightest suspicion, and blurted out, "Chu Sun." No wonder the young master downstairs made a mistake with the portrait. Chu Sun and Chu Wanning originally looked 80% alike, but Chu Sun was gentle while Chu Wanning was cold. However, only those who were extremely familiar with him could tell the difference between the two of them. For example, Emoran. The man in front of him was the Lin and city's young master Chu Sun. He had seen in the illusion more than 200 years ago, so he said his name without thinking. But the real Chu Sun had never seen him before, so he was a little surprised. He laughed. "You really know me?" Emoran hurriedly waved his hand. No, I found the wrong person. But I do know you." As he spoke, he looked at the other person curiously. Chu Sun had died 100 years ago, but he hadn't been reincarnated yet. Obviously, Yama had given him a task to temporarily let him escape from reincarnation. He didn't expect to see Chu Wanning's ancestor. Emoran only felt that it was very mysterious. Chu Sun nodded. "So that's how it is." He laughed. "Young master, who are you looking for? Since fate brought us upstairs, I'll help you look. Otherwise, in the vast Nank village with thousands of ghosts, I don't know how long it will take to find him." Emoran originally planned to explain a few words and go downstairs to find someone to do the divination again. Who knew that Chu Sun was so warm-hearted that he didn't change even after becoming a ghost, and was willing to help him personally. He couldn't help but feel very happy. "That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chu." As he spoke, he handed the portrait to Chu Sun. Chu Sun unfolded it and smiled. "No wonder the people downstairs made a mistake. He really does look like me. What's his name?" "Chu Wanning," Emoran said. "His name is Chu Wanning. Also surname Chu? What a coincidence." Emoran's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Could it be Mr. Chu's relative?" "It's hard to say. If you want to see the state of the world of the living, you need to go to the 9th king of the ghost world. I have a life and death feud with the 9th king. I didn't want to ask him, so I didn't ask about the affairs of the mortal world anymore." Naturally, he was talking about the ghost king who broke the enchantment of Lin and killed his family. Poking at a sore spot, even a person as calm as him couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Emoran originally thought that this time he could confirm the relationship between Chu Wanning and Chu Sun, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He could only shake his head. "It's a pity." Chu Sun smiled and didn't say anything else. He went to the shelf and took a gilded yin and yang compass, and invited Emoran to sit down. "You can use this to find where he is?" "Most likely. What's the situation with the other two?" "Some people's souls are always a little strange. It's possible that you can't find them," Chu Sun said. "But it's not common. The young master shouldn't be so unlucky." After the divination, a small golden needle in the compass pointed to the north, but after a while it turned to the south, then to the east, then to the west, and in the end it started to spin again. Chu-sun. Mo Ran cautiously asked, how is it? Cough. Chu-sun coughed lightly, looking a little embarrassed. The young master is indeed a little unlucky. Mo Ran. In fact, Mo Ran's luck was often bad. He knew that it wouldn't be so smooth. He sighed, thanked Chu-sun, and prepared to throw himself into the sea of people again to continue to search for Chu Wanning's whereabouts. Unexpectedly at this time, the compass that was spinning crazily suddenly stopped. The needle pointed to a certain direction, trembling as if it wasn't so sure. After a while, it pointed to a position a little further away. Chu-sun hurriedly called him, young master, wait a little longer. Mo Ran immediately stopped, and held his breath as he stared at the compass by the table. The needle swayed left and right, but it didn't stop, but it roughly pointed to a direction. Chu-sun frowned, what's going on? Does this represent some kind of strange phenomenon? It's not a strange phenomenon, but it's very strange. Chu-sun looked at the compass, and his frown deepened. It seems that in two directions, there's his figure. Mo Ran was shocked. How could it be? Now that his soul was in Chu Wanning's body, and his soul was in the soul guiding lamp, there should only be one soul left in the ghost realm. How could Chu Wanning appear in two places at the same time? Chu-sun said, in short, one is in the southeast, and the other is in the northeast. The young master should go and look for them. Maybe the compass is affected by some magic, it's hard to say. Mo Ran was very anxious. He thanked Chu-sun, and hurriedly left Shunfeng brothel, running to the east. After running for a long time, he suddenly came to a fork in the road. Mo Ran suddenly stopped. Southeast or northeast? He held the soul guiding lamp, his heart burning with anxiety, but after a while, he looked at the lantern in his hand that gathered the souls, and his heart suddenly seemed to have a vague and strange feeling. He followed this vague feeling and walked along the narrow streets and deep alleys that crisscrossed with each other. The further he went, the more obvious this feeling was. He even felt that Chu Wanning's soul was invisibly summoning the soul guiding lamp in his hand, or calling him to go to a certain place. Mo Ran finally stopped in front of a 2-story old wooden building. Six Soul Hospital. He looked up, his eyes sweeping across the huge and heavy hanging plaque. The plaque was exposed to the wind and sun all day long. The black paint had already peeled off, and a large piece of the red inscription on it had lost a lot of color, revealing the mottled rotten wood underneath. Mo Ran frowned, his heart trembling. He felt that these 3 words made him very uneasy. Six soul, what does it mean? Chu-sun's compass malfunctioned, was it because of this reason? He pushed open the door, stepped over the high threshold and walked in. He soon knew the answer. There were a few hundred beds in the sickly soul hospital, and all the souls lying on them were unconscious souls. More than 10 souls wearing white masks shuttled back and forth, delivering spiritual energy to the sickly beds. The so-called Six Soul Hospital was the Ghost Realm's main hospital. Mo Ran found the ghost doctor, who was in charge of overseeing the entire situation, and cupped his hands to him, saying, "Doctor, I want to." The doctor was very busy, and rather impatiently said, "Get medicine on the 2nd floor, diagnosis on the left, line up." "Then what about searching for people?" "Searching for people goes what? Searching for people?" Mo Ran showed him the picture scroll. "Doctor, have you seen this immortal monarch before?" The ghost doctor took the picture scroll and looked at it, then raised his head to look at Mo Ran. Under the black hole of the mask, a pair of eyes seemed to be filled with pity. "Your relative?" "And that's right. His soul is damaged." The ghost doctor pointed at the stairs. "He's lying in the innermost compartment upstairs. We can't cure this kind of illness, so we can only delay it. You can go find him yourself." Mo Ran was shocked. His soul is damaged? How could it be damaged? Who knows? The 6 paths of reincarnation is already an extremely painful thing. Who knows? His soul might have been damaged during his previous reincarnations, but he's a cultivator in this life, so who knows, he might have suffered from chi deviation and damaged his soul. In short, it's incomplete. If you ask me, who would I ask? Mo Ran anxiously said. Then what will happen if his soul is damaged? Effect? The ghost doctor thought for a moment. It's still all right after all. Only one of the 3 souls is slightly incomplete, so it won't affect his reincarnation. If you really want to talk about something, it's probably just that his next life will be shorter, his luck will be worse, or his body will be weaker. When Mo Ran heard this, although he was somewhat unwilling, There was nothing he could do, so he could only thank the ghost doctor and head upstairs. The layout above was not as tight as below, making it hard to breathe. Perhaps it was because the sick-soul hospital was unable to save the remnant souls, so they didn't need too much care. Only a single doctor was leisurely taking a nap on a rattan chair in the lobby. Mo Ran didn't wake him up, and directly walked inside. In the large empty space, there were only 10 or 20 sickbeds placed next to the windows made of red rosewood, and between them was a plain-colored screen. It was quiet all around. His feet creaked as he stepped on the floor, and Mo Ran's gaze fell on the innermost compartment, where there was a half-moon-shaped arched door. Outside the arched door was an open-air balcony, and the moonlight seeped in through the hanging thin gauze curtains, swaying gently in the breeze. There were clearly more than 26 souls here, but Mo Ran didn't know why, but he had a strong feeling. Perhaps it was because the soul-guiding lantern was leading him forward, but his heart was unguarded, and he walked towards the innermost compartment, into the pure and hazy moonlight. He raised his hand and pulled open the curtain. As expected, the last piece of Chu Wanning's soul was lying there. His eyes were closed, and his face was very pale, very similar to the corpse in Frosty Sky Hall. Even though he had found him, even though his rebirth was in sight, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he saw this blood-stained, cold and frail figure. The tip of his nose felt sour. He walked over and placed the soul-guiding lantern at the head of the bed. Then he sat beside the bed of Chu Wanning's earth soul, wanting to gently grasp the other's ice-cold hand. But this remnant soul was different from the human soul from before. Perhaps it was because it had been greatly damaged, but his soul was actually illusory. Mo Ran's fingertips couldn't touch him, and just like that, they passed through the illusory image of Chu Wanning's earth soul, and landed on the spotlessly white bed. Because of this illusory image, Mo Ran felt a bitter sense of loss. If there had been the slightest mistake, if Grandmaster Huizue had never appeared, if Chu Wanning's soul had been a little more damaged, if Master had been disheartened, and they had not met in heaven or on earth, he lowered his body. He clearly knew that he couldn't touch Chu Wanning's forehead, but he still couldn't help it. He closed his eyes, as if he wanted to embrace that illusory earth soul, and leaned over the bed. Master! He and his departed soul overlapped, and the moonlight sprinkled down, making no distinction between you and me. Mo Ran sighed and let out a long breath, but his heart was bitter and heavy. He had seen Chu Wanning's corpse, Chu Wanning's human soul, and now he had seen this sick earth soul. Each time he saw them, his feelings were different. He knelt down in front of the corpse, his sin and guilt almost tearing him apart. He confessed in front of the human soul, holding hands and begging Chu Wanning to return. And the earth soul. He tried to embrace it, but he couldn't grab anything, couldn't touch anything. He suddenly felt a kind of boundless fear in his heart, and actually felt that this was the ending he deserved. He was full of resentment, and his hands were stained with blood. What virtue and ability did he have to be able to accompany his old friend and never leave? Mo Ran closed his eyes. His eyelashes seemed to be a little wet, warming the thin blanket on the pillow. He had once thought that the heavens had treated him poorly, but now it seemed like a ridiculous joke. It turned out that the truth was not so. The heavens had treated him well, but his heart was too thin, and everything he saw was dark. It was his fault. He suddenly realized that he had walked such a path of no return. He wanted to turn back now. He wanted to use the rest of his life to make up for it, to use the rest of his life to pay it back. He didn't know if doing this he could return to the starting point in time. What Emperor Ta? What Emperor Ta of the human realm? He didn't want any of it. He just wanted to live a good life, to be the upright person that Chu Wanning had always wanted him to be. Some people said that there was nothing greater than knowing one's mistakes. But his mistake was too deep. He didn't know how long it would take for him to pay it back. Perhaps even on the day of his death, he would still be unable to shake off this endless regret. After all, a mark in the water could be restored to peace, but a wound in the wood would always be 3 parts of the bone. Shizun. After a long time he was immersed in Chu Wanning's almost transparent soul under the moonlight. He said, his voice like he was coaxing a child, "Come on, let's go back." He straightened up and lifted the spirit-guiding lamp. He silently recited the incantation, and the earth soul entered the lamp. A faint shadow quickly sank into the wick of the lamp and disappeared without a trace. Emoran waited, but after waiting for a long time, the earth soul and the human soul completely merged into one. After a long time there was still no movement. Emoran's face suddenly paled. What happened? Didn't they say that after the earth soul and the human soul merged, he would be able to bring Chu Wanning back to the human world? Could it be that Master Huizue's incantation had lost its effect? Chapter 109. His mind was in chaos, buzzing numbness. Emoran only felt his hands and feet turn cold. He held Chu Wanning's soul and went downstairs. Doctor, it's you? What's wrong? Are you sure that the one upstairs is my Shizun's soul, right? Ghost Dr. Zhong was a bit impatient. Of course it is, how could I be wrong? Emoran was not willing to give up and asked, could it be the knowledge soul or what? Ghost Dr. Zhong clicked his tongue. A person has 3 souls, earth, knowledge, and human. I have been practicing medicine here for 150 years. If I can't tell the difference between these 3 souls, wouldn't the king of hell have already kicked me out of this world? Emoran pursed his lips and suddenly had an uncertain thought. Doctor, you have been practicing medicine for 150 years. Have you ever seen a person with 2 earth souls? You're crazy. Ghost Dr. Zhong angrily said. I think your brain is not good. Why don't you stay and let me take your pulse? Of course he could not let Ghost Dr. Zhong take his pulse. Although Master Huizue had cast a spell, if he was not careful, he would still be found out. Emoran hurriedly apologized and hugged the lantern full of human souls and earth souls and hurriedly ran out of the sickly soul hospital. The sky in the ghost realm was always dark. To distinguish between day and night, one could only look up at the blue dome of heaven. If there was a half-warm and half-cool sun behind the red clouds, then it was day. If there was a cold moon hanging high, then it was night. At this time it was already night and the streets were gradually becoming cold. Emoran hugged the spirit-guiding lantern and lowered his head, walking alone on the streets. The more he walked, the more he felt at a loss. The more he walked, the more he felt isolated and helpless. This feeling of helplessness and loss had been with him since he was young. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He even thought of some of the people he knew when he was still in the brothel. That year, when the drunken jade building burned down, everyone died. Only he survived, counting the years. Other than his mother, the others should not have reincarnated. He did not know who he would meet if he continued walking like this. Then he thought of Xue Meng. He recalled how Xue Meng had shouted angrily and wanted to snatch the soul-guiding lamp from him. He had scolded him, God of plagues. How are you worthy? How do you have the face? Emoran walked slower and slower with the soul lamp in his arms. Finally he stopped by the wall. His eyes reddened. He lowered his head and looked at the gentle golden light. Master, do you really not want to go back with me? The flame did not answer but burned silently. He stood in place for a long time before gradually calming down. In this vast underworld, he didn't know where he could find someone he knew. Suddenly he thought of Chu Suan. Like grasping at a life-saving straw, he hurriedly ran to Shunfeng Restaurant. When they arrived, Shunfeng Restaurant was about to close. A ghost wearing a mask was preparing to close the door and lock it. Emoran hurriedly stopped him and said in panic, Sorry, please wait. It's you? The masked man was the one who had led him upstairs. He was stunned for a moment and said, Why are you here again? I have an urgent matter. Please. Emoran was panting. His eyes were bright and anxious. He swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice, I want to see Mr. Chu Sun again. Chu Sun was in the pavilion looking at a begonia flower in a white porcelain vase, lost in thought. Suddenly seeing Emoran leave and return, he was very surprised. Why did little Gongzi come back? You couldn't find him? Emoran said, I did find him, but I. Chu Sun saw that he was anxious and seemed to have something to say, so he invited him into the room and closed the door. He said, Sit down and talk. Emoran was worried that Chu Sun would see something strange with the soul-guiding lamp in his hand, so he put it in his Qingkuan bag. He didn't think that Chu Sun was an evil ghost, but it was better not to let the ghosts know about a living person entering the underworld unless it was absolutely necessary. Did little Gongzi go to the southeast? Yes. Chusun thought for a moment and said, he was in the Six Soul Hospital, right? Emoran nodded. He thought for a while and said, sir, I saw him in the Six Soul Hospital, but he was an incomplete earth soul. He couldn't move or speak. He was even different from other ghosts. He was translucent. You could see him but you couldn't touch him. Damaged earth souls are generally like this. Chusun's expression was a bit gloomy. Some dead souls who are agitated will have their souls scattered and can't be reunited. Emoran bit his lip and said hesitantly, the doctor in the Six Soul Hospital said that people with incomplete souls will have some flaws in their lives when they reincarnate. But the person I'm looking for was clearly fine when he was alive. So I think maybe there was a mistake somewhere. He paused for a moment and looked at Chu Sun. Mr. Chu, is there someone in this world who has 2 earth souls? Chu Sun was stunned. 2 earth souls? Yes. He didn't immediately reject Emoran's words like the doctor in the Six Soul Hospital. Instead, he lowered his eyes and thought carefully for a moment. He said, I think it's not impossible. Emoran shivered and looked up. His eyes were very bright in the dim candlelight in the room. Sir, are you serious? Chu Sun nodded. Normal people only have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. But I once knew a woman who had 2 consciousness souls. I'd like to hear the details. Chu Sun shook his head. His eyelashes drooped down and trembled slightly. He was silent for a moment before he said, it's something that happened a long time ago. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Now that woman has sunk into the 7th layer of hell and is suffering. Once a person with a damaged soul is discovered by a Yama, they will be sent to the 7th layer of hell and slowly stripped away. Hearing him say this, Emoran was even more anxious. The light was dim, so he didn't notice the pain in Chu Sun's eyes. He asked, that woman, why did she have an extra consciousness soul? A normal person only needs 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to gather the soul embryo after 7 heads. Then, if someone has an earth soul, will they have to gather all 4 souls to be useful? Should be so. Then the woman you're talking about, after she died, she was used by the 9 kings and was forced to go to the world of the living. Chu Sun paused. The slender fingers on his knees slowly clenched into a fist. She went to the world of the living and ate her own child. Emoran suddenly remembered the old story of Lin, and that he saw in the peach blossom spring. Only then did he realize that the woman Chu Sun mentioned was actually his wife. That should be the most painful part of the past in Chu Sun's heart. Then Chu Sun stayed in Nank village and didn't reincarnate. Could it be that he was waiting for his wife to strip off the extra soul and return from the 7th layer to reunite with her and enter the reincarnation cycle together? Emoran suddenly didn't have the heart to continue asking. Chu Sun didn't say anything else. Ate her own child. This short sentence was mentioned again after 200 years. Even if he had a ghostly body, his throat couldn't help but tremble. He closed his eyes. That woman's soul was torn apart and merged with the child's soul. After a long time, he slowly continued. So the extra soul she had was actually the child's soul. It was stuck between her 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls and slowly assimilated with her. In the end, it completely derived her appearance and was difficult to separate from it. Whether this person was alive or dead, as long as someone asked him for help, he would always endure the pain and do his best to help others. Seeing this, Emoran felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't say it clearly, so he could only say, Mister, you don't have to say it in detail. I already know. The meaning of my words is to tell you that if the young Master Chu you're looking for really has 2 earth souls, there is still one that shouldn't be his. Emoran thought for a while, then asked, can't it be 1 earth soul that was split in half? Maybe, but in your situation it's impossible. Why? Chu Sun said, a soul divided in half. I've seen this kind of thing before, but that's another story. This kind of person is usually extremely evil and kills people like flies. If the 3 spiritual souls can't bear it, they will shatter. But in this kind of situation, the one that shatters is the human soul that is in charge of kindness and humanity. It definitely can't be the earth soul or the soul of the soul. So it's like that. Emoran muttered. Hearing that extremely evil and kills people like flies, Emoran felt that it had nothing to do with Chu Wanning. Instead, it was himself. He thought, if he really died in this life and came to the underworld, would his human soul be split in half and receive the retribution he deserved? Shizun said again, moreover, if it really is a soul in half, then the other earth soul will definitely be unable to walk and will be sent to the sick soul hospital. Since young master only saw a damaged earth soul in the sick soul hospital, I think that the other soul should be a complete one and won't be affected. Mo Ran was enlightened by his words and hurriedly said, thank you, Mr. Chu. Then I'll go look for it again. Good, just now, besides pointing in the direction of the sick soul hospital, Sinan also pointed in the northeast direction. Why don't young master go to the northeast and take a look? But in the vast Nank village, there are many souls that are waiting to be dealt with. Shizun sighed. Mo Ran saw the pity in his gentle eyes and knew what he wanted to say. In the vast Nank village, there were tens of thousands of wandering souls. Even if one knew to walk in the northeast direction, how could it be so easy to find a strand of earth soul? If one was not fated, even if the streets were brightly lit and not at night, two people brushed past each other, one going east and one going west, they would not see each other or even look at each other. In the silent netherworld it was easier said than done. But Shizun was still gentle. He raised his hand and patted Mo Ran's shoulder. Young master's heart is burning with sincerity. You will definitely be able to meet again. His appearance was very similar to Chu Wanning. When he said this, the candlelight flickered and flowed, making his face even more blurry. In this blur, Mo Ran seemed to see Chu Wanning's gentle face and seemed to hear Chu Wanning telling him that they would meet again. Mo Ran felt uncomfortable for a moment and his eyes were covered with a layer of moisture. He hurriedly bowed and said in a hoarse voice, Mr. Thank you. Shizun did not say anything until Mo Ran turned and left, closing the door for him. He was still standing in the same place, a trace of astonishment flashing in the bottom of his phoenix eyes. He just saw tears in the eyes of that young man? Ghosts do not cry, did he see wrongly? Or? He turned his head and looked at the bunch of quietly blooming begonia flowers in the vase. It was very difficult for mortal flowers to suppress the yin energy of hell. Even if they were carefully cared for, a petal still floated and fell on the simple wooden table. Shizun walked over and picked up the flower petal. The flower and leaf quickly broke into pieces and scattered into the mud, crushing into fine powder and scattering from his fingers. Come in, Mr. Chu. Immediately, a masked man pushed open the door and came in, standing respectfully at the side. Shizun did not turn his head. He looked at the begonia flowers and asked softly, that person, has he come to Shunfeng restaurant again recently? No, it's still the same. Once every 10 days, he comes with a begonia flower. He doesn't dare to enter Shunfeng restaurant and always sends people to deliver it from afar. Mister, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the young master who came just now? If that person dares to send people to disturb you, you can ask Yama. No. Shizun came back to his senses and interrupted him. He turned his head and smiled faintly at his subordinate, sighing, it's nothing. He shouldn't be sent by that person. Even if he is, that child just wants to find someone, it has nothing to do with me. But if he was sent by that person to the ghost world, then why do you? Don't implicate others. Shizun's clothes were like snow, standing quietly by the flower branch. Let him be. The streets were bleak. Mo Ran went out of Shunfeng restaurant and went to the northeast. He took Chu Wanning's portrait and asked door to door, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't get a reason. Most of the people who saw the portrait waved their hands, and some didn't even want to look at it and avoided him. The person in the portrait? I haven't seen him before. Don't disturb my business. Don't block me. You're so annoying. Can't you see it's so late? Get out, get out. What portrait? I don't want to see it. Take it away. Although the residents of Nank village were all ghosts, these ghosts' 7 emotions and 6 desires had never been severed. Living together, most of them gradually regained their human appearance. They would also find some friends and relatives in these 8 to 10 long years of waiting. If not, they would raise a dead cat or a dead dog. In short, they would live as if they were in the mortal world. Therefore, although they didn't need to sleep, they would lie back in bed to rest when the moon was high above the willows. As night fell, more and more people were willing to pay attention to him, and no one could give him any information or a clear path. On the long and endless streets in the northeast, he visited one house after another, bowing his head and smiling apologetically. I told you. I saw wrongly. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be the person in the portrait at all. Can you stop bothering me? The bearded man was preparing to rest with his wife and child in the ghost world, so he was about to close the door. When he came back from outside, Mo Ran met him on the street and asked him if he had seen the person in the portrait. He thought for a while and said that he seemed to have seen it a few days ago near the East Market. However, his wife gave him a look, so he immediately shut up, as if he realized something, and immediately waved his hand and said that he didn't know. Mo Ran felt that he knew, so he didn't want to give up. He begged him all the way and followed him to the door. The man violently pushed him outside the door and pulled the wooden bolt. Mo Ran said anxiously, "Can you think about it again? Where is the East Market? The person in the portrait, where did he go? Please." "I don't know." A group of ghosts heard the noise and looked over. The man shouted with a hoarse voice, ignoring Mo Ran's hand that was still on the door frame, and fiercely wanted to close the door. His 5 fingers were tightly clamped, and his heart was in pain. However, he couldn't care less. He was unwilling to pull his fingers out from the gradually closing gap of the door. Instead, he tried his best to push and pry open the door again. Please think about it again. I just want to know where he went after that." However, the man suddenly opened the door and didn't notice that Mo Ran's fingers were bleeding. He pushed him hard and then shouted, "I said I don't know. Get lost." Chapter 110. Mo Ran walked alone on the street. There were still ghosts on the road, floating around with faint resentment. The limestone steps under his feet had some lonely moss growing on them, making the soles of his feet wet and slippery. After a fierce argument, he calmed down and found that his fingers were all worn out. The door frame was rough and had many burrs that pierced into his flesh. It was a blur. Fortunately, the surroundings were dark, so the ghosts didn't notice. He lowered his eyelashes and looked at it silently for a while. Probably because his heart was in so much pain, he didn't feel any pain from such a hideous scar. He looked back at the closed door and knew that the man behind the door wouldn't say another word to him. He was actually not unfamiliar with this kind of rejection. Mo Ran was a person who was used to malicious intentions. This allowed him to know whether his request was useful from a person's gaze or 2 or 3 words. In fact, when the man changed his mind and said that he had never seen him before, Mo Ran instinctively knew that this person wouldn't tell him even half of the truth. However, this was related to Chu Wanning's soul, so he wasn't willing to give up until he was pushed out and the door was closed. He hadn't been so rudely rejected in a long time, but sometimes the length of time didn't determine anything. Even the passage of time couldn't change the fundamentals. Some things were engraved in the bones. Xue Meng once called him a bastard. It was funny to say that Mo Ran felt that the words, "favored by the heavens," couldn't hurt his self-esteem. That's right, he was originally called a bastard by everyone. He had heard more vicious words than this, so what was there to be unaccustomed to? He looked back at the closed door one last time and slowly walked away amidst the laughter of the surrounding ghosts. Mocking laughter, cursing, all of them stood alone, hanging together like shadows. It was rare to see such a desolate and helpless scene. It overlapped with the memories of his childhood. Mo Ran walked and walked. Probably because the situation was too similar, he couldn't help but slowly recall the days when he and his mother had to rely on each other. During that time, they weren't in the music hall, but wandered the streets of Lini, wandering around the Confucian Wind sect. In those days, at least he still had his mother. His mother loved him dearly and was not willing to let such a young child go out to beg for food. She always put him in the abandoned woodshed and went out to the streets to perform and sing. She had a good foundation with a bamboo pole. She was able to perform the dance on the pole. Every day she was able to earn some copper coins, enough to buy a flatbread and 2 bowls of porridge, which she shared with her son. As a mother, she always wanted her child to eat more. But Mo Ran would always say that the biscuits were too hard and that the porridge was tasteless after a few bites. He would say that he was full and refused to eat more. However, she did not know that every time she sighed and ate the half pancake and half a bowl of porridge left by Mo Ran, the young child who was curled up next to her and pretending to be asleep would secretly look at her with narrowed eyes. When he saw that she was full, he finally felt relieved. Even if he was hungry, his heart was calm. She also did not know that every day after she left to perform in the Lini East Market, her child would crawl out from the pile of firewood and secretly go to the place 2 streets away from her to beg for food. His mother sang leisurely and gracefully at the corner of the street. She held up the pole 10 feet high, and her thin body danced on it. The bottom of the pole was covered with broken pieces of broken porcelain. If she accidentally fell, these pieces of porcelain would pierce her flesh, but it was exciting and refreshing to watch. She used her cheap life to do her best to win a smile from those rich young madams. And 2 streets away, her child was begging along the street, grinning in front of every house. His face was dirty, and he said the same auspicious words, hoping to get a little something to eat. But there was no such thing, and it was not very often. One day, a young madam of a rich family, who was pregnant, was bored and in a bad mood. She strolled along the street and saw Imo Rant's mother dancing on the pole. She thought it was interesting and went to take a look for a moment. Then she asked her servant to go to the dancing woman and say, "What you put on the ground are broken stones and broken porcelain pieces. This is actually just for show, and is not sincere enough. My family's madam said that if you are willing to change these broken stones and broken porcelain pieces into knives, put them on the ground, and then dance again, my family's madam will reward you with 10 taels of gold." In the face of such a harsh request, it was almost asking for the life of the poor. The mother's reaction was actually only 1 sentence, "But I don't have money, I can't buy knives to put on the ground." The rich madam laughed and immediately ordered people to go to the blacksmith shop to buy 100 sharp knives and put them on the ground. "Dance." The bejeweled woman stroked her bulging belly and said excitedly. Soon, a group of demons and monsters gathered around to watch the show. The brilliance of silk, pearls, and jade shone brightly under the sunlight. They were like vultures that pounced on a corpse. Smelling the smell of blood, they stretched their necks and their eyes flashed. "Dance, dance. If you dance well, I'll reward you. Give me money, give me money." In the territory of Confucian Wind sect, there was no lack of rich people. What it lacked the most was excitement, and excitement of risking one's life like this. Those silk, satin, gold, and silver pearls surrounded the mother who was holding the bamboo pole. They surrounded the destitute, ragged woman. The woman whose life was worthless smiled and bowed to the scavenging vultures, thanking them for their support. Then she supported herself on the pole and leaped up lightly like a sparrow. On the tip of the knife, she used her life to perform a song and dance. She used her life to please others. However, although her martial arts were good, when she landed on the ground, she felt a trace of panic because she lowered her head to look at the rows of sharpened knives. Therefore, the bamboo pole deviated by a few inches. Along with the crowd's cry of alarm, she landed. She avoided the sharp edge of the knife, but she still grazed the edge and cut her leg. In an instant, blood splashed out, causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. The woman ignored the pain and hurriedly stood up. She smiled apologetically and bowed her head to apologize. Those people who were watching the show laughed and said, "Wife, your martial arts are not good enough. You still need to work harder." "That's right. If you want to make a living, you have to have some skills. A 3-legged cat's ability will make a mistake." A few kind-hearted people had tears in the corners of their eyes. They couldn't bear it and said, "Hey, don't talk about it. Look at this poor girl. Her injury is so serious. Quickly go to the pharmacy to get some medicine and apply it." The woman stammered, I don't have money to buy medicine." Those people were stunned. Some sighed, some raised their hands to touch their pearls, but they didn't say anything. Some wiped the corners of their eyes, as if they were deeply moved. "So pitiful." That's right. Since your life is so difficult, I'll give you some money," a pot-bellied old woman said. She took out a handful of gold leaves from her bulging purse and held it in her hand. Then she continued to dig under the purse and took out 3 copper coins. She weighed them in her hand and put 2 back. She solemnly put 1 copper coin in the woman's hand. The old woman had given her money, so she had a legitimate reason to shed 2 lines of tears. She said with compassion, "Miss, this is what you deserve. Quickly accept it." The woman held the copper coin that she exchanged with her life and murmured blankly, "Thank you, thank you." Where was the rich woman who said she would give her 10 gold coins? She had already walked away, cursing. The woman whose leg was bleeding staggered over. She wanted to chase after her and ask for money, but she was pushed down by the woman's attendant. Her cursing voice could be heard across the street. What bad luck! Madam needs to take care of the baby. How could she see such a bloody disaster? If the master heard this, wouldn't he be heartbroken? You still have the nerve to ask for money? What are you dancing for? Fortunately, your blood didn't splash on Madam. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Get lost. The woman was heavily pushed to the ground. Because the family was a big family in Lini, no one was willing to stand up for her. She was in so much pain that she twitched on the ground and wriggled like a lowly ant. No one was willing to help her. No one was willing to help her. She danced with her life, but all she got in return was a cold, stinking copper coin. The kind woman who gave her the copper coin said that she deserved it. She didn't feel wronged for herself, but she only earned 1 copper coin today. What could she buy? She could only exchange it for a pancake without fillings. She couldn't afford to drink more bowls of porridge. Now that her leg was injured, she couldn't dance tomorrow. What would happen to her child? He was still so small and thin. He would starve again. Thinking of this, she couldn't bear it anymore. She curled up in the sand and wailed. Her voice was hoarse and people couldn't bear to hear it. The people around her sighed and prepared to leave. At this time, a dirty, stinky child suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Mo ran over and cried like a trapped beast, "Mother! Mother!" He hugged her. A lowly child hugging a lowly mother. Like an ant hugging a blade of grass, or a dog hugging a duckweed. When the woman saw him, her eyes flashed with panic and surprise. Women were weak, but mothers were strong. She immediately stopped crying. Life was too difficult. Every day was like sleeping in hell and waking up in purgatory. She didn't want to show her weak and helpless appearance in front of her child. Her face was still wet from the tears, but she hurriedly put on a smile and said, "Aya, look at you. Why are you here? Mother is fine. It's just a small injury, look." She gave him the sweaty copper coin in her hand. Moran kept shaking his head. His small face was washed with streaks of water. "It's enough for you to buy a pancake. Go buy it. Mother will wait for you here. Let's go home." Home? Where was home? That dilapidated straw hut? Or was it a sheep pen that was chased out after sleeping for 2 days? Moran choked with sobs. His eyes flashed with fire. He said, "Mother, sit here. Wait here." "What are you going to do?" "Don't mess around." Moran rushed to the side and picked up a knife. His young voice was clear and loud, attracting the attention of the people who were about to leave. "Uncles and aunts, young masters and young misses, please don't go. Please don't go. I have a special skill. I ask all of you to give me face and take a look." He had spiritual energy in his body since he was young. Even though he didn't cultivate, he was much stronger than ordinary people who didn't have any talent. Moran held the strong and sharp knife in his hand. Using both hands, he gave a low shout and broke the knife in half. He threw it on the ground. The surrounding people were shocked. Some of the cultivators in the crowd were even more surprised. "This child is good. Give me another one," Moran said. This time he took 2 knives and did the same thing. He broke the 2 knives. "Good." Someone clapped. 3 knives. The child stacked the knives one by one. The knives became thicker and harder to break. Thus, the crowd became lively again. "Uncles, brothers, aunts and sisters, please give me some reward. I'll add more." Those people who wanted to watch the show threw the most worthless copper coins in front of him. For these copper coins, Moran added knife after knife. In the end, his hands were full of blood and he couldn't break anymore. The scavenging vultures flapped their pitch-black wings and flew away. Moran picked up the money and carefully held it with his dirty little hands. He walked to his mother, who was in a daze and had tears in her eyes. He smiled. "Mother, it's enough to buy medicine for you." The woman couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They rolled down her face. "Child. Good child. Let mother see your hand. I'm fine." His smile was bright and pure. It burned her heart. She hugged him tightly and couldn't stop sobbing. "It's mother's fault. I can't take good care of you. I made you suffer so much at such a young age. It's okay." Moran said quietly in his mother's arms, "Mother, I don't feel bitter when I'm with you. I'll properly accompany mother. When I grow up, I'll let mother live a good life. The woman smiled and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. It's okay if you can't live a good life. As long as you grow up safely, that's good enough. That's enough. Ran nodded vigorously. Suddenly, he said softly, Mother, if I become successful in the future, you won't have to suffer anymore. No one can bully you. Those people just now, I want them to come over and apologize to mother one by one. If they don't agree, I'll make them dance on the knife. Silly child, don't think like that. The kind and gentle woman stroked his hair and murmured, Don't think like that. Don't hate anyone. Mother wants to see you become a good child. Promise mother that you'll be a good person, okay? At that time, Ran was too young. He was like a tender seedling. With just a little external force, he would fall in that direction. His mother, who wasn't very knowledgeable but had a simple heart, became his first beacon of light. So at that time, little Ran thought for a while. In the end, he said seriously, Okay. He said, Mother, I promise you. Then in the future, if I become successful, I'll build a lot of houses for people who don't have a home to live in. I'll plant a lot of food for people who don't have enough to eat. He said to his mother, Mother, then there won't be anyone like us today. The woman was in a daze. In the end, she sighed and said, That's good. The child nodded and said, That's good. At that time, they didn't expect that the person who said such words would end up with his hands full of blood, stepping on bones all over the ground, and walking on the wind of blood among the circling vultures and black crows in the sky, becoming the immortal trampling emperor who brought disaster to the world. On the other hand, the immortal trampling imperial monarch who brought calamity to the world was extremely rare. It was even to the extent that he was completely unwilling to look back on the past. He would never fulfill the promise that he made seriously with his young voice and clear eyes while in his mother's embrace all those years ago. At that time, Ran, because of his mother's advice, no matter how difficult life was, he never hated anyone. But more or less, there would always be some unwillingness. The days passed like this. Acrobatics and busking. Watching once was fun, watching twice was boring, and the third time was tiring. Gradually, they couldn't even get a copper coin and could only rely on begging for a living. Ran remembered that there was a child of a rich family who was about the same age as him. There was a large mole at the corner of his mouth. That child sat at the entrance of the courtyard, holding a bowl in his hand. Probably because he was not good with chopsticks, he used a bamboo stick to poke the golden crispy fried dumplings inside to eat. The child was very picky. He ate the filling of the dumplings, then spit out the wrapper and threw it on the ground to play with the dog. He carefully walked over and stood by the side to watch. The child was blinded by the stench and filth on his body. He screamed, Who is it? Ran asked him softly, Little master, this dumpling wrapper. Can you give it to me? Give it to you? Why should I give it to you? You don't want to eat it, so I want to ask. I don't want to eat it, but my Wang Kai also wants to eat it. The child pointed at the two fat dogs with smooth fur on the ground and said angrily, The dogs can't even survive, how can I give it to you? Ran tried his best to put on a smile and said, What if the dogs can't eat it? How can they not eat it? It's not enough to feed them braised pork every day. It's just a dumpling wrapper. It's finished in 2 bites. There's no share for you. Go, go, go. When Ran heard about the braised pork, his eyes fell on the 2 dogs. He suddenly felt that if such fat dogs were to be cooked and eaten, it would definitely be. He couldn't help but look at the 2 dogs and swallow his saliva. This action fell into the child's eyes. The child was stunned at first, then he was shocked. What are you thinking? I'm not. I'm just. You want to eat Wang Kai and Wang Fu? Ran said in panic, No, I'm just too hungry, I can't help but think. I'm sorry. The little master didn't care about what he said. When he heard can't help but think, his face changed. He was a child of a rich family. How could he understand that someone would think of food when looking at the cute dogs guarding the door? He turned pale with fright. He only felt that the person in front of him was abnormal and terrifying, so he started to shout, Someone come. Quickly. Get him out of here. The servants surrounded him. Without any explanation, they punched and kicked Ran. He tried his best to grab a few more dumpling wrappers from the ground and held them tightly in his hand. No matter how they kicked and chased him away, he didn't let go. The little master seemed to be scared silly. He didn't want the remaining dumplings in his hand. He threw them on the ground together with the bamboo skewers and ran away. Ran tried his best to crawl over there. His thin body was bruised and one of his eyes was kicked. It was so painful that he couldn't open it. But when he reached out to grab the remaining dumplings, he smiled happily. There were still 2 left. They were wrapped in fillings. One for him to eat, one for his mother. Or he could give both to his mother and eat the dumpling wrappers himself. But he didn't have time to take the dumplings away. In the chaos, a servant stepped on the dumplings on his skewers and crushed them. The crispy wrappers were crushed and the meat was crushed into mud. He blankly held the dirty and broken skewers. Punches and kicks fell on his body like raindrops. He didn't feel pain, but when he saw that the dumplings could no longer be eaten, his tears flowed down. From the gap between his swollen eyelids, they dripped onto his small face that was so dirty that his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. He only wanted to eat the leftovers of other children, the things that they didn't want. Why was it that if it was wasted, broken, and turned into mud, it couldn't belong to him? Later, Ran became a young master at the peak of life and death. Many people in the sect fawned over him and chased after him. So much so that on his birthday, there would be people who he couldn't talk to who would give him gifts and congratulate him. Those children who once had to kneel on the ground and fight for dumpling wrappers finally received heavy praise and overflowing beauty. He stood in front of a pile of carefully selected congratulatory gifts, but a trace of vague fear grew in his heart. He was afraid that these gifts would soon disappear, afraid that they would be smashed, afraid that an unexpected disaster would fly out of nowhere. Everything in front of him would be like the dumplings he held in his hand in the beginning. Before they could reach his mouth, they would be trampled to pieces. So he quickly used up all the things that could be used and ate all the things that could be eaten. For the things that couldn't be used and couldn't be eaten, he dug out a small secret room in the disciples' room and carefully hid those beautiful gifts. Every day he counted them again and again. At that time Xueming pointed at him and laughed loudly. He laughed at him and said, "Ha ha ha, it's just a box of pastries from Lin An's Cool Breeze Pavilion. It's a waste. Look at you, you're like a reincarnated hungry ghost. You're stuffed into your stomach in one meal. Who would fight with you?" At that time he had just arrived at the peak of life and death. In fact, deep in his heart there was still a great unease. So in the face of his cousin's ridicule, he only grinned. The corner of his mouth was stained with pastry crumbs. Then he buried his head and continued to eat another box of pastries. Xueming was very surprised. "You have such a big appetite. Aren't you full?" He only cared about eating. "Oh, if you really can't eat, then don't eat. Every year on my birthday I receive a lot of pastries. How can I eat all of them?" Ran's cheeks were stuffed. He ate too quickly and actually choked a bit. His dark, moist eyes looked at the youth in front of him. In that instant he suddenly thought of the young master he met when he was young. He could be so picky, eat the stuffing of the fried dumplings and feed the skin to the dogs. Xueming also grew up like this. So he could casually say things like, "If you can't eat it, just throw it away and no one will fight with you." He really envied them. Now that he had finally become a young master of a famous family, he should be able to live comfortably and wantonly. But he didn't dare. In the end, all he could do was to grab the cup beside him and gulp down a few mouthfuls of water. He swallowed the pastry that he was choking on and continued to force himself to eat. Later on, he became the Emperor Ta. The whole of China was in his pocket. At that time, beautiful women, good wine, good food, gold, silver, pearls and magnificent treasures would be endlessly sent to him by people from all over the world. One day, a copper mine tycoon came to Lini. He said that he found an extremely rare piece of 10,000-year-old fire enigmatic jade during mining and wanted to present it to the Emperor Ta. There were too many people like this who came with treasures to ask for an official or half a title, or to ask for shelter. Ran actually had no interest in paying attention. But on that day, Chu Wanning happened to be sick. It was a cold illness. Ran frowned. He thought that since the fire enigmatic jade was the best at dispelling cold, it was better to save the sick person from lying in bed all day long. It was an eyesore to look at. So, he met with the rich merchant who came to deliver the treasure. The merchant was about the same age as him. He was slightly chubby and had a large mole under his mouth with hair. Mo Ran sat on the throne in the Wu Mountain Palace. His slender hands were crossed and his fingertips were on his chin. He looked at him silently. The chubby merchant's legs were weak and his back was soaked with sweat. After a while he shivered and his lips trembled. Suddenly, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. He stammered, "Your Majesty, He stammered for a long time but he didn't know what to say. His chubby body trembled under the clothes made of gold threads. Mo Ran suddenly smiled. Even if he only met this person once, he would never forget. That year, in front of the magnificent and rich mansion, the child with the mole at the corner of his mouth was eating a bowl of golden dumplings with an extravagance that Mo Ran thought he would never have in his life. The corner of his mouth was greasy, and the skin was greasy. He smiled and said, "Do you know your family's fried dumplings are very delicious?" Even though he didn't taste it, he missed it for half of his life. Mo Ran sat on the throne and watched as the person below him changed from fear to astonishment, from astonishment to confusion, and from confusion to flattery. He kept saying that he would immediately invite the chef in his mansion to the summit of life and death, and present him to the celestial trampling emperor. At that moment, Mo Ran realized more clearly than ever that there were many people in this world who would rather lick the shoes of the strong than lower their heads, and give the weak a little bit of mercy and kindness. Mo Ran shook his head and tried to get rid of the past in his mind. In fact, he rarely went back to think about the past. That was his weak spot and he didn't want to think about it anymore. But when he went door to door and asked, the situation of being rejected door to door was so similar to the past. He couldn't help but unlock the shackles in the depths of his mind, letting him temporarily sink into the darkness of the past. He was at a loss for a while. He thought so when he was young. He had promised his mother that he would not hold a grudge. He had promised her that he would build tens of thousands of houses and shelter the cold people of the world, but he didn't do it. In the end, he killed the last person in this world who treated him well. He killed Chu Wanning, he killed his own master. Chu Wanning, when Mo Ran thought of him, his heart ached. He subconsciously took out the thin piece of paper with Chu Wanning's portrait. The paper was already a little wrinkled. He pursed his lips and silently raised his hand, wanting to flatten the paper. But when his hand touched it, blood stuck to it. He almost immediately withdrew his hand in fear, afraid that he would dirty the portrait, so he didn't dare to touch it again. From the 5th Street to the 3rd Street, he continued to unwillingly ask the ghosts one by one, but they all said that they had never seen a man like the one in the portrait. He walked alone in the endless night. The night was so dark and so long. It seemed that no matter how hard he walked, he would never be able to reach the break of dawn. Mo Ran finally felt a little tired from walking. He hadn't eaten a drop of water, and hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. He really couldn't go on. Fortunately, he saw a yuntan stall at the mouth of the street. Someone was selling supper, so he went to buy a bowl and secretly ate it when no one was looking. The food in the world of spirits and souls was cold. Even the yuntan didn't give off steam. Mo Ran took out the spirit guiding lamp, scooped up a spoonful, and handed it to the lamp. "Master, do you want to eat?" Of course his master didn't respond. Mo Ran ate it himself. As he ate he said, "But you've never liked yuntan. You like to eat sweet things. When I find you later we'll go back. I'll make pastries for you to eat every day." In the silence of the night, a single person sat in front of a lonely supper stall, accompanied by a single lantern. The night breeze rustled and occasionally, a few withered leaves would roll up and chase after each other. At this time, hell appeared to be very peaceful. Peach blossom cake, osmanthus candy, walnut cake, cloud cake. He counted one by one with the lamp, as if Chu Wanning would be willing to talk to him if he heard. After counting for a while, Mo Ran smiled bitterly. "Master, where is your other soul?" The young man stretched out his slender hand and gently touched the silk surface of the lamp. It was just like when he was 30 years old. Chu Wanning died. He held the corpse in his arms and was in a daze. He said, "Chu Wanning, I hate you so much." Then, he lowered his head and kissed his face. "Kid, you just came here, right?" Suddenly, a voice like a broken gong sounded. The old man selling wontons groped his way to sit beside him. He should have died of old age. His dark face was shriveled and wrinkled like the poplar tree in the desert. He took out a cigarette from his shroud and put it in his mouth. Then, with the kindness and busyness of an old man, he went over to chat with Mo Ran. Mo Ran sniffed and turned back with a smile. Yes, it's the first day. That's right. You don't look familiar. Let me ask you, why did you leave at such a young age? Chi deviation. Oh. The old man puffed on the smoke that had no fire. You're an immortal. Yes. Mo Ran nodded and looked at him. He didn't have much hope, but he still took out the scroll and said, Uncle, I'm looking for someone. This is my master. He also came here not long ago. I wonder if you've seen him? The old man took the painting and bent over under the light. He squinted his dark eyes and slowly looked at the painting for a long time. Mo Ran sighed and wanted to take the scroll back. It's okay. I asked a lot of people. It's okay if you don't know. Everyone is like this. I've seen him before. Mo Ran was shocked. He was so excited that his blood started to boil. He hurriedly pulled the old man. Uncle, you've seen him before. You didn't see wrongly? I didn't see wrongly. The old man sat cross-legged on the bench and scratched his feet. It's rare to see someone like him. He can't run away. He's your master. Mo Ran had already stood up. He felt abrupt, so he bowed to the old man again. He looked up and said sincerely, Uncle, please give me some pointers. Oh, you don't have to be so polite, kid. Everyone is going to reincarnate in the blink of an eye. The memories of the previous life are only left with 8 to 10 years. My son passed away early, so I feel sad to see you kids. He wiped his tears and rubbed his nose with his sleeve. Then he said, You see that magnificent palace on the first street, right? Yes, I see it. Master is there? Yes, that's the place. Where is that? It's the side palace of the fourth Ghost King. The old man sighed. The fourth Ghost King doesn't live here, but he specially ordered his subordinates to build a temporary palace in Nank village. It's for no other reason than to search for beauties in the netherworld and put them all under house arrest there. The fourth Ghost King is lascivious. Every once in a while, he will personally come to the palace to choose concubines. Those who are chosen will be taken directly to the fourth level of hell. Those who are not chosen will be given to his subordinates to play with. This world. Before he could finish, he saw that the immortal beside him had already picked up the lantern beside him and rushed into the night like a wolf dog. The old man was stunned for a moment, then he felt a little envious. He muttered slowly, It's good to be young. You can run so fast. Chapter 111. There was only one entrance to the palace of the four Ghost Kings, and it was guarded by guards. Mo Ran was not stupid enough to walk to the main entrance. He leaped onto the roof beam, but he was worried that the light of the lantern would attract unnecessary attention, so he hid the lantern in his chenkuan pouch. Then he leaped across the crisscrossing roof tiles like a flash of black lightning. The palace looked very grand from the outside, and inside, there were many courtyards and corridors. Mo Ran leaped onto the roof of a watchtower and lowered his body to blend in with the black tiles. He looked up and saw that the palace was like a small city, and he could not see the end of it. Mo Ran was very anxious. He finally knew why the man did not tell him where his master was. He was afraid of offending the Ghost Kings. However, even though he knew that Chu Wanning was in the temporary imperial residence, he was still helpless. There were at least 900 palaces here, if not 1,000. Where could Chu Wanning be? He was like a person who was about to find a treasure, and his heart and hands were trembling more than before. Master, where are you? Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw a group of people carrying dark red lanterns around the corner. They were walking over with footsteps. They were all wearing golden armor and war boots. They walked from the east gate to the main path, and after a few turns, they came to an inconspicuous side room. There was a towering old Chinese scholar tree in the side room, which blocked Mo Ran's sight. He could only see half of the courtyard, and the other half was hidden behind the luxuriant branches. The Een soldiers entered the room, and the first thing they heard was the clatter of tables and chairs, followed by shouting. It was a mess. Suddenly a shrill scream pierced through the sky. A woman with disheveled hair was thrown into the courtyard. Her robe was half open, and most of it fell off under the rough shove of the soldiers, revealing her snow-white skin. "Who told you to run? Who told you to King run?" The whip lashed the woman's body fiercely. That should be a torture tool from the ghost world. Even ghosts would be whipped until they wished they were dead. Hovering between life and death, the woman crawled on the ground, trembling. She seemed to want to run, but there were soldiers everywhere. She had no place to go. "Bitch, you're still thinking of leaving after entering the fourth king palace? I was innocent when I was alive. I have no sins. Why are you doing this to me?" The woman screamed, "Let me out, I want to reincarnate, I don't want to stay here." She was whipped again and again until she cried out in pain. "Serving the four kings will save you from the pain of reincarnation. You're really shameless. He doesn't like me. Why can't I leave? Another whip landed on her face. The woman cried bitterly. She couldn't stop trembling, but she still wanted to crawl out. Her beastly appearance seemed to have pleased the soldiers of the fourth king even more. The men were all laughing loudly. The tributes in the side room were dragged out one after another. The leader of the soldiers said, "My fellow comrades, you've worked hard. Everything in this courtyard is the leftovers of the four kings. I know you've been holding it in for a long time, so pick something you like and play with it. If there's anything you like, register it here and bring it back to your own home." The perverted ghosts of the fourth king howled and laughed wantonly. They went to the side of the room to pick the most beautiful goods. The woman outside was naturally not spared. She was surrounded by a few people under the tree. They pounced on her like hungry wolves, as if they wanted to chew her soul into pieces. In a split second there was a commotion in the room. Some were crying, some were screaming, and some were begging for mercy. There were also some who couldn't stand such torture. They wanted to be free, so they sacrificed their souls to please and please. The ugliness of all living things was the same whether it was hell or the human world. Mo ran lightly, descended from the watchtower and sneaked to the roof of the side room under the cover of the night. He thought that according to the wonton stall uncle, Chu Wanning had just arrived, so she shouldn't have been selected by the ghost king yet, so she shouldn't be here. But he was still a bit worried, so he lifted a small piece of tile and quietly looked down. The desire in the room was steaming like clouds. Amidst the chaos he saw a person's face. Rongjio, the one who he doted on a lot in his previous life but used his doting to scheme against him. The one who wanted to steal his cultivation was also among them. He was the smartest, knowing life and death. Many people in the room were struggling, unwilling to obey. Some of the dead were still calling out the names of their loved ones in the previous life. Some cared about their reputation and kept cursing. But Rongjio was different. Mo Ran knew this person very well. He loved money and life. Of course, after death he didn't have life to love anymore. But he also cherished his soul and didn't want to be abused again. On the messy and spacious bed, the failed tributes around him were begging for mercy and struggling. He was the only one who closed his eyes and allowed the man to gallop. The soft moans from his mouth were as soft as a cat's. Mo Ran looked at his face full of lust. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He thought of Chu Wanning. Rongjio was soft, Chu Wanning was tempered steel. At first glance he was cold and hard like black iron. No one could break him. But in such a situation, Rongjio would please, flatter, and be willing to bend down and use his softness to build an indestructible wall for himself. But what about Chu Wanning? Mo Ran didn't even have to think to know what would happen to that person. He would rather have his soul scattered and fall into the 18th level of hell. Who could touch him? The water never stops flowing, only the steel knife breaks. Bang! There was a sudden sound, making the people in the room and on the roof terrified. Mo Ran's face was pale. He looked up at the courtyard. The fiery woman's chest was pierced by the soldier. Her soul gradually became transparent, and tears flowed from her eyes. Then it froze for a moment. Then it scattered into dust. Her soul scattered. The soldier who had destroyed her soul cursed as he stood up. There was a ferocious whip mark on his face. It seemed that the woman had snatched his soul-suppressing whip and whipped him. The soldier spat, "Damn it, bad luck. You've become a ghost and you still don't want to get over it. Bah. Stinking old woman. Emoran felt like he fell into an ice cave. He felt that what he saw was not the woman he had never met. He seemed to see the choice that Chu Wanning would make. Rongjio was still flirting with those perverted ghosts. This was his unique skill to survive. He attached himself to those who were stronger than him, and swallowed them with his gentleness like a net. The tributes in the room gradually began to submit. The rotten smell made people's throat tight and nauseous. After an unknown period of time, the beautiful play finally came to an end. Rongjio really made people reluctant to part with him. Some soldiers put on their clothes and went to the head to register. After the four kings checked, they could take him back to their own homes. These people were the ghosts under the four kings. They would not enter the reincarnation cycle. Although it was not as good to follow them as the four kings, it was always a place to avoid humiliation and live a comfortable life. Rongjio was very satisfied with this. The Een soldier who wanted to take him back joked with him for a while. It was late and he had to change the guard, so he left first. The group of demons gradually walked away. The side hall was desolate and messy. It was like a banquet had ended. The wine and human feelings were scattered all over the floor and slowly cooled down. He sat up lazily. As a man, he was the calmest among these people. After dressing up, he looked at himself in the bronze mirror. He felt that his face was haggard after death. It was not as rosy as when he was alive. It did not match his eyebrows and eyes. So Rongjio ignored those women who were sobbing in a daze and shivering. He cheerfully tidied up his clothes, put on his silk shoes and strolled to the yard. There were also rouge flowers in hell, and they were even redder than the ones in the mortal world. He folded a bunch of them. His slender fingertips dipped the flower juice, smeared it on the tip of his lips and wiped it on his cheeks. Everyone cared about different things. Rongjio was born with a hard life. In his opinion, the so-called friendship was something that only the nobles could pursue after they had eaten their fill. He was a dirty seed in the soil. He did not care about etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. He only had his own life in his arms. If he lost his life, he would carry his own soul. Suddenly, there was a slight rustling sound behind him. It seemed that someone had touched the flowers. He thought that it was the woman who had made love with him returning. So he generously donated the love in his eyes. Everything was expensive, but only love was free. He looked back. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. But when he saw the person standing coldly by the flowers, Rongjio suddenly took a step back. His eyes widened, his lips slightly opened, as if he was struck by lightning. "It's you. It's me," Emoran said. Rongjio's charming face changed 1,000 expressions. Surprise, hesitation, gloating, annoyance, nervousness, pretending to be relaxed. Finally, it settled on a cold expression. He was used to being a smiling person. That kind of fierceness was too heavy on his face. He did not want to stand out too much. "Why are you here, Mr. Emo?" The last time they met, it was very unpleasant. Rongjio stood up straight and looked very indifferent. Emoran said, "I'm looking for someone." Rongjio seemed to snort. "I didn't expect such a romantic person like Mr. Emo to have something to worry about in the world of spirits and souls." Emoran did not want to talk too much with him. He took out the scroll and handed it to Rongjio. "Have you seen him?" Rongjio glanced at him and sneered. "He's just so good-looking." "Who is he?" Emoran frowned. "What do you mean by good-looking? Just tell me if you've seen him." "No," Rongjio said lightly. "Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest." "Mr. Emo, go back where you came from. I won't send you off." Emoran shouted at him. "Rongjio." The slender figure paused for a moment. She tilted half of her charming face and said proudly, "What's wrong? I'm going to save him. If you're willing, I'll save you too. There's no doubt here. You can't really hang out with those ghost soldiers." Emoran said, "Go back to reincarnation as soon as possible." Rongjio turned half of his face and said in a charming voice, "Listen to what Mr. Emo said. There's no Tao here." "Where is there Tao?" "Rongjio has a hard life. I've lived for 20 years in the human world. I don't think it's any different from here. It's just that you've turned from a human into a ghost. Reincarnation or not, what's the difference? You're living under the knife." Rongjio laughed for real this time. He smiled as he came back to his senses. He looked at Mo Ran and said, "When have I ever not been on the edge of a knife? I'm a fish on the chopping block. If I meet good people, I'll reward them more. If I meet a good person like Mr. Mo, it's a small matter if they don't pay me. They run away with some valuables and pretend they don't know me when they turn around. Mr. Mo, you stab me first and then you tell me to be careful of knives. You're really kind." Chapter 112. He was talking about what Mo Ran did on the first day of his rebirth when he was full of resentment. Now that he thought about it, even though Rongjiu did let him down in his previous life and worked with Chilchong to kill him, that was in his previous life. In this life, Rongjiu and Chilchong did not do that, so Mo Ran could not explain why he took his money. "It's my fault." Under such circumstances, Mo Ran did not want to argue with him, so he said, "I'll return what I took from you in the future." "How are you going to return it to me?" Rongjiu asked. "Besides, what use do I have for those gold, silver and jewels?" Mo Ran, "Those pearl bracelets, you can return them to me, but what about my life?" "What?" Mo Ran was stunned. "Your life?" "Yes, my life." Rongjiu seemed to have touched a pain in his heart, and his expression gradually darkened. "Do you know how I died?" He had been suppressing it for a long time, and now that he suddenly opened the lid, the steaming steam came out crazily, and he could no longer hold it in. Before Mo Ran could say anything, he continued to speak sorrowfully, and his expression suddenly became angry, and then gradually twisted. "That Chong guy was evil. He saw that you no longer liked me, so he thought that I was not worth much, so he lied to me and said that he was sincere to me, but his family disliked me because I was a member of the restaurant and was not clean, so it was better to stay away from me in the future. I was blind at that time, and thought that he was deeply in love with me, and that he was forced by his parents to make this decision. Bah! I believed his nonsense." Mo Ran said, "Then you should blame that Chong guy, not me." Rongjiu was slightly angry. "How can I not blame you? The money I saved was enough to redeem myself, but it was taken away by you. I was disheartened at that time, and did not want to continue to stay in the restaurant, but without money I could not leave openly, so I had to sneak out. If you did not take my money, I would not be in such a mess." "You escaped?" "Yes, I ran away. I ran to his house," Rongjiu said bitterly, "but that Chong guy wouldn't open the door for me, and the people in the restaurant chased after me. In the end, my struggle was useless and I was brought back by them. After a round of torture, I was locked up again." Mo Ran muttered, "But the one surnamed Chong said that when you went to colorful Butterfly Town to visit your relatives, you encountered a leak in the ghost realm and lost your life." "Ha!" Rongjiu's yin and yang indiscernible face wrinkled with a trace of ridicule. "He really has the face to say that. Relatives? I don't have any relatives in colorful Butterfly Town. Didn't you tell me that we were living under a knife? Let me show you what it means to live under the tip of a knife." Rongjiu was getting more and more agitated. His features were twisted and he really did look like a ghost now. "I will tell you how I will die. You benefactors." "Haha, benefactor. I stayed in the restaurant for so long. I was locked up, had no food and suffered. No one cares if I live or die. After many days I was about to lose all hope. The one surnamed Chong suddenly came back. He cried and told me that the reason why he didn't open the door for me that day was because his parents were throwing a tantrum. He was afraid that once I entered, I would be beaten to death by his servants." Mo Ran shook his head at such a blatant lie. "You won't believe it." "No." Rongjiu's eyes were shining and trembling. "I believe it." Mo Ran, "I believe it." Rongjiu was filled with resentment. He put on a smile, and the corners of his mouth twisted. "Why wouldn't I believe it? Whether I believe it or not can only be discussed with people who have a way out. What am I? I'm just a prostitute. I believe whatever others throw at me. Otherwise, I won't even have a chance of survival." He paused for a moment, then continued. "The one surnamed Chong told me that he would fulfill his promise and take me into his house. But he said that his parents can't accept me now, and asked me to stay with him in a small town nearby. Colorful Butterfly Town. Yes, Colorful Butterfly Town." Mo Ran had vaguely guessed what had happened, and his expression darkened. As expected, Rongjiu said, "I happily packed my things. Oh, right, there was nothing to pack. The money I earned from selling my blood and flesh all these years was stolen by you in a moment of happiness. But it didn't matter. At that time I thought I have young Master Chong. Heh. He was silent for a moment, then smiled like a twitch. He chewed on the two words between his lips and teeth. Young Master Chong. After he tricked you into going to colorful Butterfly Town, did he kill you there? No. Rongjiu laughed, and his eyes were full of resentment. He didn't kill me. It was you who blocked my path one by one. That's why I boarded the pirate ship with him. It's you who killed me. Rongjiu took a deep breath and continued. After we arrived at colorful Butterfly Town, I followed young Master Chong into a big house. But it was cold inside, and there were no servants. He told me that he didn't have time to do anything, and asked me to rest in the house first while he went out to buy some things. I stayed there and waited. After a while, I saw him walking into the courtyard with a man. When Mo Ran heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Did you see the man's face clearly? No. Rongjiu said. The man was wearing a mask and a cloak. I couldn't see anything. Then I saw young Master Chong kneel in front of the man, and his smile was even more flattering than when I was receiving guests. He really should look at himself at that time. It was so disgusting. He told the man that there was some remnant of the essence of the wood spirit in my body, and that I had been intimate with you before. I was a good sacrifice. Who knows, I don't cultivate and I don't want to cultivate, so I didn't understand what they were saying. Mo Ran, however, felt his scalp go numb. He knew that he had been intimate with Rongjiu before, so there would be some essence of the wood spirit in Rongjiu's body. The fake North Pole had been looking for a suitable substitute. Although the spirit chi in Rongjiu's body was very little, it was pure and was suitable for casting spells. There's nothing much to say about what happened after that. Rongjiu's frivolous face showed a rare trace of coldness. As young Master Mo can see, I'm dead. If it was the Mo Ran from his previous life, or the Mo Ran who had just been reborn, he would definitely scoff and mock. So what if you're dead? What does it have to do with me? However, Mo Ran couldn't laugh at this moment. He hated Rongjiu, and Rongjiu was indeed unscrupulous. He even wanted to kill him in his previous life. However, although he had sex with Rongjiu before, he had never been honest with him. When he suddenly heard Rongjiu's confession in the netherworld, Mo Ran had mixed feelings. After thinking about it, he felt that it was too complicated, so he might as well just let it go. He sighed and said, Rongjiu, I'm sorry about this. Rongjiu had never been sorry to anyone in his life. Suddenly he was stunned, as if he didn't recognize Mo Ran at all. He looked at him with wide eyes and said, even if you say so, I won't tell you where the person in the portrait is. Mo Ran said, it has nothing to do with the portrait. Rongjiu lowered his head, paused for a while, and suddenly said, young Master Mo, did you know that young Master Chong and I were planning to kill you and take your cultivation? I know. You know. Mo Ran nodded. I know. Rongjiu was stunned for a while and said bitterly, it must be that young Master Chong who leaked the information. He looked up and his eyes flashed with hatred. If I knew it would end up like this, I would have listened to him and killed you. At least I would have had some good days, and I wouldn't have died so miserably. Mo Ran looked at him. You do what others tell you to do? So what? Rongjiu said, I just want to have a good life. For example, is it wrong for me to sell my body? It's just like how other people sell fish and meat to earn a living. I know you young masters look down on me, but it's okay if you look down on me. What's the use of pride in face? It's not as good as a sip of good wine and a piece of roasted meat. So if I could have survived by killing you, why didn't I do it to you? Mo Ran's lips moved slightly, and he wanted to refute, but he suddenly remembered what he did in his previous life, and couldn't say anything to deny it. Rongjiu said angrily, people kill animals to live, why can't they kill people to live? Mo Ran sighed and murmured, is it meaningful to live like this? It was like asking Rongjiu. At the same time, it was as if he was asking his past self, who was sitting on a high seat in his previous life. I don't know. I don't know what is meaningful. Rongjiu said indifferently, I was sold to the restaurant when I was 16 years old, and my first customer was an old Taoist priest in his 50s. You ask me what is meaningful? I don't know. When I was alive, I wanted to have money so that I could redeem myself so that I wouldn't have to smile and wait on others. But I didn't have freedom until I died. And it's all because of you bastards. Mo Ran didn't speak, and after a long time he asked him, I'll give you one more chance. Will you choose to team up with Chong and kill me? Yes. Mo Ran said, well, give me one more chance and I'll still come back, take all your money and make you suffer. You! Rongjiu was angry, and the thin red color on his face seemed to be brighter. His body swayed for a while, and then slowly stabilized. After a while, he knew that he had lost his composure, so he raised his hand and twirled the hair on his forehead. He restrained himself and put on his usual gentle smile, but there was still anger in his eyes. Say what you want. I, Rongjiu, have my way of living. I hope you can live freely in the ghost world. Rongjiu narrowed his eyes. Of course it will be very free. As long as I lie on the bed, I can exchange for reincarnation and no longer have to suffer. I can see it clearer than those fools in the house, and I'm very willing. Mo Ran smiled and said, but Rongjiu, these people are the subordinates of the 4 ghost kings. Whether you live or die, leave or stay, in fact, it all depends on one sentence from above. Rongjiu was shocked and immediately became alert. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at him. What do you mean? If it wasn't for this situation, Mo Ran really didn't want to argue with him like this, but although Rongjiu was weak, he was stubborn when he hated, so he had to calm down and said to him, you think that the person in the portrait is just so, but I think he's very good. Everyone has different views, and no one can say whether the ghost kings will like him. With such a cold appearance, who would like him? That's not necessarily true. Mo Ran said, if the ghost kings like soft people, why didn't they choose you at that time? Rongjiu didn't say anything, but his expression was a little ugly. Mo Ran struck while the iron was hot. He has a strong temperament. If he is chosen, I'm afraid he will turn the ghost world upside down. When the time comes, the 4 ghost kings will not be able to escape the blame, and killing a few ghost soldiers will be a matter of course. If you want to be a silk rod, you have to establish a stable foundation. If the tree falls after a few days of entanglement, it's a small matter if you don't have someone to rely on, but if the vines and vines are uprooted, then your soul will be destroyed. Rongjiu's originally pale face seemed to become even paler. But he still said flirtatiously and viciously, I don't believe in this. Mo Ran. Young Master Mo, I'll bet. I just can't stand seeing you live better than me. After a few moments of silence, Mo Ran suddenly became ruthless. He stared at Rongjiu's face. I won't bet with you. Rongjiu, I must save this person. If you insist on playing like this, I'll bet my life with you. Rongjiu looked up, his eyes burning, and suddenly put his hand on Mo Ran's chest like a snake. Who is he to you? How long has he been with you? Is it as long as me? Is he as good as me in bed? Do you play more tricks? Or do you call me better? He paused, his eyelashes drooping. Young Master Mo, you're not the kind of person who would risk your life for others. You have no feelings in your heart, you can't hide it from me. Before he finished, his cheek was pinched by Mo Ran. Mo Ran pulled him away. His dark eyebrows were vertical, and his eyes were dancing with flames. I didn't have a heart before, but now I do. Rongjiu looked up and met his face. He suddenly found that this person was burning, and even a little unfamiliar. The person seemed to be the laughing and scolding Mo Weiyu, but the soul seemed to be different somewhere. He seemed to be burned by this Mo Ran. He couldn't help but shiver. He wanted to turn and run, but he was firmly held by the other. Also, Mo Ran said, me and him. From now on are pure. I respect and love him. There is no delusion. Don't humiliate him. As he said, he pushed Rongjiu. Rongjiu hit the pillar. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He didn't even think carefully about what kind of weird expression from now on our pure was. If he was in a clear state of mind, he would be able to figure out the subtleties. From now on, it meant that there was an ambiguous relationship. There was love and lust. But Rongjiu didn't understand. He's not yours. Not yours, Mo Ran said. No, he's my Shizun. Rongjiu did not say anything. But a person like him could always smell the subtle camaraderie between the lines. That kind of camaraderie that Mo Ran himself might not have noticed, but Rongjiu could. He was almost sure that Mo Ran loved the person in the portrait. This thought made him, who couldn't get any love at all, he couldn't help but feel bitter jealousy. Even the most romantic young Master Mo would go through mountains of swords and seas of fire for a person, risking his life to save her. He suddenly thought if he was more sincere to young Master Mo in the beginning, and gave his true heart, then would Mo Ran also reveal some pure true feelings for him? But before he finished thinking, he heard Mo Ran speak again. His voice was cold and ruthless. It didn't sound like he was joking. Rongjiu, I'll ask one last time where he is if you still don't know. I'm a cultivator. I know how to use drugs or cast spells to bewitch a person's mind. Believe it or not, I'll go see the Ghost King myself. This time Rongjiu was completely stunned. I've done evil all my life, now I want to live a good life. But if no one helps me, I'll still be that Mo Weiyu, he said softly. Rongjiu, think carefully, I'm not afraid of death, nor am I afraid of my soul being scattered. If you want to be so ruthless, I can do anything. The two of them didn't speak anymore. But when their gazes met, the resolute met with the resentful. The persistent met with the unwilling. The hot met with the cold. And then the ice in Rongjiu's eyes melted. He was almost defeated under Mo Ran's burning gaze. His jealousy was deep. Mo Ran's obsession was not shallow. When the two of them confronted each other, he was no match for the Emperor Ta. Rongjiu's face was ashen. Even the delicate rouge flowers couldn't cover his withered face, like a broken wall. Why do you do this for him? He treated me the best, but I bullied him as if he was the person I hated the most. I owe him. I really haven't seen this person before. After a while, Rongjiu said softly, but when he saw Mo Ran's expression, he slowly added, I'm not lying to you. But the newly caught ghosts are all locked in the biggest hall in the east. Each person was given a small and narrow room, which was no different from a cage. It was locked. There are martial law guards patrolling back and forth. You should be able to find them if you go there. Mo Ran couldn't wait any longer. He turned around and ran into the night. Rongjiu stood in the same place and watched. He didn't know what kind of bitter emotions welled up in his heart. He suddenly couldn't help but shout at Mo Ran's back. Mo Weiyu, you want to live a good life? Who can live a good life? We've all been soaked in mud. No one can live a good life again. Mo Weiyu. You see, I, Rongjiu, want to live a good life. It's better to live a bad life than to die a good death. I sold my body, sold my soul. I want to wear gold and silver. You see. You think you're dirty to the bone. You can wipe away the smell by wiping the corner of your mouth? You think too much. You follow your conscience. I'll be my prostitute. Let's see who can live a good life. Mo Weiyu. He shouted until Mo Ran's back was out of sight. Then he suddenly raised his hand, covered his face, squatted down and choked. Why can you start over? Why can such a bad person like you be treated well? Why? Chapter 113. Just as Rongjiu had said, the first courtyard in the east had 3 floors, with rooms next to each other on each floor. Although the courtyard was the largest, it was also the dirtiest. There was a decaying old tree at the entrance of the courtyard, with countless dead crows resting on it. Each of the crows had an eyeball in its mouth, which was rolling around crazily, scanning the surroundings for abnormalities. 2 small groups of ghost soldiers were shuttling back and forth, kicking and stomping, guarding the tributes that were going to be offered to the 4 ghost kings. Mo Ran hid behind the corner, calculating the path that these ghosts would take while checking the blind spots of the palace. Those small lattice-like rooms were all lit up, and from time to time the cries, sighs, vomits, and moans of the ghosts could be heard. It was like an ancient chant in the night, making one's hair stand on end and shudder. There were roughly more than 300 rooms here, and the patrols below would repeat every 10 minutes. It was impossible for him to find Chu Wanning easily in 10 minutes, not to mention that there were ghost guards at each floor's entrance, holding the soul-breaking whip and a martial law whistle hanging around their necks. Mo Ran was secretly anxious. At this time, he suddenly saw a ghost coming alone from afar. There was a black token with red words hanging on his waist, and he was wearing the same uniform as the guards. Mo Ran hid in the dark and watched him walk past him to the entrance of the stairs. The ghost nodded to the guard standing by the stairs. The night was very quiet, so Mo Ran could easily hear their conversation. 7th brother, you're here to take over 3rd brother's duty? Yes. You'll be here soon. I have to stay here for a while, he's not here yet. I'll go to rest when he's here. The ghost soldier who took over the duty went upstairs, and the guard on the first floor yawned in boredom and continued to guard in the wind. Seeing them talking like this, Mo Ran suddenly had an idea and thought of a risky idea. There was the sound of a clapper in the distance, duck, duck, duck. The crows on the branches cried, wah wah, as if they had found something unusual. The guard at the entrance woke up and looked around. He saw a figure walking slowly in the thin night fog. When he got closer, he realized that it was a young man he had never seen before. The guard became even more vigilant. Who are you? I'm here to change shifts, that person said. The red clouds drifted past, revealing a round of moonlight in the sky, illuminating his face. What a handsome ghost bodyguard! But his facial features were tall and straight, and the corners of his eyes were full of natural affection. This ghost who came to change shifts, if not Mo Ran, who else could it be? He had somehow managed to procure a set of Een soldier's armor, and draped it over his body. The black and red medallion hanging from his waist swayed back and forth, while the martial law whistle hung in front of his chest, emanating a cold silver glow. The guard said, I've never seen you before. A newcomer. The guard held out his hand skeptically. A badge? Mo Ran removed the tag and handed it to him. His face was calm and collected, but his heart was tense to the extreme. Fortunately, the guard looked at the medallion many times and didn't find anything wrong with it. He was too lazy to care about it, so he patted his shoulder and said, Then I'll leave the rest of the night to you. I'm going home. Senior, take care. The greeting of Senior made the ghost laugh strangely. It waved its hand and said, Good lad. Goodbye, goodbye. Hey, Senior, wait a minute. What's wrong? The guard turned around. Mo Ran smiled and asked naturally, How many people with the surname Chu are in this batch of tributes? The ghost guard was a little wary. Why do you ask? I'm helping Mr. Chu of Shunfeng Restaurant ask. Mo Ran said. He has a distant relative who said that he also came down. But Shunfeng Restaurant couldn't find him, so I don't know if he's here. Sure enough, Chu Sun's reputation was somewhat intimidating. The guard hesitated for a moment and pointed to the second floor. The 3 rooms in the innermost part all have the surname Chu. You can go and have a look. Mo Ran smiled and said, Thank you for your advice. You're welcome. The senior was very stupid. It's my pleasure. After the guard finished speaking, he walked away leisurely while humming a song. When he passed by the corner, he didn't find that his real colleague who was supposed to change shifts with him had already been tied up by the binding spell and thrown into the gutter. The poor ghost's armor was stripped off, revealing only a thin layer of clothing. His eyes were full of anger, but his mouth was completely blocked, so he couldn't even make a sound. He could only sulk. Mo Ran didn't trust Rongjio. Although the tributes who failed to be selected were locked up in groups in the side hall without anyone watching over them, and only a binding spell enchantment was cast on the outside, there might be ghost soldiers patrolling. With Rongjio's hatred for him, he would definitely expose his whereabouts. There was no time to lose, so he had to end this quickly. Mo Ran stood there for a while, waiting for the wave of soldiers to pass by, and then immediately went straight to the second floor. There was also a guard on the second floor, and he crossed his spear to stop Mo Ran. Stop, what are you doing? I'm the new guard today on the first floor. The guard frowned. Then you should stay on the first floor. Why did you come to my floor? Mo Ran still used Chu Sun as a stepping stone, but the guard not only didn't listen to him, but also said sternly, Even if you are Mr. Chu from Shunfeng Gang, so what? As long as you enter the palace, you will belong to the 4 kings. If you want to save your relative, you should talk to the 4 kings yourself. I won't take this matter. Mo Ran secretly complained, thinking that this guy was much smarter than the one downstairs. He had to bite the bullet and said, I don't have to take him away today, but I have to see if I found the wrong person, right? Isn't that easy? You told me the name, and I'll help you find it. There's no need for you to go in. Mo Ran was very anxious, but he suppressed his anger and said, Chu Wanning. His name is Chu Wanning. The guard was going to check the name list, but when he heard these 3 words he put it down. Mo Ran saw him like this and suddenly felt uneasy. He asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? What problem? The guard sneered and then said, You really don't know the difference between heaven and earth. The four kings came to the palace today to enjoy the beauties, and they already had their eyes on this Chu Xianjun. If it wasn't for the fact that this person's first 7 days haven't passed and his 3 souls haven't been fully gathered yet, he would have been presented to the Ghost Kings tonight. You want him from me? Tell me what's the problem? Mo Ran's face turned ashen halfway through, and when the guard finished he said, the 4 Ghost Kings have their eyes on him. What? Oh, nothing. Then never mind. Sorry for disturbing you. Mo Ran turned around gloomily and took 2 steps downstairs. Before the guard could react, the Shun Wu saw a ghost in his hand, and he suddenly turned around and strangled the guard's neck. The red light was blinding and it flashed. The so-called Shun Wu could hurt ghosts and kill gods. The guard only had time to see the scarlet red willow leaves fluttering in front of him, and hear the young man angrily say, "You really think I don't dare to steal people from the Ghost Kings?" Then his mind scattered, and he fainted on the ground. Mo Ran raised his hand to cast a spell, and tied him up tightly. He also sealed his mouth, kicked him to the side, and impatiently ran to the end of the corridor. There were 3 rooms at the end, and each one was a lonely soul with the surname Chu. But Mo Ran didn't know why, but he felt something in his heart. He didn't even know why he felt this strange feeling, and he pushed open the door with a bang. Because he ran too fast, he was panting slightly, and stood in front of the second room. He was panting, and a strand of fine black hair fell in front of his eyes. He forgot to brush it away, and just stared at the inside. Rongjia was right. This was a single room about the same size as the beast cage, and the 4 walls were bleak, and everything was gray like death. Only the person inside looked very warm, like a flame in the vast expanse of cold white. Not every tribute was bound. At the very least, Chu Wanning wasn't. Maybe because he had been chosen by the 4 kings, the guards didn't dare to offend him, and even the floor of his room was covered with a snow-white animal skin blanket, thick and soft, like a new snow in the middle of winter. Chu Wanning was sleeping soundly on the blanket. This person seemed to be brave, but in fact, he was always a little uneasy, and this was most obvious when he was sleeping. He always had a habit of curling up his body, making himself very small. It seemed like he was trying to warm himself up, but also like he was afraid of taking up someone's space. This thin person looked a little pitiful. This soul was different from the human soul. There was no blood on his face, and he was handsome. He also changed his clothes, wearing a bright red silk robe like the sunset, a wide robe with large sleeves with dragons and phoenixes, and golden butterflies dancing. Mo Ran almost staggered forward, kneeled down beside him, and reached out a trembling hand to touch Chu Wanning's face. Wanning. He didn't blurt out master, but the 2 words that he was used to calling him in the last period of his previous life. The blood sea of hatred deep into the bones. Chu Wanning was carried up by him, and he was dizzy, and only woke up after a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw himself leaning in Mo Ran's arms, and the young man's face in front of him, which was still young, had never been so concerned. He felt that this might be a dream, so he frowned, sighed for a while, and closed his eyes again. Master! Someone called him by his ear. This time it was not Wanning. Master! Master! Chu Wanning suddenly opened his phoenix eyes. Although his expression didn't change, his fingertips betrayed him, and began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, Mo Ran grabbed his hand and put it on his face, crying and laughing, such handsome features, but under love he became so embarrassed and lost his composure. Master! He choked, looking at him without blinking, as if he couldn't say anything, and could only keep repeating Master. Chu Wanning was hugged tightly by him, and finally came back to his senses, subconsciously feeling that something was wrong, so he broke free from Mo Ran, got up and glared at him. For a long time he didn't say a word. Suddenly he was furious. Before Mo Ran could react, Chu Wanning pulled his hand away, and then slapped Mo Ran's face, his black eyebrows raised angrily, and swords were drawn. Bastard, how did you die too? Mo Ran opened his mouth and was about to explain when he suddenly saw that under the hazy moonlight, although Chu Wanning was angry, her eyes under her long eyelashes were filled with forbearance, sadness, and unwillingness. There seemed to be boundless water that would shatter at the slightest touch. After he finished cursing, he bit his lower lip, trying to hold back those sobs that made him feel humiliated and embarrassed. Some people, when they had a wound, would want to tie their hands behind their backs and let the whole world know that they were injured. But some people were proud and arrogant. Those grievances and pain, even if it made their throats full of blood, would be swallowed and would not tell others. He didn't say, Mo Ran didn't know before. Now that he knew, he only felt heartache. He wanted to hug Chu Wanning. But Chu Wanning pushed him away and said hoarsely, "Get lost." Chu Wanning turned his face, a layer of coldness covering 10,000 heavy injuries. "You died at such a young age. What face do you have to see me? Shizun, get out." Chu Wanning turned his face even more. "Our master-disciple relationship is broken. I, Chu Wanning, do not accept trash who die in their prime." Die in their prime. Mo Ran was originally sad, but when he heard him reprimand him so seriously, he suddenly felt his heart warm, as if spring water was gurgling out. He patted his forehead with his hand and then covered his eyes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and bitterly. When Chu Wanning heard his light laughter, he became even angrier and said sternly, "What are you laughing at, you dash?" In his anger, he wanted to slap Mo Ran again, but his hand was caught by Mo Ran. The youth's gentle eyes slowly blinked, but he didn't say anything, and instead took his hand, solemnly covering his chest. Chapter 114. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat was both heavy and slow. Chu Wanning also blinked. Surprise and joy flashed through his eyes, followed by awkwardness and uneasiness. Elder Yu Hung was indeed Elder Yu Hung. After 10 years of being as cold as a day, he was calmer than anyone else when it came to cleaning up his face. Very quickly, he restrained his excessive emotions, as if the person who was disappointed and angry at Mo Ran just now was not him. "Since you're not dead, why did you come down?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Chu Wanning regretted them. Looking at Mo Ran's appearance, it was true that he had come to save him. But if Mo Ran had personally said these words to him, Chu Wanning felt that his heart would have stopped beating and he would have been thrown into chaos. In his nervousness, he had forgotten that he was already dead. How could he still have a heart? But Mo Ran stared straight at him and did not say such a thing. He probably understood that if he said, "I came for you," it would make Chu Wanning feel awkward and helpless. So he muttered to himself for a moment, then finally pursed his lips. Instead, he lowered his eyelashes and asked gently, "Shizun, guess why I came down?" "You came down to look for trouble." When did Shizun change his name to uneasiness? Mo Ran laughed. "You didn't even tell me." Chu Wanning seemed to be pricked by his gentleness, which he had never shown before. He quickly withdrew his hand, embarrassed and angry. "Nonsense, how impudent." Mo Ran finally discovered a secret. He realized that Chu Wanning's anger was just a facade. This person was too awkward. He would rather cover his face with this baring and brandishing of claws and fangs, covering all the waves below, whether they were gentle, happy, bashful or sad. So stupid. Chu Wanning was stupid. He had worn a mask his entire life and did not find it tiring. He was also stupid. He had only realized it after living 2 lifetimes. But after saying these words, the atmosphere was no longer as heavy as before. Chu Wanning's 4 souls had been found, and he was reborn. Mo Ran was in a good mood. He grabbed onto Chu Wanning and wouldn't let go. He rambled on and on about why he had come to hell, and about Grandmaster Huizue. He couldn't help but stop when he got to certain things. He waited for the lump in his throat to dissipate before he continued with reddened eyes. The 3 words that appeared the most in his explanation were, "I'm sorry." Chu Wanning really didn't know what to say. He treated others well, not because he wanted to use this kindness to exchange for something, but because he was afraid that others would accept his kindness and feel uneasy from then on. In fact, he was afraid that his hot-blooded heart and lungs would be casually put aside by the other party, and would cool down. Therefore, even though he was open and aboveboard, he had always been secretive about being kind to others. He had worn a mask all his life. But one day, the person he liked reached out her hand and plucked the thick ink of anger from his face, as if she had plucked off his crab shell. He stood there in a daze, suddenly not knowing what to do. While he was lost in thought, Mo Ran had already knelt down in front of him, one hand still holding onto his hand, as if he was afraid that he would disappear. Chu Wanning had an absurd and shameful thought for a moment. This disciple of his had always been bold and reckless, and he didn't play by the rules. He suddenly felt that Mo Ran wanted to do something when he suddenly held his hand and treated him like this. He was a little frightened by his own thoughts. His expression became gloomier and gloomier. He didn't know what kind of expression to face this, so he could only habitually remain aloof. But Mo Ran didn't do anything. He just held on to him like he was holding on to a lost treasure. This was the person he had abandoned in his previous life. Shizun. After letting go of all his hatred, he knelt in front of him. He was sincere, respectful, and even passionate. I was wrong in the past. In the future I will do whatever you say. I just want you to be well. Perhaps it was because of his deep affection. Although Mo Ran was still smiling, his eyes were a little wet. Come back with me. Okay. Chu Wanning didn't speak. His face was as calm as water, but his heart was burning. Shizun. The youth's voice was very gentle, soft, and carried some lingering charm of youth. When Mo Ran hated someone, it was true hatred. But if he wanted to treat someone well, he had to treat them well from the bottom of his heart. He had always been stubborn and extreme. Come back with me. Promise me, okay? Chu Wanning still didn't move. He only looked at him lightly, thinking about something. Mo Ran was afraid that he would be unhappy, so although he was sad, he still had a smile on his face. He tried his best not to embarrass himself and make things difficult for his Shizun. He pulled his hand and shook it, teasing him. If Shizun is willing, just nod your head. Mo Ran was afraid that he wouldn't nod his head, so he thought about it and said, I'll count to 3, okay? If Shizun doesn't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Mo Ran said uneasily but gently. After a pause he slowly counted. 1, 2, 3. But Chu Wanning was like a person who had been frozen for a long time. When he was suddenly put into warm water, he didn't feel warm but pain. In the past, no one cared about him, so he didn't feel uncomfortable when he was cold. However, once someone treated him well and wrapped him up in warmth, he finally had the right to feel pain. Suddenly, every inch of his flesh and blood hurt, and every inch of his skin was chapped and cracked. Only then did he feel the pain. His fingertips trembled slightly in Mo Ran's gradually sweaty palm. When Mo Ran saw that he didn't say anything, he became more and more nervous. He was afraid that he was disheartened and didn't want to return to the world of the living. But he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he moved, Chu Wanning would abandon him and leave. He maintained a warm smile and said, I counted too quickly just now. You probably weren't ready. I'll count again. 1, 2, 3. Chu Wanning. Mo Ran's Adam's apple moved. He was also trembling. He was almost smiling as he begged, Shizun, did you hear that? Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes finally seemed to have some spirit, but he still looked blank. He stared at Mo Ran's face without any expression. I'll count again slowly. I'm afraid you can't hear me. Mo Ran said 1, 2, 3. I'll count one last time. 1, 2, 3. Really, this is the last time. 1, 2, 3. Chu Wanning seemed to emotionlessly look at the person kneeling in front of her, counting 1, 2, 3, 3, 3 like a fool, as if repeating this over and over again could turn back time, make withered trees bloom, and bring old friends back to life. The disciple in front of him stubbornly counted. It was as if he was counting his sins and counting how well his Shizun had treated him. When he reached the end of the count, his voice was trembling and his smile was panicked. Shizun. Mo Ran looked up. His eyes were red, but he had already caused Chu Wanning to be in such a state. He didn't want to cry in front of Chu Wanning, who was sober, and make his Shizun sad. So he endured it and continued to smile as he negotiated with him in a relaxed tone. I'll count one more time. Just pay attention to me, okay? Chu Wanning felt as if her heart was being stabbed by a knife by his sudden pleading. He was almost trembling as he tried to pull his hand away from Mo Ran's fingertips. But this time, Mo Ran held him tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what he said. The young man stared at him firmly and slowly without blinking. He was as stubborn as a dog. He said 1, 2. All of a sudden, a flurry of footsteps, shouts, and curses could be heard coming from the outside. Chu Wanning raised her head and gazed into the distance, only to see a sea of lanterns burning brightly downstairs. An army of Yin soldiers was rushing straight towards them. Rongjiu finally found the opportunity to tell. Over there. Upstairs. Upstairs. Catch that little thief. This is rebellion, this is rebellion. The world was turned upside down in panic. Torches and ghosts rolled in from afar like a tide, wanting to devour the two of them and throw them into the infernal hell, never to be reincarnated. Mo Ran didn't look back. At that moment he held Chu Wanning's hand and suddenly felt very calm. Although Chu Wanning wasn't his lover, he was someone he loved, respected, loved him, and treated him well. He looked at him, his heart was calm. Chu Wanning scolded him. Are you out of your mind? What are you still standing there for? As he spoke, he grabbed Mo Ran's hand and pulled him up from the ground. Under the flickering lights, his eyes were burning, no different from when he was alive. Chu Wanning frowned and said angrily, let's go. Mo Ran was stunned. Us? Chu Wanning was furious. Who else could it be? Mo Ran was in a daze. He trembled and closed his eyes, then opened them again. Then he suddenly smiled. That smile was very beautiful. His eyes were still stained with mist, like a flower dipped in dew, beautiful and boundless. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and tightly held Chu Wanning's fingers. 10 fingers intertwined. He pressed against Chu Wanning's forehead and said softly and solemnly, 3. What 3? Let's go. Mo Ran finally turned around when he saw the endless horde of ghosts chasing after them. He exclaimed in panic, Master, create a barrier to block them off first. Then I'll send you into the spirit guiding lamp. It won't. What? Mo Ran was dumbstruck. Chu Wanning's face was cold, but he was still a little embarrassed. He said angrily, if I still had my mana, how could I be trapped in this broken cage? Come on. Chu Wanning's soul was missing cultivation. Because the soul was kept in the spirit guiding lamp, it was necessary to chant an incantation without being disturbed. Although it did not take long, it was impossible in the current situation. Mo Ran could only pull Chu Wanning and run. Fortunately, although Chu Wanning had lost his cultivation, he still had his skills. He would not be a burden to Mo Ran. The two of them ran, and behind them was an endless stream of ghost soldiers. When they reached the entrance of the main hall, Chu Wanning asked, Do you know the way? Mo Ran said, No, I don't. Chu Wanning. Mo Ran was not discouraged. He pointed at the tall palace wall. Go up there, you can see more clearly. Fortunately, Chu Wanning had a solid foundation in Qigong. Even without the support of his cultivation, he could still fly over the roof and vault over the wall. He stepped on the roof tiles and looked down to see the horde of angry zombies rushing over. He said to Mo Ran, Summon the ghost. Mo Ran did as he was told. Their palms brushed against each other, and a dazzling scarlet radiance shot out like the tongue of a soaring serpent. The crimson willow leaves swayed, and the divine martial willow vines coiled around his feet. Spiritual energy over 5 miles into the Chu Qi, gather in Shangyang and draw it down. Whoosh! Chu Wanning suddenly thought of something and added, Don't pour in too much spiritual energy. Mo Ran was startled when he heard this, but it was too late to withdraw his power. There was a loud bang, and the moment the flying snake was flung out, heavenly fire exploded like a soaring dragon swallowing and spitting fire. It roared from Mo Ran's palm to the horde of zombies. The blazing tongue of fire almost burned the entire corridor, carrying the fire to move the starland, rising clouds out of the cauldron lake. Almost in the blink of an eye, the dozens of soldiers at the front were burned clean along with the bricks, tiles, and plants. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran, didn't I tell you to pour in less spiritual energy? Chu Wanning frowned and said angrily, When you said that, I was already... Mo Ran suddenly remembered that he could not talk back to his master and had to be respectful. He resentfully shut up and said, Master is right. Forget it. Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves. It's my fault for speaking too late. Mo Ran was stunned, so if he wanted his master to admit defeat, he only needed to take the blame first. He blinked and could not help but laugh. Chu Wanning glanced at him. What are you laughing at? Why are you still here? Chapter 115. Go go go. Mo Ran responded. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked worried. Shizun, I've killed so many Yin soldiers. I'm afraid the ghost realm will be finished with us. It doesn't matter. Chu Wanning said. The move just now won't make the opponent's soul scatter. Their souls will just be shattered, and they will gather again in a few days. Mo Ran listened carefully and saw that there were specks of soul fragments floating in the burning embers, like fireflies. Before he could look further, Chu Wanning had already pulled him and said, Run. Behind the ruins, there was an even more furious group of soldiers running like wolves and pigs. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran ran quickly on the jade tiles. Mo Ran asked while running, Shizun, since they won't die, they won't be able to offend the ghost realm. Why don't you let me inject more spiritual power to repel them? Chu Wanning said coldly. Try that move again. Although Mo Ran didn't know why he said that, he still tried it. Unexpectedly this time it was only a small cluster of fireworks. The ghosts seemed to be very tired, and there was no longer the momentum of swallowing the sun and moon and suppressing the mountains and rivers. The more spiritual power you inject, the more time you need to rest. Chu Wanning said. Too much is as bad as too little. Do you remember? I remember. After a pause, Mo Ran said again. Shizun, I suddenly thought of something. Guess what I thought of? What? I thought of how you taught me how to use the vine whip in the land of Peach Blossom. At that time you were very short. Mo Ran grinned and gestured with his hand. You didn't even reach my waist. Chu Wanning heard that and suddenly tripped. Be careful. Get lost. If he was still alive, Chu Wanning's ears would have turned red. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're so useless. You're comparing height with Xiaxi and I. Why don't you compare with me? Mo Ran smiled. He didn't want to compare himself with him. Although he had grown taller and was no longer as tall as his master back in colorful Butterfly Town, he was still on equal footing. He glanced at his Shizun from the corner of his eyes and made a mental note. He thought to himself that in a few years, when this body of his was completely developed, he would definitely pull Chu Wanning over and compare him. While the Emperor Ta was calculating, Wanye Yuheng had mixed feelings. Although he had guessed that Mo Ran already knew that he was Xiaxi and I, he still felt humiliated when he heard it with his own ears. After all, he had raised his head and called Mo Ran senior brother. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed and angry he felt. Chu Wanning ran even faster, leaving Mo Ran behind. Mo Ran knew what he was thinking, so he didn't chase after him. He only kept a distance of half a step and firmly followed behind him. They ran against the whistling night wind and looked at the man who was close by. His red clothes were like falling maple leaves and flowing clouds. The golden butterfly embroidery on his robe was vivid and lifelike. As the robe flowed, it became brighter and brighter. A trace of bittersweet satisfaction suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, he was grateful that he could still see Chu Wanning, and that he could still receive Chu Wanning's guidance like before. In a few more years, if everything went smoothly, he could still lower half of his head. He smiled and said to Chu Wanning, Disciple and Shizun will compare height. Disciple will stand obediently. Shizun can stand on tiptoe. His heart was very, very warm. He only thought that the heavens really treated him well. Not everyone could have the chance to start over after making a mistake, and not everyone could be tolerant and forgiven when they were hurt. His Shizun was a person with a cold face but a warm heart. He actually took so long to find out. After chasing away 2 more groups of soldiers, the entrance of the temporary imperial residence was just a few steps away. Looking back, those soldiers had been left far behind and could no longer catch up to them. Mo Ran slightly sighed in relief. However, before he could relax, he heard a sudden clap of thunder in front of him. In the midst of the thunder and fire, a huge palanquin appeared. 8 muscular warriors knelt on the palanquin and carried it steadily. A slightly fat man with long hair and wrapped in a white fur coat lay on the palanquin. He had 2 beauties in each of his arms. One was massaging his shoulders, and the other was feeding him cherry fruits. Although this pot-bellied man was a soul, he had already cultivated a physical body. Therefore, he ate the fruits like a living person, not just for the taste. The man licked his lips, pinched the beauty's chin and kissed her. Then, he looked up at Chu Wanning and Mo Ran and sneered. This is really not good. Someone actually dares to snatch the treasure that this king has taken a fancy to. As he spoke, he said leisurely, "Little immortal, who gave you the guts?" Chu Wanning's face was ashen, and his expression was extremely ugly. He was actually called a treasure by such a greasy and lecherous ghost in front of Mo Ran. If he still had his magical power, Heaven's Inquisition would have already shredded this bastard into pieces. Mo Ran's face was also ugly, but he knew that his current cultivation level was not enough to protect Chu Wanning and fight with the Ghost Kings at the same time. Therefore, he could only talk. He stepped forward, clasped his fist and said, "Your Highness, I'm sorry for destroying so many rooms in your palace, but this person, I'm going to take him away." "Oh, you're going to take him away just like that?" The fourth Ghost King laughed. "Look at what he's wearing. Let me teach you a lesson. That's called the Minghun robe. In other words, it's our ghost world's auspicious robe. He's wearing my auspicious robe, so he's a ghost under my command. He can't step out of the palace door. If you don't believe me, you can try." After a pause, he added, "If you force him to go out, I'm afraid his soul will be crushed by the spiritual power of the robe at the entrance of the palace. Think carefully." Mo Ran suddenly understood why Rongzhou said that everyone was tied up in the main hall, but Chu Wanning was not. It turned out that the red robe he was wearing. Clenching his fist, Mo Ran said, "I want to take him away, so I can't let your Highness be taken advantage of. What does your Highness want? I'll do my best to give it to you. I only want beauties. And recently, I've been sick of the gentle and obedient ones. I like the ones next to you. They're cold and don't like to talk to people. That's what I like." Looking at the expressions of Mo Ran and Chu Wanning, the fourth Ghost King also felt that it was interesting. He slowly sat up and said, "But to be honest, I've been in the underworld for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone break into my palace. That's interesting. Can I ask, who are you to him?" Mo Ran said, "He's my Shizun. Just a Shizun." The Ghost King spread his hands and laughed. "I thought it was some kind of life and death relationship." Mo Ran said, "He doesn't like you. What's the use of forcing him to stay?" The Ghost King lazily waved his hand, childish. "Whether I like him or not, it's not that important. I'm only interested in his skin and flesh, not his heart." Besides, the Ghost King said with a smile, "If he doesn't like me, does he like you? If he's your lover, I wouldn't be interested. Although I love beauties, I don't like those who drink wine. Unfortunately, he's only your Shizun." When Mo Ran heard this, he was stunned at first, then suddenly laughed. "Is your Highness serious? I'm the master of the fourth layer of the underworld. Why would I lie to a little brat like you? Then I'll ask one more question. If Shizun is already married, then wearing your Highness's auspicious clothes, would it still be useful?" "Of course it's useless. I've never liked to play with other people's husbands and wives." The fourth Ghost King frowned, "But why are you asking this? Has your Shizun married?" Chu Wanning was shameless, so he said no. Mo Ran was shameless, so he said, "It's a success." The fourth Ghost King. Before Chu Wanning could say anything else, Mo Ran suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the main entrance. As he walked, he turned around and said to the fourth Ghost King, "Your Highness, don't pay attention to him. My Shizun has a bad memory. You just said that if he's married, then this auspicious clothes won't be effective. Let's not waste time arguing. I'll take him out myself. If we get out smoothly, then I ask your Highness to let us live. If I'm lying, then there's no resentment in life or death." Chu Wanning said, "Mo Ran, are you crazy? Back then in colorful Butterfly Town it was just a show. It won't count at all." "Why won't it count?" Mo Ran was resolute, but he was very certain. The wine has been drunk, the kowtows have been kowtowed, and there are parents above and Empress Mother below. Why won't it count? Mo Ran. The Ghost King had been in the underworld for hundreds and thousands of years, so he was a little bored. Suddenly seeing this kind of argument, he felt it was very funny. He sat down and rested his chin on his hand, watching with interest. He patted the leg of the beauty beside him and asked her to feed him another piece of candied fruit. As he chewed, he said, "Fine, you can go. If you get out smoothly, I won't stop you. If you die, then it's your own fault." Mo Ran said, "Thank you." The main entrance of the temporary imperial residence was covered with a layer of enchantment that flashed with a faint purple light. It was obviously used to trap ghosts. The closer Chu Wanning was to the enchantment, the more unwilling he was to accept it. How could this kind of half-baked underworld marriage count? But at this time, Mo Ran approached him and said in a low voice, "Shizun, don't worry. The marriage contract between you and me will definitely be effective." "How will it be effective?" "Listen to me for once. This matter I know what to do." As he said this, he held Chu Wanning's hand tightly, his palm sweaty. "If it's extremely unfortunate, I will accompany Shizun." Chu Wanning's whole body shook. He opened his phoenix eyes wide and looked at him in shock, as if he had never seen this person in front of him clearly before. Mo Ran smiled at him, his dimples showing. "I owe Shizun a lot. This time I won't leave Shizun alone." Chu Wanning was silent for a long time, then said in a low voice, "Why bother?" "Then what about Shizun? Why bother?" Chu Wanning lowered his eyelids, then sighed softly and didn't refuse. The two stood hand in hand at the entrance of the enchantment where the purple lightning flowed. Behind them were demons and monsters who were sitting idly and watching the show. "Shall we go?" "Let's go." It was unknown who held whose hand first so hard. The cold hand was wrapped around the hot hand, the sweaty hand was wrapped around the dry hand, and the pale hand was wrapped around the weak-colored hand. The heavenly fire was surging, and the lightning was roaring. The enchantment was like a huge torrent and waterfall. They stepped in at almost the same time, and in a flash of lightning, they swallowed mountains and rivers, like a hot knife through butter. It was as if in the next second, these two people who dared to step out of the gate of life and death would be torn to shreds, split into pieces and burned to ashes. The lightning and fire burst out with a dazzling brilliance, so dazzling that it was almost white. Seeing that it was about to fall on the two of them, Mo Ran had always thought that from now on, he would respect and love Shizun. He couldn't disobey him, and he couldn't have any improper thoughts to tarnish Shizun's reputation. But in this moment of life and death, he suddenly turned his head, suddenly wanting to see Chu Wanning's face again. But he found that in the turbulent rain formed by the enchantment, Chu Wanning was also looking at him. Those phoenix eyes used to be fierce, resolute, regretful, abhorrent, and patient. But at this moment, it was as if everything was about to be extinguished. Also, he didn't know if it was just his imagination. There was also affection. Mo Ran had never seen Chu Wanning's eyes like this. His head buzzed with a roar, and he felt that the city walls and buildings were collapsing. Suddenly, there was a warm feeling of love in his chest, breaking through the solid grayish-black rock layer and breaking out of the ground. He didn't even have time to think about what kind of feeling it was. He only felt that his heart was boiling, and his blood was boiling. In the midst of thunder and lightning, he reached out his hand without hesitation and hugged Chu Wanning tightly in his arms. His frantic heartbeat hit his trembling soul. His chest hit his chest. Before he went to the ghost realm, he didn't have the idea of dying together with Chu Wanning. He always felt that the person he loved was Shirmei. If he wanted to live and die together, it could only be with Shirmei. But when the calamity of death really came, he couldn't help but think and held him in his arms, as if he wanted to rub the other's flesh and blood into his own flesh and hide his soul into his own soul. "Chu Wanning, I'll be with you." I didn't expect it to be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks." Suddenly, a leisurely joking voice sounded in his ears. This king actually caught the wrong ghost? Is this immortal monarch really a married soul with a master? Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes. The thunder and lightning that should have torn them to pieces had unknowingly turned into thousands of dandelions, dancing and fluttering around them, drifting back to the snow. The four ghost kings stood up with a smile and stood not far from the palace gate. They slowly clapped their hands. "I've been bored for hundreds of years, but today I've seen a good show. Chu Wanning." Mo Ran hadn't returned to his senses yet. His head was still dizzy. He looked at the four ghost kings, then turned to look at the person in his arms. He suddenly realized that it was inappropriate for him to hug his master like this, so he hurriedly withdrew his hands. Chu Wanning also returned to his senses from his daze. He turned his face, and it was unknown what kind of expression he had on his face. After a while, He tidied up his clothes and stood to the side without saying a word. In order to break the awkwardness, Mo Ran raised his head and asked the four ghost kings, "How was it? I didn't lie to the king, right?" No. The four ghost kings shook their heads with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Day after day, how long has it been since I've seen such a lively scene? Alright, since you let me see a good show, you can go on your own. This king has so many beauties, I don't lack a married soul." Mo Ran immediately felt relieved. He thought, these four kings are much more magnanimous than the ninth king that Shizun met before. Although he's a pervert, he's a man of his word and has the appearance of a king. With this thought, he pulled Chu Wanning and was about to leave. Unexpectedly at this time the clouds in the sky drifted away. The moonlight shone on Mo Ran's body, quietly casting a thick black shadow. At first, the four kings didn't react. He was still smiling because he was happy to see such a rare scene. He turned around and signaled the beauty beside him to feed him another grape. The beauty's fingertips peeled off the dark purple skin of the grape and handed the sweet and sparkling flesh to the four kings. Just as the four kings were about to open his mouth, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and shouted, "Stop!" His eyes were fixed on the shadow on the ground. His gaze moved up inch by inch, and finally fell on Mo Ran's face. "Look, what is that on the ground?" Mo Ran looked down and suddenly found that there was still a blurry shadow under his feet. The four kings' playful expression was swept away. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes, which flashed with the light of a vulture pouncing on its prey. "You, a living person, can actually go to hell?" Chapter 116. When Chu Wanning saw the light gathering in the Ghost King's hand, he immediately pushed Mo Ran and said, "Run." There was no need for him to repeat himself. Mo Ran grabbed Chu Wanning's arm and the two of them ran towards the palace gate. Mo Ran was so angry that he scolded, "Master Huizui's curse is so careless. How could he leave a shadow for me to use against me?" Hearing his own disciple scolding his own master, Chu Wanning didn't have much of a reaction. He only glanced at Mo Ran and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. "Want to escape?" The fourth king snorted from behind. "It's not that easy." Both of them were very good at lightness kung fu. Seeing that the palace gate was about to close completely, the two of them stepped on the wall and flew up. At the same time, the fourth king summoned lightning. He waved his hand and the lightning fell on the palace gate. In an instant the palace wall, which was only dozens of feet high, was uprooted from the ground, as if it wanted to reach the sky. The palace gate also closed at an extremely fast speed, sealing off all sides. Mo Ran cursed and pulled Chu Wanning to turn around and run. If they couldn't get out of the palace gate, then they wouldn't go out. It was more important to not be caught by the four ghost kings. He had hit the jackpot by a stroke of luck. The kings of the ghost world each had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although the four ghost kings were powerful in their spells, they had been licentious for thousands of years. Their bodies were not as strong as the other kings. Not to mention running 1 mile, even if they were asked to run 50 steps, they would be out of breath. Adhering to the iron rule of never sitting if they could lie down and never standing if they could sit, the four ghost kings had been lazy for thousands of years. They were so lazy that they became useless at lightness kung fu. When he saw Chu Wanning and Mo Ran running further and further away, he couldn't help but be angry. However, because this guy often searched for beauties in the territories of the other kings, he didn't have a good relationship with the other 8 kings. Therefore, when something like this happened, he was unwilling to inform the other kings to join forces and capture them. What's so great about running fast? But you can't escape from this king's palm either. The fourth ghost king rubbed his belly, feeling a little wronged. When he turned around and saw that the 8 brave men who were carrying his palanquin were not moving, he became even more displeased. "What are you standing there for? This king's legs are noble, so it's not convenient for me to chase after him. Are you not going to chase after him as well?" It was said that the 4 ghost kings were handsome men when they were thin. However, because they hadn't tasted the delicacies of the mortal realm for a long time, they indulged in gluttony after they gained physical bodies. They ate while sitting, lying down, walking, and squatting. Even during the busiest times in hell, they didn't even have time to write. Instead, they had to stand on either side of him. They weren't in charge of grinding the paper, but were instead in charge of cutting fresh fruits and feeding him pastries. Just like that, a handsome man with peerless talent stuffed himself into a fatty. Although he had a good foundation and wouldn't become too fat no matter how much he ate, he still looked like he was walking. After that, the fourth Ghost King ordered people to throw out all the mirrors in the palace. The words he was most unhappy to hear were the words fat and fat. It was said that a pretty concubine once sang a little song for him. The first 3 lines of the song were half moon, half moon, half moon. Before she could finish the last line, she was kicked in the chest by the fourth Ghost King. He even scolded, fat, fat, fat. Isn't it enough to tolerate you being fat twice? Now you want to sing a third? Don't think that just because you've taken apart this king, I can't tell that you're belittling me in a roundabout way. How dare you? Therefore, although the ghost men who carried the palanquin were brave, they didn't dare to chase after Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. They all lowered their heads and let the fourth Ghost King complain. In the end, one of them was smarter and said, "Your Highness is very agile. If you can't catch up to them, how can we?" The fourth Ghost King finally caught his breath and decided not to chase after them. He turned his head and said to his attendant, "What you said makes sense. At least you know your limits. All right, that's all. Go and pass down my order. All the doors of the palace are to be closed. The palace walls are to be covered with sealing spells. Don't even let a fly out." He spat and spat out the grape seed that he had been holding in his mouth. He said gloomily, "Let's see where they can run to." Mo Ran and Chu Wanning were very agile. With the twists and turns in the palace, they quickly left the ghosts behind. The 2 of them hid in a narrow alley. Chu Wanning was a ghost, so he didn't feel tired no matter how long he ran. On the other hand, Mo Ran was a mortal, so he leaned against the wall and breathed slowly. Chu Wanning glanced outside gloomily. He sealed off the temporary imperial residence. Mo Ran caught his breath and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, Shizun. You can enter the spirit guiding lamp. This way we can directly return to the world of the living. He definitely won't be able to stop us." Chu Wanning nodded, but for some reason, there was a hint of worry between his brows. Mo Ran didn't notice. He took out the spirit guiding lamp and silently recited the incantation. However, the golden light flashed a few times before quickly extinguishing. Chu Wanning's Earth Soul was still standing in front of him unharmed. What's going on? Mo Ran was shocked. Why didn't it work? Chu Wanning's gloomy expression became more obvious. He sighed and said, "It's just as I thought. The transmission incantation doesn't work here. I'm afraid that we can only return to the world of the living after leaving the palace." Mo Ran heard this and bit his lip. His eyes were stubborn. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "No matter what, I have to bring you out." Chu Wanning glanced at him and said, "You have to hurry. The palace is vast. It won't be easy for the ghosts to find you. However, there's no water or food here. I'm fine, but you won't be able to hold on for long." Mo Ran smiled. "I can bear the hunger. I've been like this since I was young." After a while, when the surroundings were completely silent, the 2 walked out of the alley and walked on the empty bluestone street. The cold moon was like water, soaking the returning people. One had a shadow, the other didn't. They walked side by side. Mo Ran said, "Shizun. Earlier at the door, I'm sorry for offending you." Chu Wanning seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, he lowered his eyelashes and his eyes turned cold. "It's fine. The situation forced me to. My words were offensive. I'm sorry." Chu Wanning. Saying that you're married was wrong. "I'm sorry." Chu Wanning suddenly stopped and said coldly, "How long are you going to apologize? Can't you say something else?" "Something else?" Mo Ran was stunned. He thought for a while and carefully changed his words. Then, "I'm sorry?" Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves and left. Poor Mo Ran didn't know that his words had made him unhappy again. But in the end, he was afraid of disturbing him, and saying more would make his Shizun even more angry. He scratched his head and followed obediently. "Shizun. Mo Ran walked halfway and couldn't help but ask before. "Did you have some kind of chance encounter?" Chu Wanning paused and asked, "What do you mean?" "I found your other earthly soul in the ghost realm. That is to say, you have an extra soul compared to ordinary people. I saw Shizun at Shunfeng restaurant earlier. I asked him, and he said that the extra soul shouldn't be yours to begin with. Mo Ran was a little hesitant, but with the body in the human world, I did see for Shizun. So I think, did Shizun have some kind of fate before? Chu Wanning was silent for a while and seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed, but then he closed his eyes and said, it shouldn't be. He paused, seeming to be a little confused and hesitant, and then asked, I really have 4 souls? Yes. Chu Wanning didn't know why. He thought for a while and sighed. This is not something I can answer. It won't affect anything. Let him be. The two of them continued to cautiously walk along the secluded path, while probing the 4 Ghost King's spells and spiritual energy that sealed the entire palace. There must be a weak point in every enchantment. As Chu Wanning spoke, he arrived in front of a watchtower. His fingers brushed against the rough walls. There were fragments of blue light flowing on the walls. He closed his eyes to capture the spiritual flow that was surging under the bricks. However, because he didn't have the ability to cast any spells at the moment, it was very strenuous for him to sense it. After a while, Chu Wanning lowered his hand in disappointment and shook his head. My soul is not complete, and my power is damaged. I don't know how to break through. Mo Ran said, Shizun, why don't you teach me and I'll try? No, the spirit of enchantment is complicated. It's not something that can be learned in a day or two. Mo Ran asked, then generally speaking, what are the weaknesses of enchantments? Why don't we try them one by one? Every enchantment's weakness is different. There is no such thing as being normal. If we test them one by one, I really don't know how long it will take. How do we know if we don't try? Mo Ran said with a smile. Maybe I'll be very lucky? Chu Wanning was about to say something when he suddenly saw a white figure swaying around the corner. He frowned and habitually wanted to summon Tianwen, but when he stretched out his hand, he couldn't summon anything. His face couldn't help but become worse. He shouted, who is it? The white figure immediately wanted to escape. Mo Ran wouldn't give him the chance. He immediately flew over and grabbed the ghost. He covered the ghost's mouth and nose so that he couldn't scream. He then twisted the ghost's hands behind his back and kicked him to kneel on the ground. He stared and couldn't help but be angry. Rongjiu. The youth kneeling on the ground was delicate and white like a willow tree in the wind, but there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He turned his head and didn't say anything. Mo Ran said angrily, you want to tell on me again? You really think I won't kill you? Chu Wanning walked over. He hadn't seen Rongjiu before. He looked down and asked Mo Ran, you know him? Mo Ran didn't know what to say. He thought that when he committed the 2 crimes of theft and lust, he was sent to the good and evil stage for public trial by Chu Wanning because of Rongjiu. At that time he only thought that Chu Wanning was cruel and had a deep hatred for him. But now that the old account book was laid out in front of him, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Chu Wanning didn't feel anything strange. He only thought that this person was an old acquaintance of Mo Ran. He said, since he followed you here, then don't leave him in this palace. When we find a way out, we can take him with us. As he said, he looked at Rongjiu carefully again. He's a good person. Reincarnation is the most important thing. Mo Ran. Rongjiu was a little nervous at first, but when he heard what he said, he was stunned at first, then suddenly laughed. He squinted at Mo Ran and said, so this is Shizun? What Shizun? Who are you to call him Shizun? Mo Ran was angry, my Shizun. Rongjiu was angry and wanted to make things difficult for him. He said slowly, oh my Shizun. You. After a while, Chu Wanning figured out that something was wrong. Mo Ran, do you have a grudge with him? Rongjiu smiled, good Shizun, don't be angry with him. I don't have a grudge with him. We're just old friends. He said it ambiguously, but his tone was very ambiguous. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. He looked very indifferent, but the gloominess between his eyebrows couldn't be hidden. Rongjiu grew up in the house, so he was the best at observing people. With Chu Wanning's pure temperament, how could the emotions in his eyes escape his eyes? He was slightly surprised. He thought that Mo Ran was a playboy who was bold and greedy for his Shizun. Unexpectedly, when he saw the real person, it didn't seem to be a one-sided love of Mo Ran. The peak of life and death was really dirty. Even if the situation was dangerous, Rongjiu couldn't help but sigh. He felt disgusted and surprised. Dual cultivation between men in the cultivation world was not strange, but it was very unpopular. Mo Weiyu, as the master of the peak of life and death, actually had a relationship with his Shizun. If this spread out, Shuizhenyong, the head of the school, really didn't know where to put his face. Rongjiu looked at Chu Wanning with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, and was about to say a few words to add fuel to the fire, but Chu Wanning opened his mouth first. "You're already dead. What's the point of talking about our old friendship? Isn't this what the immortal asked me?" Rongjiu said with a smile. "I just answered truthfully." "Who asked you?" Chu Wanning said coldly. "I asked him from the beginning." It was self-evident who he was referring to. His tone was full of anger, and it couldn't be more obvious that he wanted to draw a clear line with Rongjiu. Hearing that Chu Wanning was on his side, Mo Ran felt a little relieved. He wanted to say a few words to him, but before he got close, Chu Wanning turned back angrily. "It's up to you how to deal with it." But Mo Ran was actually not sure what to do. If he let Rongjiu go, he was afraid that this person would turn back and make trouble for them. If he didn't let him go, he would be like a barrel of gunpowder. If he said something that shouldn't be said, he was afraid that Chu Wanning would be choked to death. After hesitating for a while, he saw that Chu Wanning went to the side to check the enchantment of the 4 Ghost Kings again. Mo Ran pulled up Rongjiu's collar and said in a low voice, "What do you want?" "I'm not calm." Rongjiu's thin eyelashes trembled, and there was a glimmer in them. "I just can't stand that a villain like you can start over again." But Mo Ran knew that Rongjiu was not the kind of person who would hurt others and hurt himself. This guy had always done things that hurt others for his own benefit. Even if he resented others, the most important thing for him was to live a peaceful life. There was no reason for him to follow them at the risk of being burned to ashes. His eyes swept over and fell on Rongjiu's feet. One of the slender white feet was wearing a shoe, and the other was not. There was mud on the feet, which was obviously the result of running away in a hurry. Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. "Tell the truth." "Rongjiu, didn't I say? The truth is that I don't like it. If you want to lie to me again, I'll immediately cover your eyes and mouth and throw you into a dry well. You're already a soul, you won't starve to death in there and you can't escape. If you're lucky, there will be patrols in 3 to 5 days. If you're unlucky, you'll be prepared to stay in the well for 8 to 10 years. Mo Ran paused and said in a low voice, "It's up to you." Rongjiu's expression changed. After a while he said, "I changed my mind, I don't want to stay here, you have to take me out." "Why, you don't want to be your ghost husband anymore?" Rongjiu bit his lips and then looked up angrily. "I want to live a normal life and start over." He took a deep breath and said, "I want to be reincarnated." "Good. Then let me ask you one more time. Were you the one who tipped off the patrol and let them know my whereabouts? Even if you don't say it, I have a way to interrogate you." Mo Ran's hand flashed red, and he said in a low voice, "Say it." "Yes, I was the one who snitched, but so what?" Rongjiu raised his chin, and his eyes flashed with resentment. "If I didn't take the opportunity to show them the way, would I be able to escape?" Mo Ran suddenly let go of his collar, and laughed in anger. "You're good at adding insult to injury, damn you. I'm also good at slandering people." Rongjiu slowly tidied up his clothes and glanced at Chu Wanning, who was not far away. "Mo Xianjun, you care about that person very much, don't you? I'll tell him in detail how you treated and coaxed me in the past. Without any exaggeration, what do you think he'll do?" Chapter 117. What Rongjiu meant was that Chu Wanning would definitely be upset, jealous, and unable to take it. However, Mo Ran did not know that Chu Wanning's feelings for him were actually love. He pondered over Rongjiu's words and felt that Rongjiu was going to tell Chu Wanning all the ridiculous things he had done. If Rongjiu were to tell Chu Wanning all the ridiculous things he had done, how could Chu Wanning keep her dignity? Wouldn't he die of anger? He immediately said, "Don't you think about him." Rongjiu smiled charmingly. He was obviously a man, but he had beautiful features. He said softly, "Then protect me as well. Take me with you and I'll be good." I promise I won't say anything, and I won't cause any trouble. Emo Ran had no choice. He cursed and turned to leave. Rongjo knew that he acquiesced, so he followed him happily. Emo Ran had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back and pointed at Rongjo with his finger. He said in a low voice, Rongjo, if you don't behave yourself, I'll make sure that your soul will scatter before you even touch the well of reincarnation. Rongjo looked at him flirtatiously and said, I won't offend you as long as you don't bully me. I promise I will behave. Emo Xianjun, don't you know what kind of person I am? You're my old patron. Emo Ran was disgusted by Rongjo's sweet talk in his previous life. However, he could not do anything about it. He watched as Rongjo walked to Chu Waning's side. He could not figure out what was going on. Was he blind? Song Chodong Rongjo. What kind of people were they? How could he like them? If he could be reborn in front of himself in his previous life, he would really want to choke the neck of the treading celestial gentleman and crack open his head to see how much water was soaked in it. What the hell was going on? Fortunately, Rongjo did not tell her everything just now. Chu Waning was a blank piece of paper when it came to relationships. Rongjo, who was experienced, explained to her with a smile, and Chu Waning's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. He even thought that his mind was not pure enough to misunderstand the meaning of this young man's old friendship. Although his expression did not change, his heart was somewhat embarrassed. Since Rongjo had joined them, he had to do something. He was familiar with the palace and said, although there are few people on this street, it is not hidden. If you want to find out how to break the barrier, I will take you to another place. The other place he mentioned was, in fact, a warehouse that stored cloth from the ghost realm. The white linen cloth was piled high, which was the best way to cover one's tracks. The 3 of them found a remote place. Chu Waning touched the wall with his finger as if he was checking the pulse of a patient. He tried to feel the barrier that covered the entire palace. However, after a long time he still couldn't feel it. On the contrary, Chu Waning's soul was getting weaker and weaker. Emo Ran covered the back of his hand and moved his palm away from the wall. He said, take a rest. Chu Waning was annoyed and helpless. He stared at his palm and sulked. Why is my soul lacking spiritual power? Can I share mine with you? No need. Chu Waning glanced at Rongjo in the distance and softened his voice. You are a human, I am a ghost. We are separated by yin and yang. After resting for a while, Chu Waning began to probe again. If his 3 souls were complete and he had magic on him, he would be able to sense where the 4 Ghost King's spell was weak by sending a strong spiritual current into the enchantment. However, his spiritual power was so weak that he barely managed to merge it into the enchantment. It was like trying to catch a floating leaf in the vast ocean. It was too difficult. After waiting for 2 hours, Rongjo became a little anxious. He ran over and grabbed Emo Ran. Can we get out or not? Emo Ran said, don't make trouble. Just sit here. I'm so anxious. Give me a definite answer. Can we get out or not? It's useless to be anxious. Just wait. Rongjo said, shouldn't your master be very powerful? Why is there still no movement after so long? His 3 souls are not complete, and this soul happens to lack magic. Can you be a little quieter? Rongjo heard and looked a little disappointed. His eyelashes flickered, and he sat back on the pile of white linen. After another 2 hours, Rongjo stood up and walked to Chu Waning. Immortal, do you have any other ideas? Chu Waning did not open his eyes. His fingertips were still on the wall and he said no. Then is there any other way for you to recover some magic? Chu Waning heard, pondered for a moment and asked, do you have spiritual power? No. Rongjo was slightly stunned. Why do you ask? If you have, just give me some and I can use it. Rongjo said happily, so easy? Then let Emo Xianjun. Chu Waning interrupted him. His is useless. Rongjo of course did not know that Emo Ran was not a ghost. When he heard that Emo Ran could not use it, the smile on his face immediately froze. Why? No reason, the nature is different. Emo Ran knew that Chu Waning was not good at lying, and it was best not to let Rongjo know that he was not a ghost, so he immediately interrupted him. Can you please wait outside? If someone comes, please run back and report. Rongjo stared at him angrily, but the 3 of them were in the same boat at this time, so he had to go near the door of the warehouse. He leaned against the door reluctantly. While peeling his fingernails, he raised his misty peach blossom eyes to look outside. Mo Ran looked at him, and then sat down next to Chu Wanning. After hesitating for a while, he still felt that he did not want to lie to Chu Wanning, so he said, "Master, I want to apologize to you. What did you do wrong? That is, do you still remember that one year you sent me to the good and evil stage to be punished because I broke?" Mo Ran paused, and did not have the nerve to say the law of lust. A person's face was really a very strange thing. When it did not matter, it could be as thick as the Great Wall, but when it was important, it could be as thin as a piece of paper, easily broken. Mo Ran lowered his head, very embarrassed, and said softly, "Because I broke the 4th, 9th, and 15th law. 4th law, theft. 9th law, lust. 15th law, deception." Of course, Chu Wanning did not forget. He opened his eyes but did not look at Mo Ran, and only said yes. Looking at that handsome and restrained face, Mo Ran felt even more ashamed. After a while, he lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Master, I am sorry." In fact, Chu Wanning had already vaguely guessed what he was going to say. Although she was angry, he always had a clear sense of priorities in front of important matters. Moreover, it wasn't as if he had only just found out about Mo Ran's shameful deeds. She said coldly, "Haven't I already punished you? You did not do it again, so why bring it up again now?" "Because that Rongzhou outside, he is actually—" Mo Ran did not continue, and Chu Wanning also did not speak for a long time. After a while, Mo Ran heard Chu Wanning laugh coldly. "So it was him?" "Yes." He did not dare to raise his head to look at Chu Wanning. Although the peak of life and death did not forbid the disciple's desires, and it was normal for young cultivators to dual cultivate or have lovers outside, but Chu Wanning was different. Chu Wanning cultivated the Tao of pure heart, and he had always despised those romantic relationships. Not to mention that he did not find a lover normally, but went for a stroll in the tiles. Shuizhengyong doted on his nephew, and perhaps it did not matter. After all, Mo Ran was already in his 20s, and he did not cultivate the Tao of pure heart. It was not good to have a pure heart and few desires all day long, so it was fine to turn a blind eye to it, but Chu Wanning could not tolerate it. He would be disgusted. Mo Ran had clearly seen the disgust, contempt, and disgust in Chu Wanning's eyes when she was punished by the stage of good and evil. Although it had been so many years, he had not done the same thing again. But now that Rongzhou and Chu Wanning met in the world of spirits and souls, how could Chu Wanning feel at ease? Mo Ran felt that this was really like a saying. It was not that he did not want to repay, but the time had not yet come. He was not afraid that Chu Wanning would beat him or scold him, and even hoped that Chu Wanning would pick him up and give him a good beating. As long as nothing went wrong, as long as he did not anger the earth soul that he finally found because of this old debt, if Chu Wanning left in a fit of anger, then Mo Ran was afraid that he would really kill himself. So the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Instead of leaving Rongzhou, this walking gunpowder, it was better for him to admit his mistake to Chu Wanning and come clean. He thought about it. When he said this, he would stand in the direction of the door. If Chu Wanning stood up and left after hearing this, he would immediately carry him and tie him up. After that, it did not matter how angry Chu Wanning was. No matter what, he would not let this person leave him behind and disappear. Here Mo Ran was practicing in his head how to block Chu Wanning's path. On the other side, Chu Wanning's clothes moved slightly, and the golden red silk cloth shone slightly in the dim light. Mo Ran's heart was trembling. He whispered, "Shizun." Chu Wanning said, "The punishment has been done, and it has been so long. Why are you telling me this?" He looked sideways. His eyes were cold. His thin lips opened and closed, even with some sarcasm. "What does it have to do with me?" He did not expect that he would say, "What does it have to do with me?" Mo Ran was stunned. Chu Wanning was full of jealousy, but he did not taste it. He only felt very flustered, thinking that Shizun was so disappointed in him that he did not want to care about him anymore, and did not care about him anymore. He immediately became anxious and said, "Shizun, it was all my fault in the past. Please don't be angry." "Why should I be angry? What is there to be angry about?" Although he said so verbally, the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. In the end, Chu Wanning said angrily, "I knew you were not that clean. What old friendship? You still want to lie to me? Get out. Get out." Although he knew that there was a sour taste in his mouth, and also knew that this was an old matter. But Chu Wanning still unconsciously scolded in a low voice, "You really have no shame." Mo Ran did not leave, but sat beside him in a daze, a pair of clear black and white eyes staring straight at him. After a while he said, "I'm not leaving." Chu Wanning said angrily, "Leave. I don't want to see you right now." "I'm not leaving." Mo Ran muttered. He persisted, like a broken stone standing there. He was obviously such a hateful person, but when he looked at Chu Wanning, the rims of his eyes turned red, and in that hateful look, there was a faint trace of pity and stubbornness. "I'm afraid that if I leave, you will run away. Shizun, don't leave me behind." Chu Wanning did not know that he would think like this. This matter, although it was disgusting every time it was mentioned, after all, it was not the first time he heard about it. He knew the general trend of the cultivation world. After the age of 20, as long as one did not cultivate the Tao of clear heart, whether it was a man or a woman, almost everyone would inevitably have a romantic time, so there was nothing strange about it. Mo Ran was not Shui Meng. Shui Meng had the best cultivation and care since he was young. His parents were upright, and his family was strict, so he did not mess around like the other children of the aristocratic families. But Mo Ran? He had a willful and casual personality. He grew up in the brothels of Wuxia. He had no father, and his mother was a performer in a brothel. He was a puppy that no one cared about, and all day long, he was naughty and mischievous. When he was 15, he was brought back from the mud by his uncle, with fur and mud all over his body. If he said that he was pure and innocent, Chu Wanning would not believe it unless he was stupid. But even though he knew it, when he really saw the Rongjiu that Mo Ran had messed around with, Chu Wanning was still disgusted. He could not chase Mo Ran away, so he just turned his head and closed his eyes, focusing on his detection barrier. As he tested, he could not help but think of Rongjiu's fair and delicate oval face. It was very soft to the touch, right? And that lovely light pink mouth. Mo Ran, that grandson, must have kissed it before. And that waist, that figure. He could not help but think of how Mo Ran had messed around with that girly thing in bed. Disgusting. Some things it sounded like one thing, but when you actually saw it, it was a completely different thing. The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became. Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes, and he was burning with anger. He got up and pushed Mo Ran fiercely. "Get out. Master, get out." Mo Ran had no choice but to lower his head, and slowly walked to the door of the warehouse. Rongjiu saw him and was a little surprised. "Yo, immortal Master Mo, what's wrong, quarreling with your master?" Mo Ran did not want to talk to him at all. Now he had a headache when he saw Rongjiu. In his previous life, he liked him because Rongjiu and Shirmei were somewhat similar. In this life he was entangled with him because he hated him and wanted to make Rongjiu uncomfortable. But no matter what, the path he walked was the same as the mark on a wooden stake. It was something that could not be restored. Mo Ran said, "Don't sit here, I want to guard by myself. You go somewhere else." The entrance of the warehouse was the most dangerous, so Rongjiu was happy to leave. But after taking 2 steps, he could not help but turn back to look at Mo Ran. He was suddenly curious. He did not know how Mo Ran died. After not seeing him for a few years, his personality seemed to have changed so much. It was like he was greatly affected by something. It was really strange. His long eyelashes fluttered. This wonderful person looked up and down at Mo Ran's back. Suddenly he felt that something was not right. He looked carefully again, and his eyes fell on the faint shadow under Mo Ran's feet. Rongjiu was stunned. Chapter 118. There was a shadow of Mo Ran. He wasn't a dead person. Many details flashed through Rongjiu's mind. If Rongjiu still had a body of flesh and blood, he would have been shocked by the truth, and then his blood would rush to his head and cause his mind to be in a mess. Rongjiu stood there stiffly for a while. A person's reaction to big events was often closely related to his daily environment. For example, some people were usually like birds startled by the twang of a bough, and would easily be scared out of their wits in the face of unexpected events. Another example was Shui Meng, who was a proud son of God, who was always calm and unruffled, and ordinary things would not scare him at all. For someone like Rongjiu who had lived in the mud all his life, The first thing he would think of when faced with such a big matter was whether it would harm him. If it didn't, then how could he gain some benefits from it? He quickly realized that Mo Ran was a living person who had mixed in with the ghost world, and this was very beneficial to him. He only needed to reveal Mo Ran's identity, and it would be a great achievement, and he would definitely be able to get an official position in the underworld. At that time he would be able to hold his head high and be in high spirits. So what if he used his beauty to please others in life? As long as he grasped the opportunity, he would still be able to climb up the ranks after death, and this life of a man would not be in vain. This was really a meat pie that fell from the sky. Why would he need to go to reincarnation? He could immediately live the most comfortable life, completely turn the tables, wash away his shame, and start all over again. Rongjiu squinted his peach blossom-shaped eyes. He could almost see himself being conferred a title of nobility. Just like those officials in the ghost world, he sat in the bamboo palanquin with green gauze draped over his shoulders. He was calm and composed, passing through the demons and monsters calmly. The more Rongjiu thought about it, the more gratified he was. But on second thought, he was born weak and powerless, and it was almost impossible for him to slip under Mo Ran's nose and tell on him. He needed to find a way to keep Mo Ran busy. His mind moved, and his eyes fell on Chu Wanning, who was wearing a golden-red auspicious robe. Chu Xianjun Rongjiu sat down next to Chu Wanning, holding his chin and greeting people. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, only cared about probing the enchantment. He didn't say a word. His eyes were closed coldly, and his eyelashes seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. "You haven't found anything yet?" Rongjiu tried to ask. After waiting for a while, he saw that Chu Wanning was still ignoring him, but he didn't chase him away. Rongjiu just sat there and talked for a while. Then he said softly, "Chu Xianjun, actually I didn't tell you the truth just now. I was afraid that you would look down on me and not pity me, and leave me there alone." Chu Wanning's dark brows were tightly knitted together. Although he didn't say anything, there was a fire burning between his brows. However, he was still restraining himself, not intending to vent. But how could this fire escape Rongjiu's eyes? Rongjiu said softly and weakly, "I thought about it carefully when I was outside, and I felt that I shouldn't have lied to you. I feel very apologetic, so I came here to apologize to Immortal Monarch." His opening was really coincidental. Just like Mo Ran, he wanted to apologize. Chu Wanning wasn't that disgusted at first, but when he heard Rongjiu's words he finally opened his eyes gloomily. But he didn't look at Rongjiu. He asked coldly, "Which restaurant did you work in when you were alive?" Rongjiu was stunned. He subconsciously glanced in Mo Ran's direction and thought to himself, "This isn't good." That guy surnamed Mo actually didn't plan to hide it from Chu Wanning, and actually confessed first. "If I add more fuel to the fire now, will it still burn? Me and Mo Xianjun." Before he finished, he was interrupted by Chu Wanning. "Let me ask you, which restaurant did you work in when you were alive?" Rongjiu bit his lip. "Black Bamboo Town's Peach of Immortality House." "And Peach of Immortality House," Chu Wanning repeated and sneered. He fell silent again, his face pale. Rongjiu stole a few glances at him, pursed his lips and asked tentatively, "Chu Xianjun, you're not looking down on me, right?" Chu Wanning. "I had a hard life and my body was weak. I was sold to restaurants when I was young. If I had a choice, I would want to be like immortal, valiant and heroic, slaying demons." As Rongjiu spoke, he sighed and muttered melancholically, "If only I could become like immortal after reincarnating, that would be great." "A soul's personality won't change because of reincarnation," Chu Wanning said lightly. "I'm sorry, but we're not the same kind of people." Rongjiu was speechless, but the smile on his face didn't waver. He lowered his head and said, "I know I can't compare to immortal, but this is just wishful thinking. For people like us, if we don't give ourselves something to look forward to, I'm afraid we won't last more than a year in the restaurant before thinking about suicide." Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't say anything, Rongjiu glanced at Mo Ran from the corner of his eyes, guessing that he couldn't hear his conversation with Chu Wanning. Then he sighed softly. "After all, the customers in the restaurant are usually rough and fierce, and they don't treat us like humans. At that time, being able to receive a guest like Mo Xianjun is already something to be desired." Chu Wanning still didn't say a word. but the meridians on the back of his hand that was pressed against the wall were bulging. If he had spirit power, he would have been able to poke 5 holes in the wall. He held it in for a while, but still couldn't hold it in, and said in an extremely low voice, "What's there to be desired?" Rongzhou's charming face showed a trace of affection. "Not too much, not too little, just right. Mo Xianjun is a good person. Although he made a mistake in the end and took my money, I think it's probably because I didn't serve him properly before. He's always reasonable, and his personality is also likable." Chu Wanning listened silently with a cold face. In our restaurant, everyone who has accompanied him remembers his kindness, and many of them hope that he can come back. Does he go there often? Rongzhou pretended to smile bitterly. How do you mean often? Immortal asked, but I don't know. Then tell me how often he goes there, who he looks for, and when was the last time he went there. Chu Wanning's thin lips moved up and down like knives, and each of his questions splashed with cold light, as if they could kill Mo Ran. Rongzhou pretended not to see the cold light in Chu Wanning's eyes, and answered with exaggeration, "I don't remember how often he comes, but there are 30 days in a month or 10 days. As for who he looks for, it's not fixed. Sigh, but it's all in the past. Immortal, 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 immortal. Please don't blame him anymore. I'm asking you, when was the last time you went there?" Chu Wanning's face was as cold as ice. Speak. In fact, after the day Mo Ran was reborn, he never went to visit Rongzhou, nor did he go to the restaurant or brothel. But looking at Chu Wanning's face, Rongzhou knew that he couldn't tell the truth, so he pretended to be confused and added fuel to the fire. I don't know, but until I died, I would occasionally see immortal, 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 immortal in the restaurant. He shouldn't be far away." Before he finished, Chu Wanning suddenly stood up, withdrew his long fingers and dropped his wide sleeves. In the hazy night, his entire body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were sputtering with scorching sparks. Rongzhou was secretly happy, thinking that this simple immortal was easy to fool. He was a young man in the brothel, and he knew how to manipulate people's minds. As long as he opened his mouth, a decent person like Chu Wanning would definitely be hooked. But Rongzhou's face was already filled with panic, and he hurriedly said, "Immortal, immortal, 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 what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Now, this is all the wrongs of the previous life. Please don't blame immortal, 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 immortal. He is not a bad person. Do I need you to tell me whether he is a bad person or not?" Chu Wanning was shaking with anger, and said sternly, "I am disciplining my disciple. Who are you to interfere? Immortal, 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 immortal." Chu Wanning didn't care about him at all. His eyes were filled with coldness, but within that coldness, there was also a blazing anger. He pushed away Rongzhou, who was in front of him, and strode to the door of the warehouse, grabbed Mo Ran's collar and pulled him up. Mo Ran was shocked, and hurriedly turned around. "Master?" Chu Wanning retracted her hand, as if she felt that touching his collar was dirty. He was like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to pounce on its prey. She stared at Mo Ran's face for a long time. She was so angry that she couldn't say a word. What else could he say? The punishment from the good and evil stage did not make Mo Ran wake up. He had already admitted his mistake, but in front of him, he was pretending to be a good person. Who knew that he would secretly go to the peach-splitting house and the broken sleeve house to call for prostitutes? Mo Ran did not know that he was tricked, but he saw that Chu Wanning's face was full of anger and disgust, and he was not sure if he saw wrongly, but there was also a bunch of suppressed grief. "Mo Weiyu, what you said, how many words are true and how many are false?" Chu Wanning's voice was hoarse, and his eyelashes were fluttering. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "You really have a bad character, and it's hard to judge." This sentence was like a boulder falling into the sea, causing a huge splash. Mo Ran was shocked and took 2 steps back, shaking his head and looking at him blankly. No. This was what Chu Wanning said in his previous life because he was very disappointed in himself. Why would he say this again out of the blue? Mo Ran did not know what happened, and immediately became anxious. He wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Wanning. The anger in Chu Wanning's eyes was like a wildfire, as if it was going to burn his eyes red. He said hoarsely, "How long are you going to lie to me?" Mo Ran's mind was in a mess. What lie? What did Chu Wanning know? He had too many dirty past, and could not bring it out in public, So when he saw Chu Waning's terrifying eyes, Mo Ran did not think that it was Rongjiu who was behind this. Chu Waning pressed on, and Mo Weiyu kept retreating until he could no longer retreat, and his back was against the wall. Chu Waning stopped, and looked at Mo Ran's face in silence. Mo Ran heard his teacher's voice choking. Why do you want me to go back? Continue to be lied to by you, angered by you, and fooled by you? I thought you had changed for the better, Mo Ran. I thought you could be taught. I thought you had changed for the better. I thought I could teach you well. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a while he said softly, Rotten wood cannot be carved. Teacher, get lost. Don't you understand? Chu Waning suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of coldness. Mo Weiyu, you disappoint me. How do you want me to pretend that I don't know anything, and return to the world of the living with you? Mo Ran's heart tightened, and regardless of his anger, he grabbed his wrist under his wide sleeve, shook his head and said with tears in his eyes, Teacher, don't be angry, tell me what happened, okay? If I did anything wrong I will change, okay? Don't drive me away. Change. Mo Ran said he would change, but did he? If he didn't meet Rongjiu, would he know about this? Chu Waning was originally the calmest person, but he had a strong temper, and he was even more emotional. In addition, Rongjiu and Mo Ran's relationship was terrible, and Rongjiu acted so well, so Chu Waning was fooled. Chu Waning couldn't get away from Mo Ran, and in his anger, he raised his hand to summon Heaven's Inquisition, but how could he summon it? He was so angry that he was on the verge of collapse, and if he was alive, he would have vomited blood. Suddenly, a bright red light lit up, and Mo Ran called the ghost, and handed it to Chu Waning. He knelt in front of his teacher, but his other hand was still tightly holding Chu Waning's wrist, afraid that he would leave at any time. Mo Ran said, Teacher, I know that I did a lot of things to make you angry, to make you sad, but after coming to the world of spirits and souls, what I said to you is all true. He raised his head, held back his tears, and looked at him. It's all true, I didn't lie to you. Chu Waning clenched her fists tightly. Her heart was burning with anger, but she also felt extremely uncomfortable. Mo Ran's grip on her was so strong that he could not stop trembling. He was on the verge of despair, but he refused to let go. His pain seemed to be piercing into the depths of his soul. How could he not feel it? Mo Ran said, If teacher is unhappy, if you don't want to forgive me, then you can hit me, scold me, you can do it. If you really don't want to see me feel that I have a bad character and difficult to cultivate. When he said this, he suddenly choked. Mo Ran lowered his head and knelt in front of Chu Waning. If teacher really doesn't want me anymore. He didn't want Chu Waning to see him cry, but his shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Tears fell and dripped to the ground, silently staining it. In the future, I will leave the peak of life and death. Never ever appear in front of teacher again, but I beg you. I beg you, he knelt, and his forehead was almost touching the muddy ground, but the hand that was holding Chu Waning's wrist was so tight, so stubborn, and refused to let go. I beg you, don't go. Teacher, Chu Waning closed his eyes. You promised me that you would go back with me, I beg you, don't go. His heart was painful and sour. It was obviously just a remnant soul, but why did it feel like a knife was cutting his heart and burning his heart? Chu Waning suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Did I promise you? Then what about the promise you made me? On the good and evil stage, you clearly said that you knew you were wrong, and in the Green Heaven Hall, you knelt and said that you wouldn't do it again. Why can't you do it? Mo Weiyu, do you really think that I will never know and won't punish you again? Mo Ran was shocked, but he felt like he was in the clouds. He suddenly raised his head and opened his moist eyes. What? Before he finished speaking, the ghost saw a flash of red light and fiercely slapped Mo Ran's face. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere, splattering on the wall and the ground. Chu Waning was really angry, so angry that he choked. This vine whip actually didn't save the slightest bit of strength. Mo Ran's side face was cut open, and beads of blood kept dripping down. But he didn't care about the pain at all. He grabbed Chu Waning's hand, opened his eyes wide, and asked, What good and evil stage? What Green Heaven Hall? What did I hide from you? What did I lie to you about? His repeated questions made Chu Waning even more dizzy. He wanted to shake him off, but he couldn't. Mo Ran suddenly felt that something was wrong, turned his head abruptly, and looked into the warehouse. That bastard Rongjiu. When the two of them were arguing fiercely, and couldn't see a second person in each other's eyes, he actually sneaked out secretly and disappeared. Mo Ran immediately understood, and his expression changed greatly. Master, we fell into his trap. Come with me quickly. It won't be safe here soon, let's go. As he said that, he pulled Chu Wanning and ran out of the door. After running for a few steps, they saw Rongjiu leading a group of Yin soldiers from afar. And he kept saying, "Over here, that living person with a remnant soul." The two of them. Mo Ran was furious. Why didn't they kill you? There was no time to explain more. Mo Ran held Chu Wanning's hand tightly, and led him through the palace walls and alleys. There were more and more soldiers behind them, and the sound of clappers and whistles resounded in the palace. Chu Wanning glanced back and saw 4 or 5 lights converging from several main alleys, like hissing fire snakes, snaking towards them. Rongjiu's face was shining, and his body that was extremely weak because of the bullying in the past was desperately chasing Chu Wanning and Mo Ran, like a hungry wolf chasing after its prey. He felt that he was the first to succeed, and his heart was extremely happy, and even burst out some heroic spirit. Catch them! Catch the living person who trespassed into the ghost world. Halfway through running, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Rongjiu turned around angrily, and saw that it was the captain of the guards who had detained him before. He couldn't help but feel guilty, but still said angrily, "Why do you want to catch me? Why don't you go and catch the person in front? They ran away without permission. Didn't you also want to run away without permission?" The captain narrowed his eyes and looked at him maliciously. Rongjiu was shocked and said, I ran because I wanted to catch the person for the 4th prince. I was the one who found the living person. I was the one who found that Mo Weiyu was not a ghost. Don't think that you can catch me and steal the credit in front of the 4th prince." The captain was stunned at first, and then he thought about it and laughed. "You found it first? You got the credit? Ha ha, I stole the credit?" The wanton laughter suddenly tightened. "I think you are crazy because you want to get the credit. The living person was found by the 4th prince himself. Otherwise, do you think that in order to stop an ordinary ghost, the 4th prince had to use a wizardry barrier to seal the entire palace? Ha, steal the credit. I think you are blind. You want to steal the credit from the 4th prince." Rongjiu was shocked, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. In front of him was a rolling army of ghost soldiers rushing past, chasing after Mo Ran and Chu Wanning. Rongjiu's lips trembled, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Found it long ago? The Ghost King found it long ago by himself? I am not the first one? No credit?" The scene of extravagance and riches seemed to have crashed to the ground with a loud crash, only to be trampled to pieces by the frenzied flow of Yin soldiers. Rongjiu was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly became crazy, struggling to rush forward. His figure was weak, like a humble mayfly that refused to accept its fate, like a moth that died because of the candle. His life had never been easy. There was only one bed, men, rich women and guests. A small house that never saw the light of day, and it was difficult to distinguish between day and night. That was his life. It was too dark, and the night would never end. He wanted tomorrow, and he was willing to sacrifice his dignity, his body, his face, his kindness, his conscience. These were the only things he had. For a glimpse of light, he had to embrace fire. Wait for me. Chu Xianjun, save me. Catch him. He defected and we will take him to the 4th prince for trial. No. Rongjiu's pale and bloodless fingers clawed at the ground, and his hair was disheveled in the struggle. His beautiful face looked particularly gloomy and terrifying under the gloomy moonlight. His eyes bulged and he screamed incoherently, "No! Chu Xianjun, save me!" After a while he screamed hysterically, "I found them first. I found the living person first. It was me. You can't do this to me. Without me you wouldn't have found them at all. You want to steal my benefits, you want to steal my credit." He was dragged away, and his crazy screams were quickly drowned out by the rumbling footsteps.